All right, guys. Everyone here in Zoom, say hi, YouTube. Hi, Facebook. What are you guys doing watching us streaming? Go to VIPIgniteSummit.com, get the link, and get here on Zoom. What are you doing? We need to see you here. Let's do this. All right, guys. So good morning. Welcome to day 2 of Unleash the Celebrity Within You. Today is going to be an amazing day. Yesterday, we laid the foundation for your transformation. I'm going to say that again. Yesterday, we laid the foundation for your transformation. Yes, Elizabeth Gilbert. Thank you, Zandra. But before we really get started, what I would really like to do is just take a moment of silence. For today is 9/11, and I would be remiss if we didn't all take a moment of silence just to remember 9/11. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start with a moment of silence. All right, guys, thank you so much. I just want to make sure that we always remember why we're doing this, that there are people that have gone before us that we have to remember. Yeah, I think a lot of people, I don't know very many people that weren't deeply affected by 9/11. And I just wanted to give honor to the people that lost their lives on 9/11 because we all said on that day we would never forget. And I know that I will never forget. So, and I know that we as a company will never forget. All right. All right, guys. So, how many of you are excited for Transformation Day? How many of you are excited for Transformation Day? We have an amazing, amazing day ahead of us. We're going to kick off our day with Ryan Colby and Alicia Kabak, who are going to go through what an agency is looking for and how you can become the person that an agent or manager wants to work with. We have Mark Schoenfeld, who's going to be talking today, the pitchman of Hollywood. He's going to talk to us about how to become a musical icon. We have Michael Thumpkin, who's going to be here today. Woo! He's going to be talking about the secrets only millionaire celebrities know about finance and spending money like a rock star. We're going to have Tanya Kleckner here. She is going to be going over the reality of what it's like to be an agent in LA and what she's looking for in talent. We are going to have Phil Sullivan, one of America's top models. He's not only a model, he's a photographer. He's traveling the country in an RV. If anyone wants to ask, oh, can I do this without having an exact location? He's going to answer that question for you. We're going to have a keynote speaker on here who is a billionaire at the end of the day today. We are so excited. We have so much in store for you. Yesterday, we set the foundation. How many of you were here yesterday? If you were here yesterday, raise your Zoom hand. Raise your Zoom hand. Oh, you know what we should do too? We should practice. We'll do a moment of practice before we get Alicia and Ryan started here. All right. Okay. Even if you weren't here yesterday, now raise your Zoom hands. Everyone raise your Zoom hands. I'm just making sure everybody knows how to do this. Okay, very good. Now that I know most of you know how to raise your Zoom hands, if you don't know how to raise your Zoom hand, what you do is you go to your reactions on the bottom and you click raise hand. All right, so go to reactions and click raise hand. I just want to make sure that if you guys want to talk, you can properly raise your hands. Okay, awesome. Now what I need you guys to do is I need you to lower your Zoom hands. Let's see if you can do the opposite. Awesome. Very good. You guys are good at raising your hands, lowering your hands, making crazy faces at me. That's a good one too. How about everyone? Why don't you do this? Why don't you guys all click on reactions and just make a face at me? How about that? Let's see what kind of faces y'all are going to make at me. Oh, we got hearts. We got laughing. Ooh, thank you. Of course, there are always a couple. Ooh, oh, you think I'm an angel? Oh, you guys are the best. Awesome. Oh, Thank you for your heart there, my friend. All right. Now we're going to do something else. Ready? Everyone turn your cameras off. I know we're playing the opposite game. Everyone turn your cameras off. Cameras off. I love your beautiful faces, but turn your cameras off. Tina Harding, turn your camera off. Yes, I'm calling you out. Sarai, turn your camera off. Dolly, turn your camera off. Darlene, everyone turn your cameras off. We have to learn how to follow directions. Okay. Okay, now everyone turn your cameras back on. Oh, you guys are amazing. Give yourselves a hand clap. Let's practice. Oh, let's practice celebrating ourselves right at the beginning of the day. Awesome. All right, guys. So today, again, we have an amazing, amazing day ahead of us. So I'm just going to go over a couple ground rules for you because I know some people were not here yesterday, and I want to make sure I set you up for success just as much as the people that were here yesterday. So a couple ground rules. You are currently auditioning for the entertainment industry, acting, modeling, music. If you want to be a speaker, there are a ton of reasons that you are here today. We have two of the most powerful agents in the country that also place talent internationally coming on today. I've gotten a lot of phone calls from them. Deneen, where are their digitals? Deneen, why did this person do this? Deneen, why did this person do that? Deneen, oh my God. Sandra Sterling is exactly what I'm looking for in a film. Can you give me her number? I'm like, heck yes, absolutely. But you know what call I've never received? Oh my gosh, Deneen, that black box is amazing. I need to cast them. Okay. So make sure that you keep your cameras on all day long. This is also going to be a very interactive day. I'm going to have you guys stand up. I'm going to have you sit down. I'm going to have you dance around. We're going to keep ourselves moving because being in motion creates emotion. And when you have emotions, that's how you retain information. Okay. That's like the Cliff Notes version of why I'm going to have you guys moving around. I'm also going to have you guys moving around because the higher your state is, the more you're going to be interactive and the more that you're going to be able to, again, the more that you're going to be able to retain. Also, when you go on set, you have to be able to follow directions. So I'm also testing you a little bit by making you get up, down, answer me, okay? If you guys are excited about today, type a 1 in the comments. If you're excited about today, type a 1 in the comments. Awesome, I love it. Okay, you guys are all excited. Amazing. Very good. How many of you have your notebooks ready to take some notes? Unless you're at work and you've already talked to me about that. Over Keem's like got so many ones I can't even count them. That's a lot of excitement. You got your notebooks ready? Awesome, I love it. Very cool. Okay, so we're going to be taking a lot of notes. We're going to be moving around. Everyone has their pants on, right? This is not a pants-free party. All right, how many of you have your water ready? I need, you know what? Let's start hydrating right now. I've only had like 2 bottles today, so let's hydrate. Everyone, cheers. Everyone give yourselves a cheers. Cheers. Awesome. Okay, awesome. Very good. Okay, so today is the day that we do transformation. Today is transformation day. So what does that mean for you? Yesterday, we laid the foundation. We gave you a lot of information. This morning, we took some takeaways from people. We learned about the 4 different types of celebrities, the 4 different types of people that there are in the world. Which one do you fit into? Which one are you right now? And what do you want to be? You have to visualize where you want to go in order to get there. How many of you have ever gone on a cross-country trip and you had no idea what your destination? You just started driving west or you just started driving east. No, you have to have a destination, right? Okay, so a couple of you are renegades. That's awesome. I'm a Virgo, so I'm like, okay, I need to know exactly where I need to be at what time and how to get there. So make sure you visualize where you're going. We learned about mindset. We learned about I am statements. I am. Okay, so knowing who you are, I am, is going to help you as you're listening to all of our amazing speakers today, because now you know who you are. You all practice your I am statements. So when you're hearing Ryan Colby, Alicia Kabak, Michael Pumpkin, Tanya Kleckner, Mark Schoenfeld, all these amazing people speak to you, you're gonna hear it from a different set of ears. You're gonna see things through a different lens. All right. Alicia and I talked about the top 5 people that we've interviewed and how we knew they were going to be successful. If you were listening, each person had an element in them that was similar. They may all be different. They may all look different. They all may be different ages. They may all live in different areas, but they all had one thing in common, at least one thing. And for the purpose of the people that we showed you yesterday, they all did the work, right? If there was no magical pixie dust that anyone threw on them, they did the work and they knew where they wanted to go. Okay. Jeffrey Gurian talked about creating the celebrity within you. Like, how many of you are inspired as heck from that man's story? Like, come on now. Like, how could you not be inspired? But you could take a clue from what Jeffrey told you and apply it to today as you transform. Havel and Stillwell, how many of you are like, okay, I need to do voiceover and I need to do it right now? Raise your hands. I can tell you I had a conversation with someone who wasn't even on the call, who was listening in the background. He was like, Deneen, I want to be a voiceover artist. I'm like, well, you are in the right place because I happen to know people. Okay, someone not even related to the entertainment industry was like, oh, wow, that's cool. Can I do that? Absolutely, you can. Let's get started. We talked Ryan Colby. How many of you did your digitals last night? How many of you were quick action takers and actually started taking pictures of yourselves? And not only did you start taking pictures of yourselves, but like you were very cognizant of the way that you did it. You were aware of your angles. You were aware of what you were doing. Okay, good. Good, because if Ryan Colby calls me, now I know who I can reach out to. Hold on, we got this. We got this. All right. How many of you, your minds were completely blown when you had the opportunity to hear from Virgilia about your social media? How many of you are like, oh my, holy mackerel, let me go in and let's do some fall cleaning, people. I know, me too. I was like, holy mackerel. Like, I know that's something I want to be working on definitely throughout the week. Oh, Kimberly already started cleaning and organizing. That's awesome. Very good. That's amazing. Awesome. All right, guys. So we have so much for you today. So before I bring Alicia on and before I bring Ryan Colby on, this is what I want you guys to do. I want you guys to stand up. I did that with the first speaker. Okay, awesome. Everyone stand up. We're gonna kick off the day with my favorite exercise. I didn't get to go to the gym this morning, so you guys are all doing cardio with me. Are you cool with that? Okay, let me get my timer ready. All right, we're going to do 15 seconds and let me explain to you what we're going to do. What I want you to do is I want you to face to your right, put your right foot forward, your left foot back. Here, I don't know if you can, let me see if I can change this a little bit. And what you're going to do is you're going to be going like this. Don't move your legs. You're not jogging in place. Just move your arms as fast as you can. Do it for 15 seconds. Okay? Are you guys ready? Get set and go. Come on, guys. Don't let me beat you. My arms hurt. I lifted weights yesterday, y'all. Come on. Okay. 4, 3, 2, 1. Good job. Whew. Who feels energized? You feel energized? I know I do. Okay, now let's flip to the other side. Put your left foot forward, right foot back. We're going to do the same thing. And you know what? Go faster than you did last time. Okay? Ready? Get set and go. 15 seconds. Come on now. Wait, why are there people not participating? Why am I? Come on now. Let's go. 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo. Oh my gosh. Okay. Do you feel better? Do you feel more energized? Are you ready to take on your day now? Okay. Take a sip of water and sit down. Okay. Awesome. Well, Guys, I have the pleasure of introducing our first two guests. Okay, let's see here. Let's see if oh boy, I see our first guest on. Okay. So let me introduce our two guests to you, and then we'll bring them on camera. Are you ready? Are you ready? I know, excellent warm-up. I'm ready to go. Okay. So our first guest this morning is the co-founder of VIP Ignite, which allows talent to network and connect with high-level industry professionals in modeling, acting, and music. She executive produced 5 Broadway shows that have won 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. She opened NASDAQ with the cast of her Broadway show, Dinner with the Boys, starring Dan Lauria from the Wonder Years. She is the co-author of Finding Fame and a Guinness World Record holder. She has been featured in Forbes, Huffington Post, and Entrepreneur. She has shared the stage with such greats as Bill Walsh, Greg Reed, Russell Brunson, Lee Steinberg, and Brandon Steiner. She is releasing her new book next year in 2023, The Unglamorous Glamorous Life. She just wrapped filming of her first movie, which premiered in New York City a week and a half ago, called Target. She is a Fox News expert. She has been in business for over 2 decades, and she has helped over 10,000 talents successfully get signed and booked work. What? How awesome is that? So everyone, please join me and cheer on the one and only Miss Alicia Kabak. All right. Our next guest, they're speaking in conjunction with one another. Our next guest has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career as a model at age 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was Benetton. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the business. He has run his agency successfully for 12 years, through good times and the bad times. He never once wavered. He has a record number of covers for his agency, 72 in 1 year. He has placed talent worldwide for campaigns for the top luxury brands in the world. Can everyone please give it up for the one and only Mr. Ryan Colby? Good morning, Mr. Colby. How are you?
Hi.
Okay. Oh, hold on, guys. We have to find Alicia. Hold on, Ryan. Do you guys see Alicia? Do you see it? Does anyone see? Where's Alicia? Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me go find her.
Eating the kid or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, Ryan, you entertain them for 2 seconds. Hold on. I'm going to turn off my camera. Let me find Alicia.
So everyone can hear me because I'm using my new 80s headphones, which I love.
Yes, we can see you, Mr. Colby. We can.
No, here.
Yes, we can hear you as well. We can hear you, and we can hear you with your new headphones and your beautiful Metallica shirt. I remember when you bought that. Hold on 1 second. Let me find Alicia. Hold on.
So how's everyone doing? Good morning. Everyone have fun yesterday? Hello? Oh, I guess
they can't. Oh my God, guys. Hold on.
I forgot it was in office hours.
Oh my God, look who I found. She's here live in person. Awesome.
Oh my gosh, Ryan. What are you wearing? What are you wearing?
Let's join Spotlight.
Just a t-shirt and headphones. I've had a long day.
Okay, great. Hi guys. How are you? Good morning.
Right. I'm trying to join Spotlight.
I can tell about me right now and my new headset. Okay, I can't see. Hold on.
I like my new headset. I just got it.
I love it.
Here, give me okay. We really are having technical here. Hold on 1 second.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I'm just trying to spot.
I drove here this morning. I thought I would surprise them.
You drove where?
To here.
She's with me in the flesh.
I didn't see. I could only hear her. I didn't see you until just now.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
So I live in Orlando, and I decided to drive over near Tampa. So I got up and drove like 2.5 hours this morning. Go me!
Oh, okay.
So sweet. Hi guys. Good morning. How are you?
Cool.
All right. We've got some things to discuss. So it was funny because last night after the first day of our call, you kept sending me Instagram messages about Fashion Week. So was last night you had people walking Fashion Week? Were they in those shows?
Yeah. It's a new company. It was not new, but it's been around for a couple of years called Flying Solo.
Yeah.
And they've been trying to get into the CFDA, and they finally did. So,
well, tell everybody really quickly, what is CFDA?
The CFDA is a Council of Fashion Design Association, and they have to approve you to be a part of the calendar, which comes out twice a year. So there's a CFDA calendar with the list of shows every day on it. And if you're not approved by the CFDA, you're not on that calendar. So Flying Solo was not on that calendar up until now. So now that they have more eyes on them, they have more press, they have better budgets. And they did a cute show on a roof, literally on a roof, like I think it's on the 30th floor. Outside, the runway they put was along the roof with only a couple of inches separating the roof from death. But they put a big glass partition up that was, I guess, 10 feet. So, but it was still eerie to look at because it's glass. So,
well, it kind of reminds me of that place, living in New York City and then now in Orlando. I look at this going, oh, I miss it. But it reminds me of that place near the Hudson River, that Ink 48. Remember, we used to go up there. The cocktails were very expensive. They were like $25, but you went out there really for the rooftop because it overlooked all the city. So that kind of reminded me of it. But it's not so cheap to rent it on a Saturday night when it's like active bar scene in New York City where they make all their money. Yeah.
Well, that was all the way down on Broadway because it was on Broadway and Howard. So I didn't go. They asked me to go, but I didn't know they were doing a live until I saw it pop up on my Instagram. I was like, oh, that's just cute.
Yeah.
So I didn't know they were doing that. They didn't tell me. So when I clicked on it, I was like, oh, this is cute. And I could see my models walking, and I was like, oh, this is cute. So I forwarded it because it was interesting to see. And it's a great venue. It definitely put them on the map. It made them look cool.
The pictures were stunning with the models walking with the whole New York City skyline. Yeah, and I really want to express this to you. Like my whole entire life, I dreamt about going to Fashion Week, and true story. So my very first Fashion Week I ever got to go to, and I know you remember this, like a week prior to that, I was living in Manhattan. I had this gorgeous apartment, and I woke up with Bell's palsy. Do you remember that? Half my face went completely paralyzed, half my brain, half my tongue, my eye, it wouldn't blink. Literally, I woke up like paralyzed, and I was so upset. And we had just launched Colby Models, and we were, we had like models walking in Fashion Week. I was like, are you freaking kidding me? I finally moved to New York City. My dreams are coming true. I have Fashion Week. And I'll never forget, my mom and my sister flew up. Talk about turning a negative into a positive. I wore like a black hat. My eye wouldn't blink. So it was super uncomfortable, not just for me, but for anybody to look at. I was paralyzed on one side, and I had to wear an eye patch because, things could fall into your eye. And I remember my sister came up, and she had like bedazzled a black eye patch for me that she bought at like Michael's Arts and Crafts with like little, crystals. And she like blinged it out. And I'll never forget going to Fashion Week, and I thought, man, this is so exciting. Guys, for those of you that have never been to Fashion Week, I'm not going to ruin it for you, but it's a lot of hoopla. It's a lot of hurry up.
Was that when we went to Richie Rich's show? It was like a little nightmare.
Yeah, it was insane because they literally opened the doors.
There were the winter shows, which
you literally had 5 minutes to get your seat. There's celebrities, there's paparazzi, there's the press, there's everything. You have 5 minutes to get your seat. You sit down, you cannot move, you can't go up to network. The show is literally like 2 minutes. As soon as the show is done, all the house lights come on, and you have like 3 minutes to evacuate. They literally turn on the lights, and it's like, get out. And you're like, oh my God. But I'll tell you what I enjoyed most was after Fashion Week, going to the parties and being able to network. That was invaluable. I mean, I can't even put a price on that. Getting a chance to sit down. I remember Jim Bensing was there. He's the head of casting for L'Oreal and Tory Burch and CoverGirl and Vogue, and getting a chance just to hobnob, because just so you guys know, you should never spend money for like tickets or to sell tickets to perform in a fashion week. That is not CFDA approved. So like a lot of times those big showcases, I know everybody wants those stellar fashion week type pictures. They actually will hurt your image on the internet. And also any casting director, when they go on your social media, they're like, oh, you're that naive that you fell for that. Don't do that. So I think that when people are trying to get into fashion shows, you know, back then you had to be tall and thin and but now this business has changed dramatically. So there's no need for, you know, the fake showcases any longer. You've got to work with legitimate people. And I find so often so many people buy those tickets just because they want their friends and family impressed. But I'll tell you what, over the years, I think about every fashion weekend, you know, you don't do it for the money. For those of you guys that think you get paid very well in fashion week, you do it more for the notch in your belt, because you're getting a chance to be
Flying Solo didn't pay. I mean, they had the budget to do that show there, but they didn't pay the models. The only reason I allowed Eduardo and Mark to do them is because they're now CFDA approved, and there was no reason not to. Plus,
that's huge. Yeah.
They did 4 of their shows, because the Flying Solo shows, they do like 6 a day. So the 2 of the designers that Mark and Eduardo were walking for gave them clothes after.
That's
and
great.
So
yeah.
therefore I was like, okay.
Sometimes the clothes are so crazy that you could never wear them in the streets unless you lived in New York. Yeah. Could you imagine like going back to like Fargo or like Butte, Montana, wearing like some kind of like Moira Rose Best from Schitt's Creek with like some kind of like
one of the shows that Eduardo did was based off the Borgias, the Italian family that ruled, you know, Italy and the Catholic Church for decades in the 1400s or something.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a theme it was an homage to the Borgias. So it was lots of draping, lots of capes, lots of red. And like, Eduardo was
I'm here, Starbucks.
Eduardo was like, what am I going to do with this? So I was like,
you have it so that it's a story. You know, it's like every single time I go to Disney, even though I live there, I always want a shirt and it tells a story. But I really want to express this to you. You don't go to Fashion Week. I mean, it's great to have those pictures. I'm not going to lie, because we get so many talent that want to be in this industry. It's a great, it's newsworthy, not just to yourself, but to say you did it. It's about the experience. But most of all, you want to get to know the makeup artists, the photographers, anybody there, because those are the power players in this business. And I want everybody to type power.
Eduardo got a show for today out of it because Dean McCartney was there last night at Flying Solo, and he runs Argyle Grant, which is a massive men's line out of Sydney, but they're like taking over America. They're very, very commercial. Argyle, it's huge. It's huge, like millions and millions of followers, like. It's a huge clothing line. And he was at Flying Solo, and went up to Eduardo did the right thing and said, text Ryan. And luckily, I kind of know Dean. I've met him a few times. I don't really know him, but I have met him at Fashion Week years ago. And so he wrote me on Instagram, and he's like, hey, I know you. He's like, I just saw one of your models at Flying Solo. He's like, I have a show tomorrow at 6:30. Can he be at the location at 4:30? And I said, yes. And he's like, we're only paying $150, but it's great exposure.
Done. I don't care if it's free. You do it.
5 million people that are going to watch this show on
Absolutely. So and it was trending last night. I kept seeing it over and over and over again. And I really want to express this to you. If you guys are going to work in this industry, and, you know, even talking about photos, Ryan, so many people, I want to be a model. I need photos. Slow down, because most times people do their photos incorrectly. And that's why, like, when you're working on this type of level, whether it's fashion shows or you just want to get on set or work in magazines, it's so important, if you're going to do this, to do quality, not quantity, quality. So like photos get expensive. Hiring a top, you know, photographer, that could cost you thousands of dollars. I mean, luckily for us, we have access to some of the biggest names because of who we are.
Yeah, Rick Day is $850 plus $35 a print, plus $20 retouching fee.
And then plus you need a makeup artist. That's just the photographer. You need the makeup artist, the hairstylist, the clothing, the set even. So, even doing that, it definitely, but that could lead, to a $20,000, job. So it's going to cost you money to make money in this industry. And Ryan, true or false for Fashion Week? Because I've had a lot of people lately, oh, I'm doing Fashion Week. I'm like, oh, who's your agent? I don't have one. Can you do Fashion Week without an agent?
No, you cannot. I mean, there are rare shows that, like Martin Keene did a show and he didn't do model casting. He went on the street and found people, and that's his choice. I don't recommend it, but that's his choice. Yeah, you get these rare kooky designers that want to do that, but 98% of the designers aren't going to do that, because who's going to show up to your show at 12 o'clock on Sunday, making sure they're on time, making sure their skin and hair look good? You can't do that for meeting someone on the street.
Not only that, but the term catfish very much comes into play. Oh, am I even getting this person? I think when we were in South Beach once, I had a woman come in and she's like, I'm in my 50s. And you're like, oh girl, please. I don't know who told you you're in your 50s. You're like 80. You know what I mean? So like sometimes like the way you portray yourself, even like with your measurements, I always love it when people, I go, how tall are you? I'm 5'10". No, really, how tall are you? Well, I'm 5'5" with 5-inch heels. Come on. Yeah. So these are things like that kind of, so let's go over as an agent. Do you go just strictly off the looks, or what are some things that like you say when you're meeting a new talent, like I've got to have that person on my roster, or and that's a deal breaker? So let's go over some do's. What are you looking for? Let's talk about do's first.
Do's, I want
before we go into don'ts.
Into it. They have to be into the idea of doing this.
Is anybody here into modeling? If so, type I am. Yeah.
They have to understand that this is a longevity-based career, meaning it's not like a summer job where you're like a lifeguard or you work at the mall or the ice cream parlor or it's not that kind of gig. So if you're thinking, I want to do this for a couple months until I ...
And this is not a get rich quick thing. Like when you're getting into modeling, this isn't like you're going to drive for Uber or like, like modeling, you really have to kind of, like we talked about yesterday, plant the seeds and wait for them to harvest sometimes. So if that get rich quick thing is in your mind, get it out.
No, there's no get rich quick. I mean,
you could make money, but it's going to take a while to build that up.
Yeah. And you have to be into it. That's really the main thing, because I'm not into these people that like, oh, I put a model and then, next year I'm going to clown school. So it's like, well, then just go to clown school. Like, because I'm not into a 4-month career, because that's not a career.
Especially like if they're going on castings, and this happens a lot of times, and I see it so often where people will come on and they're so eager to become a model, and that's phenomenal, especially like if you live in middle America. Going to New York City is a really big thing, and then they get to New York City and they start with the ground running, and then what happens is they realize there are temptations. The bars are open till 4. Everybody's drinking, everybody's doing whatever they're doing. And then it's, wow, I'm living the lifestyle. And you're like, oh, no, you're not. You have to be to the gym at 6 a.m. because you have a full day of casting starting at 8. And you have to eat right. And, like it's mental as well. It's not just physical.
75% of this job is not taking pictures. It's the prep for the photos, the gym, the hair care, the skin care, et cetera, et cetera. So coming to New York, the picture is
the end result. Nobody sees like the in-betweens of what it took to get to that level.
Yeah, you can't. Coming to the city is cute, but some people cannot handle it. That's true. Some people find this a big amusement park and they go a little crazy. And I can smell when that's going to happen. I can sense it within the first couple of days, how they return back to their dwellings. Like if they come back at a normal time, or if they're coming back at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, that's a sign that this is going to continue, and to try and nip it off quickly by just sending them home. Because
do you ever go on their social media to like find clues to see if that person is a little bit of a risk for you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. But the one good thing about me is that I don't take on that many people per year. So I can really vet them before they come. mostly. And yes, I do look at their social media, but I'm also attracted to people who aren't obsessed with social media. So their social media is kind of low. Some of my most talked about guys have 200 followers. Like, and I prefer it that way because it means that they're not obsessed with how they, nothing wrong with social media. I'm not bashing social media because it is important, but I prefer guys when I start them, especially talent, that don't have a big following. I don't mind growing it with them, but it's harder to start someone that comes in with a big following because they think they know everything. So I have to knock that down because a lot of the information they have in their head is incorrect. So I prefer when someone is starting or growing their social media. That's more attractive to me. So yes, I will look through their social media. And have I told a boy or two or to get rid of this or that? Absolutely, because there's a frame or a picture or a video that's unsettling or could get them in trouble in the future. They didn't do it on purpose. Nobody's intentionally trying to ruin their career. They just didn't know. And so I just nicely tell them, and I've never been told no, meaning like no one ever says, well, I'm not taking that down. They understand and they take it down. So it does happen.
Now, one thing I kind of really want to speak to everybody about is what happens when you actually get signed to an agent. So Ryan, can you take us through like the steps? Like if let's say, for an example, you signed, I don't know, I see Mike Trash, can he go and book his own opportunities? Can he go and book his own photo shoots when he has an agent of your caliber? Or what kind of like starts or stops, I should say?
Well, yeah, the first day is any communication you've had with anyone in the past immediately ceases. All of that. And now I'm starting to do this. I didn't used to do this, but now I'm requesting all of the screenshots of past conversations of clients. I don't care about your friends or your aunts or your family, but I'm requesting past conversations. And this advice was given to me by Gaspard from Next Management.
Oh, I love Gaspard.
He now does this where if he takes on a guy who has a little bit of a social media presence, say 100,000 followers, you didn't get those 100,000 followers by not talking. So you're chatting to somebody. I want to know who. So
you put your little detective hat on, Ryan, and your little cute trench coat with your you go looking. Yeah.
And I'm like, you need to start sending me screenshots of every single conversation you've had with photographers or clients. I don't care about,
because the photographers start getting tricky. The photographers, when you're sending talent out, a lot of times the photographers are, I can help you with your career. Exactly. And the model, it's kind of like sending a sheep into the wolves den. Next thing you know, the photographer is trying to be their agent, and photographers can't book you work. It happens every time.
Every day. It happens every day. So he gave me this idea months and months ago, and I just started doing it about 3 weeks ago. And I didn't think it would work. I'm like, oh my God, this is so invasive. This is like an invasion of privacy. You know what? I don't care. I want to see every screenshot. If you don't send them, then move on to the next
hiding something. Yeah.
Move on to the next agent. I want to see every screenshot because what it shows me is how the language you speak to photographers. And if I don't like that language, you're going to be a liability to me. If you're too personal, you're giving up too much information, you're saying yes to stuff that you shouldn't be saying yes to. I just dropped
a liability.
I just dropped a kid named Nick because he was doing that. He was too nice. Like photographers be like, I love your look. I'd love to shoot. Yeah, sure. When? God, out of here.
Girl, please.
There's no yeah, sure, when. There's no talking to a photographer like that.
And so, sometimes you've even warned the models to not go to those photographers because maybe that their interests are not the best.
Or the images just suck. I mean, most of the time, to be honest, the whole like photographer coming after you does happen, but it's not so common as you would think. It doesn't happen all the time. Most of the time I say no is because their work sucks and they don't have good cameras or lighting or angles. They just don't know how to shoot models. So why are you wasting
It sounds
your time?
Sexy to say that you're a photographer sometimes.
Exactly.
But could those images, like let's say for an example, you're developing let's say like a Tina Harding. Let's say you represent more women, but let's say you're representing somebody like a Tina Harding and you're going for a certain look for Tina. And then Tina decides, oh, well, I'm going to go to this photographer and go do nudes or go do something like completely like out of the norm, could those photos hurt her career?
Of course it can. Because I just had a conversation like this the other day with Michael's model I have. He's in London right now. Even if you don't post the photos, because the photographer is like trying to convince him, like, oh, you don't have to post the photos, I'll just post them. It's actually worse if the photographer posts bad photos of you than you doing it yourself.
Especially if you didn't pay for them. The photographer owns the rights. They could do anything they want to.
They could do anything they want.
Yeah.
They could post for the next 5 years, and there's nothing you can do about it. And if it's bad work, believe me, the clients are going to see it. It may take them a little longer to find it, but they're going to find it. And when they do, you look like an amateur, and they don't want amateurs wearing their $4,000 suits. So
yeah, you can't book like St. John or Chanel or, you know, Givenchy and then have some like weird Halloween-esque nude photo in the middle of the woods. Yeah.
No,
with an aspiring photographer who wants to build their book. Because I think a lot of times, Ryan, when models are getting started, they'll just go to anybody. It's almost like, oh, wow, people want me. And it's almost like an ego thing. Like, oh, okay, people are seeing what I'm putting out there and I need to shoot with as many people as possible. And would you say less is more? Or I would like to say it's a calculated photo shoot, like with us, like when
it's
you come out to a photo shoot with us.
When we're doing the LA shoot, it is purposely calculated. It's called the first day at the agency, which technically it isn't, but we're going to make it that way to show you how a higher end simple shoot is done.
And the key word is simple. This isn't like Kardashian contouring, and this is exactly what an agent wants to see, not what your friends and family want to see. This is not burlesque. This is not big hair and glamour with the fake eyelashes. This is like blank canvas. Because here's the thing, like if you're going to get submitted out for J. Crew or Adidas or The Gap or anything along those lines, even if you don't love the brand, you can't show up like you just did Cabaret. You know what I mean?
And or Kohl's. I've been working with Kohl's a lot lately.
And
they
Kohl's
want
pays amazing.
They do. They have good budgets.
$3,800 a day, guys, for Kohl's.
They have they have good budgets, and they want the simplest photos. Yeah, they love seeing the fashion photos in the models' books.
But
they think it's cute, but they also want to see what they produce as well. They like to see the fashion stuff because it's cool for them. Like, oh, we got this fashion model to do Kohl's, but they also want to see that we compare her or him down and make them look like they're going to college, or make it look like they're going to, to the PTA meeting or whatever it is they're trying to convey that day. Well, they use a lot of 35, 40, 45, 50-year-olds. They've been asking me for 2 weeks now for 50 and overs, all the time. I told them they wanted white-haired 50-year-old people, for different stuff. So they're shooting everything from 14-year-olds to 60-year-olds, so.
That's awesome. Remind me when Kaden starts kindergarten, I'll bring you to a PTA meeting with me. We'll rule the school. All right. Could you imagine us walking in? We used to walk the dogs together. Remember, people look at us like, and you'd be there with your big laugh. All right. We really need a reality show. Okay. Let's talk about even Phil Sullivan is coming on today from America's Next Top Model. How many of you guys have ever seen America's Next Top Model? Now, when Phil left that show, it was extremely difficult for him to get an agent. And he also made it very clear.
I told him not to do it.
Well, he also made it very clear that every single one of those photos that everybody was glamoring over, he couldn't use any of that in his book. Can you explain why?
Because they sucked. And he made a big
Tyra
mistake.
Is freaking out somewhere.
Oh, I don't care what she thinks. She knows I'm not a fan.
Pawn in this situation. Yeah,
she knows.
She's worried about Dancing with the Stars on Disney Plus right now. She's making
good
money.
For her.
Yeah.
And she is good for her. But
he's making so much money. She's happy.
Good for her.
Yeah.
But the pictures that Phil did, and plenty of those people that did the show,
with a little leaf here, a little leaf there,
completely unusable.
Yeah,
they're done for fantasy. So you can drool while you're sitting on your couch, but pretty much only
reality.
I guess about 10% of that show is real, and the other 90 is just for your entertainment.
Well, they have to get viewers and they need advertisers. So they need drama. They need
none of that work. None of that happens. The model apartments are not 2 floors. You don't get your own bedroom. You don't get a car driving you anywhere.
Yeah.
At the height of that show, I had more problems with models than I could sit here until
because people quote it like the Bible, like I get people on my calls and it's like they're experts because they watched all the seasons. And I'm like, is there something wrong with you? Like I would never, and I used this yesterday, like I'm not a doctor because I love Grey's Anatomy. Like it's not going to happen.
I have someone filming now as we speak. But the point is,
oh, that's right. You did book somebody for Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah.
65,000 an episode. We were with you at dinner when you got the contract in. Very exciting stuff. 65 grand isn't bad, even minus your commission. That's a good. That's a good day's wage.
I'm only getting 3%, but it's okay.
It's okay. You'll take it. Yeah.
Of course, I'm taking it.
But now you also have the in, and that's the most important thing.
Oh yeah, I have the in. When I get there in October, I'm gonna go over and see and meet people that I've only spoken to online. So. Yeah.
And face-to-face is everything, especially in Hollywood. It is so hard to meet people. Hollywood and New York, it is so hard because most of the time, like if you were to fly to Hollywood, you can't go into like the offices. And a lot of these big agencies like Envy, I mentioned yesterday, they don't do open calls. So, you can send in your headshots all day and I get talent all the time. Well, I'm sending in my pictures and I'm not getting any responses. Well, duh, of course you're not, because they're not, number one, they don't need to sign people just because you want to be signed. And number two, they're going to be very selective. And especially now, they're not just going to go like, obscure internet. They want somebody handed over to them that they know somebody has been developed, somebody has worked with them in the past. And especially if you're going to start booking work with a top agency, they need to know that you can photograph. How many of you guys here think that you need work on photography? Yeah, because they're not going to just sign you. And that's why even coming out with us, you are not nice about it. You're like, I said, put your clothes on. You have 2 minutes, like not even to go put your clothes on and come back. You're literally waiting outside the door because it's quick change. It's not sit there, call your friends, call your mom on FaceTime. Like it is quick, even like when you're sitting in the makeup chair. I always go after any of our new talent and I'll ask the makeup artist or the hairstylist, how were they? Because I know if they're not nice to them, they're not going to be nice on set and then they're not going to represent Truth or Colby.
Yeah. You can't be mean to the makeup and hair people because they're like, why are you, they're trying to help
or the photographer. Yeah. Like, but I want to pose like this. That's not going to work. Because I think there's a lot of people that think that they know how to do this and it really takes training. And it's not, it's not something that like you can just do because you look at magazines. Sometimes even you, Rye, like you'll tell somebody like you're doing high fashion, you're more commercial print and catalog. So can you kind of break down for me like a catalog model? Like, can you go over the differences of modeling?
Yeah. High fashion is
changed
a lot. It's changed a lot, but it's the top magazines, the W, V, Vogue, the top echelon magazines, the runway shows, the Fendi's, the Balmains, the Hermes, and the stuff, Gucci, stuff like that. That's high fashion. Sometimes the models are very strange looking. They're very gaunt. They're very skinny. They're very weird looking. You would not look at them if you saw them on the street.
Kind of like Fuji's model right now, Elle, booking like Times Square.
Yeah, I mean, they're very interesting looking. Sometimes high fashion models can be classically gorgeous. They're, Claudia Schiffer, and she was a good example of crossing over. She did both. She was a classic beauty, but she also did high fashion. But she also did the simplest of commercial drops too. But the diversity is there right now. They're using different types of skin colors and gender identities for high fashion as well. And they're also bringing them into the commercial field as well. It's not as successful as you would think. The numbers are showing that it's actually hurting some of the commercial lines. They really want to go back to the commercial traditional model, but they are trying, and that's as good as you can get. So they're
but trying. More so now than ever. Back in the day, you had to be 5'9" to 5'11", dress size 0 to 2, hips 32 inches or less. And you had to live within like that, like 30-mile radius of New York or LA or Miami or Chicago. But now that the blinders have come off, and now literally you can have somebody in like Montana potentially get booked, or, you know, they're plus size, they're petite, they're, I would like to say, older, you know, I mean, more mature models. It's happening. And I've even seen it in the continuity with the runway shows. You know, see people with bright gray hair, silver hair, you know, people that have a little bit of hips. And I'm like, oh, thank God, you know, like this baby weight, man, 60 pounds. I'm like,
Kristen Siriano, Tommy Hilfiger, the list goes on, Calvin Klein. They're all doing 50-50, 50% standard model size, 50% plus size models coming down the runway regularly for the past 4 or 5 seasons. So how long that will continue, like I said in the last call last week or whenever, like fashion shifts. There are timelines for these things. So that's why I said jump on stuff now, because there are timelines. Is this going to last forever?
It's hot right now.
Probably not. But it's hot right now. So get on it now, get in now, because when it does shift, the strong will survive. If you're the best plus size model, you will survive the shift when it happens.
Yeah. Because Victoria's Secrets is booking plus size. They're booking people in wheelchairs, Old Navy, Good American, everybody. So this is a great time. So for those of you that want to model, why not you? So don't think that because of your age or your height or your weight or even your location, that's going to hold you back ever.
Yeah, and, get in now, because when the time does shift, you've done your part, you've done your work, you'll survive it. You know, it happens all the time. It's just like, you know, the trends of the 80s and 90s, the German trend, the Russian trend, the Brazilian trend.
I call them the freaks of nature trend, the ones that you're like, no matter if I even buy this lipstick, I'm not going to look like Adriana Lima. You know, you can try to buy that bra because it's on the cover, but these things are not yet.
Well, here's the thing. Adriana Lima was part of the Brazilian wave. Guess what? She survived it. There's no Brazilian wave right now, but she's still working because she survived the shift. Some of those Brazilian girls did not. And it's because of myriads of reasons. Maybe they took too much time off. Maybe they were lazy. Maybe their agency didn't do much for them. I don't know the reasons, but there are always survivors of these shifts. And she is a good example of the Brazilian wave. If anyone remembers, in the 90s, there was like 5 years where every single model was Brazilian. Now, I dare you to find one. Besides, you know, besides whatchamacallit, besides the few that survive. So anyway.
Yeah.
There will be survivors of this wave. There will be survivors of the diversity wave when it ends. There will be survivors, and we'll just see who they are.
And even now, like, models aren't necessarily just taking pictures anymore. They're also using personality and also having to speak, almost as though a brand ambassador. Would you agree?
Oh yeah, that's been going on for a while now, since the early 90s, when MTV decided to put a microphone in Cindy Crawford's hands when, you know, she was at her height. It kind of started that spark of, oh, she can speak and she's having something interesting to say, funny to say. Let's have other people do that. And it started that wave where now you must be able to speak. Now, if you can't deliver simple dialogue, there's no reason for an agency to take you, because most of the jobs that come in will be you saying something. So you can't just be a face taking photos. That doesn't exist. I just had an Instagram conversation with a guy a couple of days ago. He's like, well, I just want to model. I only want to model suits. I'm like, girl, bye. You can't, that's not happening. Like, there's no such thing as a suit model. They don't exist. If you can't speak, do underwear, do suits, do sweaters, do this, do that, then you're not a model and you need to go somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. Now, can you talk about when people are attempting to get into modeling, is it necessary to move to New York or LA, or can they literally live anywhere in the world? Because I think getting started What are your thoughts on this one?
You can start anywhere you want, absolutely. After a while, though, especially if you want to take this 100% seriously and go all in, yes, you're going to have to move eventually. Can you start in Minnesota? Absolutely. Can you start in Hawaii? Absolutely. Can you start in the middle of Germany? Absolutely. But eventually, that ceiling is very low. So once you get pictures, interest, clients asking for you, they're not gonna go to you. If there's a commercial for Kohl's shooting in New York and you live in Minnesota and they're like, wow, we really like this person, guess what? Yeah, they may even pay for your flight, but you still have to come. And then if those jobs get more and more and more frequent, you're gonna have to make a decision. Do you want to do this full time or part time? And if you want to do it part time, then yeah, stay in Minnesota. If you want to do this full time, eventually you'd have to move to where the action is, depending upon your look. Is it LA? Is it New York? Is it Europe? It depends on what you look like. But you're going to have to move to where you get the most requests. And some people get more requests here in New York. Some people get more requests in LA. Some people get more European, more Asian requests. So it just depends upon who's asking for you. Hello, you're silent. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I put myself on mute by accident. Oh, sure. But I think when people are looking to get into this industry, sometimes they find things that are local little jobs, local photographers. But if you're really trying to do this is why VIP is unlike any other company in the world, because we will send talent to New York or to LA to not only get to work on a higher level, because quality, getting to work with you, getting to work with a top photographer, makeup artist, get to network, but also learn, can you handle living in this area? So it's really a great, kind of like a dating period with the city of New York or the city of LA, Miami, even.
The city is its own animal. There are certain people who have amazing looks, could clean up here, but within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they're like, there is no way I could live here.
The novelty starts to wear off and you're like, oh my God, how am I going to handle this?
Yeah. And it's hard to live here. Have I broken down in days where I'm like, why? I mean, I don't do it anymore. I'm too old for it. My mind is settled. I'm going to die here. But when I was in my 20s.
Happy thoughts. Yeah. I still think you do better in LA. And I know you.
No.
I know, but it seems like to me. Yeah. I mean,
but when I was in my 20s, I would break down maybe once or twice a year. Like, what am I doing here?
I thought that when I lived there in the middle of the winter, and I was like, why? How am I going to shop today? Yeah.
But you get over it quick and move on.
All right. Well, we are going to we're so excited to see you in LA in just a couple of weeks. And I know some of you guys, how many of you guys are going to LA with us? Go ahead and type LA if you're going to LA. How many of you guys want to go to LA? Now, LA, it's done. It's happening in a couple of weeks. We're already preparing for it. Our talent have already been on calls to help prepare them. But there's also a lot of people that are brand new, Ryan. So we will be giving you later on in the call an opportunity to come out, meet Ryan Colby. And if you're going to do this, do it right or don't do it at all. I have a saying that I started years ago. It's called don't impersonate, be. If you want to be a model, let's do it. And the only way to really do it is to work with top people in the industry. So Ryan, I thank you so much for being on here today. Now, is Fashion Week over? Are you going to go to any of the shows tonight? Is it done?
No, it's not over. It's over on Thursday. No, I'm not going to any of the shows. I went to some parties, events, but I'm not going to any of the shows. No.
Okay. Good. Guys, any quick questions for Ryan? Very quickly, type them.
Aren't I doing questions later?
I think we may do questions later. Yeah. So this is what I want you to do. For anybody that has a question, write them down. So later on, when Ryan goes into the hot seat later on this evening, any questions that you have that may arise towards the end of the day, we can go ahead and address them. Is it okay to lightly touch up selfies?
No.
Okay, so the answer is no. So no filters. I still don't understand the filter thing. Okay.
No, there is no touching up of selfies. The reason why it's a selfie is that they want to see what you look like exactly the way you are. And when you wake up and you obviously wash your face, put some moisturizer. Like, okay, fine, I have moisturizer on right now. If I touch this up and I walk into a room, that's not what I look like. This is what I look like. What you know, you guys are seeing me right now. If
and it's still flawless. Yeah.
I'm aware. If I start playing with it,
this is our thing every time. Anytime he's in a heated rage, I'll just start with, what do you have? What is your skincare regime? And he stops and he tells me every time. We've been doing this for like 20 years.
You can't start playing with touch-ups. So no, the answer is no. Make sure you have good lighting, good moisturizer. For the females, yes, can you put a little mascara on? For sure. No foundation, a little tinted moisturizer as far as, you know, lips or whatever. Okay, that's fine. Even for the guys, tinted moisturizer is fine.
But no dark lips. But that's it. For selfies. Or digitals.
No. Meaning like lip balm that has like a tint to it. It's fine. But no foundation, none of that. So whatever you look like, that's what you look like. You cannot start altering it and changing it, because I'll notice it. And clients are I don't even know how to open Photoshop, and I know you've touched something up. I don't even know how to do it, but my eye is so trained to see what you've played with that I can see it instantly. And everyone tries to lie. I didn't touch up the photo. Yes, you did. I could see it instantly. So no touching up of digitals, because I will see it and it just annoys me, because what did I just say? Like, you know.
It's opposite. I literally get people from Open Call, Ryan, that still send me Instagram filtered photos with like puppy dog ears, rainbows coming out of their mouth, unicorn horns. And I'm like, are you thinking of me when you're sending these things? I'm not your friend. These suck. Send me new ones. And they're like, you're so mean. You're welcome. Ryan, thank you so much for being on. I have Deneen.
Yeah, I had no idea you were there.
I cheated either. So hello. Okay, I'm going to step away. Okay, bye.
Thank you so much, Mr. Colby. Everyone give it up for the one and only Ryan Colby and the one and only Alicia K-Back.
Okay, awesome. I'll see you guys later.
We'll see you later, Mr. Colby. Thank you.
See you. Bye. Bye.
Bye. All right, guys. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you guys learn from listening to Mr. Colby today? Give me a 1 or a 1 in the comments if you enjoyed and you learned something and you're going to start applying. I was listening in the background. I know. I've seen those photos too, guys. Awesome. Very good. So we are going to keep Transformation Day going. All right. So first of all, what I want everyone to do, let's hydrate before we have our next guest on. Ready? Cheers. Awesome. All right. So let's introduce our next guest. Let's see here. I'm going to find him and unmute him first. And what a surprise is it that Alicia's here with me live in person? How awesome is that? I was like, what? What's going on here? What? It's awesome. I love surprises. All right, guys. So let me introduce our next guest. He was a senior in high school in the Bronx when he turned his dream of working in the music business into a great big reality, landing his first gig as the staff songwriter to Irwin Levine Music Publishing. His career took off when he knocked on the door of the home of then president of Epic Records, Ron Alexenberg. Alexenberg soon became Schoenfeld's employer and later his manager, executive producer, investor, business partner, and friend. Mark wrote music for movies while writing and producing songs for Polygram, EMI, Motown, and Capitol Records. He also wrote and sold movies to Orion Pictures, Disney, DreamWorks, and Warner Brothers, collaborating with Hugh Jackman and director Steve Herrick. Schoenfeld is the writer and composer of the legendary Broadway show Brooklyn the Musical. Today, Mark manages film producer Scott Preisand of Rock of Ages with Tom Cruise, co-producer with Russell Simmons of the upcoming movie and theatrical musical The Scenario. He also has a huge project in the works where he literally scouted talent from all over the world. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Mark Schoenfeld.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, D girl. Hello, Allie. Hello, Mike. How is everybody?
We're awesome now that you're here, Mr. Schoenfeld.
Thank you so much. I see some familiar faces, a lot of new faces. So let's see here. Tina, I see you. You know, Tina, I want to tell you something. I often think about you because you're so emotional when you speak about your life and stuff. And I'm just hoping that you're forging ahead, overcoming every obstacle in your way, and that you're making headway in the business that you want to be in. And I think you're a winner. And I think your story is true and real, and therefore very emotional. And if there's anything I can do to help you, I'm there for you. Okay. I mean, I think about you all the time. I'm not just saying that. Okay. So I want to speak today about a lot of you know me and a lot of you don't, but here's my philosophy on show business. I actually don't like anything I watch on Netflix. I can't find anything I like. And, you know, I had Amazon Prime and Hulu, and I just can't find anything, right? So there are people like me that are just so picky. They don't like these movies. They don't like these reality shows. Now, I created 7 reality shows during the pandemic, and I sold 3. Yet I wouldn't even watch my own reality show when it comes on, on Netflix. I won't watch it because I don't really care about it. I created it, but it's not my passion. So I don't like movies most of the time. There's some, but most I don't. I don't like reality shows. I'm not a reader. People think I'm a reader because I'm a writer. So people think I read, but this is sort of a shame to say this, but I've never read a book in my life. And, I went, mostly through high school. I quit, when I became successful in the music business as a senior, but I never once read a book. Required reading, I didn't read it. For enjoyment, I didn't do it. And I'm not proud of that, but I'm making a point. There are people that don't like movies. There are people who don't like books. There are people who don't like television. There are people like me that don't like Instagram, don't like Facebook, don't like TikTok, hate all the music that I hear on TikTok by all these young girls that have this, pussycat voice that they all do. I just think it's such conformity, just my opinion. And we can go on like that. But the one thing I know is there's not a single person in this world that doesn't like music. So you actually have the whole world loves something that can unite the whole world, and that's music. So if you're in America and you're anti-Trump and you're pro-Trump, you know what brings you together? If there's a conversation about music and you like the same song, the same artist. Music is a uniter all around the world. There's a terrorist out there what wants to bomb America, but he likes the Doors or he likes whatever. Everyone loves music, where you don't really love all the other art forms. So I always felt that way. So everything I ever did in my life of breaking into this business has to do with music. So I broke into this business as a writer of music, a writer of songs, and then a producer of music, a producer of songs, and then an executive in the music business, discovering music from outside people, discovering artists. And when I went into Hollywood, I sold 5 movies. And those 5 movies not only were music centric, the stories were about music, because I know the world loves music. So you cannot watch a movie without the underscore of the music or a soundtrack. It would be unwatchable. You wouldn't cry. You wouldn't have fear if it's a horror movie. You wouldn't get chills if it's meant to give you goosebumps. It's the music. It's not even the actors or the words. It's the music that causes all that emotion. You're not going to go and dance in a dance floor without a groove and a beat that forces you on a dance floor. Music can actually change your body chemistry. It could change the molecules in a room. Nothing is as powerful as music in the form of art. So if you love paintings and drawings and you see a painting on a wall in a museum or your house, you know, it's not going to do what music can do behind that painting. If music was behind that painting, you would get more chills, you know, or whatever that painting was supposed to do. I think as I'm saying this, you would all agree with that. It'd be hard to find someone out there who says, I just hate music. It just, yeah, like, just hate it. In other words, no matter what it is, they hate music. You know, so there's a theory about that, which is when we are in the womb, what you hear is music. The fluid of the female, the mom, is making noise, which can be conceived as music. So it's the first thing when you're an embryo or a baby, however you want to view it, you are hearing music. And therefore it's in you before you were ever born. Having said all that, everything I do has to do with music. So I'm going to tell you something I'm doing right now. First of all, there really is no music business anymore. Record labels, of which I was, you know, a vice president of A&R for many record labels, they don't really exist anymore. They're not really looking for artists. If you love music and you think you have something, most of the time you're showing it on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. And it's like a lottery. It's like, does it go viral? Most likely not. Occasionally, yes, and someone becomes very successful. But it's like winning a lottery. You can't win the lottery without buying a lottery ticket. So you put yourself out there like that. But the chances are, even if it's great, even if your music can cure cancer, no one's going to want it because it's just too much out there on all these platforms. So knowing that's partly of who I am, a lot of you who know me doing other things as well, but mostly that's what I am. I came up with a new way of doing things. And this has always been my philosophy. If everyone's going that way, go that way. Now, there are going to be other speakers on here, I'm sure, that are very smart, intelligent, have success, and would disagree with me. But that's up for you to decide what's right for you. I find that if everyone is that way, I'm not going with that herd. I'm just not going there. So Mark Schoenfeld is not going to take what he creates and put it on TikTok. It's not gonna, even if I had some young girl singing it and shaking her stuff like you see, no, I'm not gonna do it. It's just not who I am. So I had to find a different way. So as you know, or as you might know, I created a musical without ever seeing a musical on Broadway. I never saw a musical in high school. I never saw a musical in, junior high school, or what you call middle school now. Never saw a musical, didn't care about musical. Yet I created a musical. First musical I ever saw was my own on Broadway. But so that's music. I didn't create a play, I created a musical. But the musical itself was about music. It was actually about music. So I created something else a while ago called Music Boy. And I had sold this to Disney. And then it came back to me because they buy it for only a certain period of time and then they renegotiate. And at the time they wanted to renegotiate, their money offer was not enough for me to say yes. And I didn't need their money because of other successes. So I could easily say no. And when I said no, I went out and Hugh Jackman became my partner. And that was a big deal because that's a giant attachment, one of the most, A-list guys in Hollywood and Broadway. And so I was with him for a number of years, partners, creating it, but he and his business partner had a divorce, not his wife, his business partner. And my show was their baby, and there was a fight over it, and I took it back. I wasn't going to go with his partner because he's not Hugh Jackman, but there was lawyers and everything. So I just took it back. Now it's a huge thing happening right now in Hollywood. I mean, very huge. In October, at the Wallace Annenberg, which is a performing arts theater in Beverly Hills, it's like the Lincoln Center of Los Angeles. So no tourists go there, only A-listers. Like most of you, if you live in New York or you visit New York, you probably don't go to Lincoln Center. Lincoln Center is for a whole different echelon. Not even me. I don't go to Lincoln Center either. And I lived in New York forever. So the Wallace Annenberg is that. So when you go to the Wallace Annenberg, when you're watching something, a performance, you're sitting next to Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg, and it's only A-listers. It's in Beverly Hills, and that's all you have. Well, what just happened to me is that in March, this coming March, for 3 nights in a row, Music Boy as a concert, so not book scenes, not like the actual musical or movie, but book scenes, is going to be presented to an industry audience for 3 nights in a row. That's 150 invited industry audience from Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Disney, you name it, Broadway, everything, 3 nights in a row. That's all who's there. Can't get in otherwise. And I'm going to narrate the story. And then the singers will just get up where I'll describe the scene and the story, and they get up and they just sing the song. So it's a concert, but you get the whole story without the acting. And this is going to create a bid war where right now I could tell you, and I'm serious, I can sell this right now for $600,000. That's an offer I have, but I have partners. So I'm not ending up with $600,000. I'm ending up with $60,000. And then when you take taxes out, I'm ending up with $40,000. Well, I don't need your $40,000. You know, if I was getting the $600,000 myself, I'd probably take that offer. But I love the fact that I can't take that offer because I'm not willing to sell it and get so cheap. So we're creating a bid war. See, I can right now go into, let's say, a famous production company run by Steven Spielberg, and he will make me an offer. He will buy it, but there's not going to be a bid war because no one else has seen it. He sees it. He preempts the sale. So this is creating a bid war. Now, at the same time, I know, as I told you, that you have to look at the music industry different than what it once was. Now it's about TikTok, and it's about Instagram, and it's about YouTube. That's what it's about. And I'm refusing to go into that area. And this is a story about music. So what I've done, which is knocking people out, is I've contacted the Philharmonic, the Los Angeles Philharmonic, through a partner, and they are going to play all of the music of Music Boy. I am going to narrate it at the Hollywood Bowl, and the singers will come out and sing the songs like we're doing for the Wallace Annenberg for the bid war. No one else has ever thought of going to the Philharmonic. By the way, it wasn't my thought. It came to me in the form of a partner who suggested this, and I thought it was brilliant. The Philharmonics, or the symphonies around the world, are having trouble because the people who go to those shows, they're dying or dead. You know, you can't try to think of everyone you know and tell me if they go to the Philharmonic, wherever they are at symphony. They probably don't. So they're looking for an audience, and they want family. They want the whole family to come, like Disney. The whole family goes, right? When they make a movie, it's for the whole family. So they are going to take Music Boy and present it so families go hear the Philharmonic. Now, once this is done, then all the Philharmonics around this country and around the world will take Music Boy, because it's the only one out there that they can play to bring in a family. It's pretty great besides that, but just look at that. No one else has come to them but me, because I rejected what the industry is telling me to do. TikTok, YouTube. That if you are trying to get in the music business, then I'm going to tell you, think like me, but also do TikTok, also do YouTube. But when you do it, make sure that you are unique. Every time people show, I have a 14-year-old granddaughter. She's constantly showing me people on TikTok that are dancing and singing. And it's all crap. And she's growing up with crap. And they all sing the same way, and they all dance the same way. And all these young girls are showing their asses. And it's just one after another, after another, after another. And it becomes maybe titillating at first, but very boring, very fast. And so I would suggest that anyone who loves music and can create music and songs, think the way I think. Where is the herd? Don't go there. Absolutely don't go there. And because you won't win. But if you do something completely unique, I'm going to show you what I did for a young girl. A young girl came to me with her mother, who was at the time, a very awkward girl. I think she was 15 at the time. And she sang for me. She played the guitar. She sang her own song. And if I had to give it a grade, the grade would have been an F in everything. But I can see that she was a very awkward girl. And therefore, I didn't want to give her that grade. So I told her that I saw promise. And I said, you probably can get somewhere on a community level or a regional level. And she says, well, I want to be worldwide. I want to be Taylor Swift, she tells me. And she tells me that she's a Swiftie. And, I have to tell you, at the time, I knew nothing about Taylor Swift other than her name. And so I'm listening to her, and I'm feeling more than sorry. I'm feeling, I have empathy towards this girl. And then I realize that she's in need of help. Her mother confides in me later on and tells me that she's seeing doctors, psychiatrists, and she hurts herself, scratches herself or cuts herself. And now I absolutely want to help this girl. So she's bullied. She's bullied at school because she thinks she's Taylor Swift. She doesn't look like Taylor Swift. She's not tall. She's not skinny. She's not blonde. It's a whole other thing. But she feels she can be Taylor Swift. So I say to her, why don't we tell the truth about what's happening to you? That you're being bullied because you love Taylor Swift, because you want to be Taylor Swift. Now, this mostly happens to girls. I very rarely, in fact, I never came across a boy who is just so obsessed with wanting to be, Justin Bieber or anything like that. It's almost like boys, it's so cavalier. As I said, I have a granddaughter, but I have a grandson too. They're twins. And the boy, nothing bothers him. The girl, everything bothers her. What she wears, how's her hair, what someone's saying at school. The boy, he doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit at all. It's easier to be a boy. I figured that out. So I said to her, why don't we tell the truth about you? That you're bullied, that you want to be Taylor Swift. You think you can rise to be Taylor Swift. You think you could be a great songwriter like Taylor Swift, if in fact she's the only songwriter. I mean, she probably collaborates with some famous songwriters. Why don't we just tell the truth? And why not in the video? We're going to create this song, and in the video, you actually do what you haven't done. You kill yourself because of the bullying that you're getting because you admire Taylor Swift and you want to be her so much and you believe you could be her. Why don't we just pull it all out there? And we're going to call the song The Death of a Taylor Swift Wannabe. And we just go further than what you did. And she agreed to do it. So I wrote that song with her. So now she has a collaborator that knows what to do. I actually brought in some other people to collaborate too, just like the real business of the record business. That's what they do. Don't believe whatever you see that someone wrote that song by themselves. No, it doesn't work that way. And let's do that. And I said, I'm pretty sure that if Taylor Swift sees this video and hears the song, if she has any heart at all, she's going to contact you. I don't know what she's going to say to you. I don't know what she's going to do for you. I don't know her. Let's see what happens. So we create this. And you can go on YouTube right now and you could put down the death of a Taylor Swift wannabe. So she puts it out and I think it gets something like 300 or 350,000 views pretty fast before it leveled off. But someone in Taylor Swift's camp contacted her and said, if you come to Nashville, you will be part of Taylor Swift's writing team. And this young girl, who was 15 when I met her, now is 18 and lives in Nashville and writes for Taylor Swift. That's amazing. And that's because we didn't do a TikTok girl. And we didn't do all the things that all the other girls are doing that I'm speaking mostly of girls because mostly that's what my granddaughter shows me on TikTok. What everyone's doing to try to get into the music business. We went a completely different way. A song that most likely can never get played on the radio. But I only had one person in mind to like that song and like that video. And that was Taylor Swift, because I wanted this girl to overcome her neuroses, psychoses, and I wanted her to be well. And her mother, who has become a friend, has said to me numerous times that I did more for her daughter than all the money that she spent on psychiatry for all the years that this girl was bullied. And I did it with music. The power of music is beyond anything else in the arts. Would you agree with me? Do you think a book could have done this for her, or just a movie or a speech or whatever? It was the whole thing was done through music. And then I managed these video guys, a very famous video guys that I discovered who do this rapper, Joyner Lucas. And I asked them to contribute to the video. So they did the video. So go look at it. The Death of a Taylor Swift Wannabe. At the end of the song, you'll see the real girl. You'll see the awkwardness. And that girl today has no awkwardness anymore. And she's not doing anything detrimental to herself. And though I would have loved the song to make a ton of money for her, the fact is it did something more. It saved her life. And that's the power of music. And that's why I take Music Boy and not going. So you see, I'm going to do this thing at the Wallace Annenberg for only the industry and create a bid war. But at the same time, I'm doing this at the Philharmonic. So all the Philharmonics, this is how it will spread around the world. So this is the marketing and the promotion savvy that those of you who know me know that I have. I was sort of born with it. And I used both to create what's happening with Music Boy. And if we're still on, and I still see you guys occasionally during these boot camps, I will let you know. But I'm going to tell you that I'm going to get at least a $5 million paycheck for Music Boy or more from most likely Netflix or Amazon Prime, most likely. You know, a lot of the people who I work with wanted to go to Broadway because then they could see it, because making an animated or a series out of it is going to take a lot longer than go to Broadway. I probably can be up on Broadway after this thing I'm doing at the Wallace Annenberg within 2 years. And the people I'm with would rather that happen than this giant paycheck, because then they could see their work up and you feel good about it. But I'm not doing that. I'm taking the money. I don't care if I ever see it again. And the reason I'm taking the money is there's a man who came into my life. And let me just stress this, though it doesn't mean anything. I am not gay, okay? A stranger came into this life, a man named Carlos Martinez, when I was deathly sick. And I walked with a walker for 8 years. And I wanted to kill myself and was getting up the nerve to do it. And he walked into my life and saved my life. And I am doing this because I put him on my will that he will get my money. And I want him not to have just this money I have now. I want him to have $10 million. I want him never to worry about money. He's much younger than me, than ever again. That's why I'm doing it. So I'm interested in the money. I'm not interested in the art, but I'm interested in the money for a whole different reason. So having said all that, everything you do, I don't, again, some other speakers are going to disagree with me. I never play it safe. I just believe if you play it safe, you can't win. So I never play it safe. So, and utilize music for everything you do. I don't know, I represent a big model, but I don't really know how you utilize music. I made videos of her singing and dancing and all that, and I got to guest with her through Kendall Jenner. So it was a lot of connections that I had that I made that happen. But I still go by the same thing. Utilize music for everything you do because it's the unifier. No one hates music. Nobody. So if you're an actress and you're doing a monologue, utilize music in the background. If you're a writer, put the music that's playing as you're writing a story. So Tina, if you're writing a story about what happened in your life with your husband, what's the music playing if that was a movie? So when you're writing it, say, as this was happening, the music of whatever it was, was playing so people can feel that music. Utilize music because it's so powerful. And I think you would agree after hearing me speak, there is nothing more powerful in the arts than music. When you get into your car, you're putting on music probably, it's in your life somewhere, and it's just too powerful. So that's my philosophy. So everything I do, I utilize music. You guys know I've done other things. All the reality shows, I said I created 7 and sold 3. It doesn't matter what it was about. What sold the reality shows was music. The girl who asked me to help her with these reality shows is the violinist for Trans-Siberian Orchestra. She's a rock star, but she wanted to create these reality shows and I had no interest in it. She has interest in honey, bees, and what honey does. Well, how you can't live without bees and honey. She's expressing it all to me and I'm thinking, Asha, I don't know what you think that I would care about honey. I don't really care about honey and I don't really care about bees. And she's so passionate, she's telling me. And she's telling me that she was rejected by some old boyfriend said she has no talent in this, who's in the reality business. That's what made me want to help her. I wanted to, shove it up, to this boyfriend. So that's what I was motivated to help her for. She's not my girlfriend. I didn't do it out of love. And what I did was I with her, but I put all the music in there and that's what sold it. That's what sold it. So all the 7 I did, I just loaded it up with original music, with old music. And that's what sold it, was the power of music and the power of nostalgia. A music brings you back, if you were living, to another time and place, to when you met your first boyfriend or girlfriend, or when you had your first baby, when you went to college. Music does that. And so it's going to, whatever I picked, I knew I was doing that to whoever is going to watch this thing we're trying to sell. So it was, all 7 were loaded with music, just loaded. And she was astounded because she knew I picked all the right songs and created songs for it and stuff like that. And I sold 3. So I hope this means something to you guys. D-Girl and Allie, I am going to be in Beverly Hills, living in Beverly Hills for the month of October. So if you can let me know, when your Los Angeles trip is with all this talent here, if I can arrange that, I don't have a meeting on that day. Of course, if I do, that has to, take precedence, because I'm going out there pitching individuals like Jim Carrey. We have an appointment to pitch Jim Carrey. So a Will Ferrell. We have appointments to pitch Will Ferrell. So we're pitching stars and stuff. But I would love to know the dates and then see if I can join you guys. I haven't seen you in person for a long time, D-Girl, Allie, Mike, and meet so many people that, I only see on Zoom, and meet them in person and see if I can be really helpful to anyone in person.
Well, so I happen to know people who can make that happen, Mr. Schoenfeld.
When are the dates?
October 21st to the 23rd.
So I'm there. I'm there from October 1st or September 25th. We don't know which right now, to November 5th. And
I want you to myself for one of those days without the talent. But after that, then we'll talk about, then we'll negotiate having you meet everyone. How's that sound?
I would love to be with you. Absolutely love it. So just write that down, knowing I'm going to be there, and we'll figure it out.
I don't have to write it down. It's seared right here, Mr. Schoenfeld, right in my head.
All right. So let me right now take any questions that anyone has about anything I said today or anything that I've said on any other days.
Okay.
D-Girl, can you help me with that?
Absolutely. So if anyone
by the way, guys, let me just say this. By the way, guys, I just want you to know that I am still not technical. And what you see I'm doing here, D-Girl taught me how to do it, because I rejected this in the beginning by saying, I don't know how to do any of this.
Hold on. Can I tell them how it really went?
Yes.
D-Girl, I don't think this is going to work. Nope. And then I would, Mark, you can do it. And he'd be like, well, I don't know, D-Girl. And then he was like, okay, well, call me and we'll walk you through it. So I'd call him 15 minutes before every call. And then he'd be like, okay, you can let me go now. But now you're actually teaching people how to use Zoom. I've heard that rumor.
No, I'm terrible.
You're not.
And I don't want, and here's the thing, guys, I don't want to learn anything new. But what I hope is that I'm giving you a new way of looking at things and learning. And as I say, it doesn't mean that the other speakers are wrong. And it doesn't mean that I'm wrong if they say I'm wrong. You have to internalize it and be your own CEO. You're your own CEO. Take from the best and pay it back with interest. If I tell you something, you say, I'm going to utilize it. Oh, I'm good, but I'm going to even do more than what he said. The same thing with the other speakers. Be your own CEO. So D-Girl, let's go on. Let's see if I can answer and be helpful to anybody.
Okay, I'll definitely do that. But I'm going to start by saying, do not drop your email address into the comments, because Mark will not email you. You go through us. All right. Christina has a question for you.
Okay. Hello, Christina.
Hello. I wrote a song about the time me and my love met, and I love that idea about putting it out there. And I was talking to Keith Shockley, and from my understanding, these platforms like Instagram and Facebook, if you put your music out there, they own the content. So are there any issues with putting it out there, using our own music with everything that we do? Should we not? Should we just put like a little snippet and not the whole thing?
So I know Keith, okay, and he may know more about what you're asking than me, but I would tell you this, that would never stop me from doing what I have to do. In other words, that's what I'm saying, like someone's putting out an obstacle. So if I had my own music and I was interested like you about putting it out on YouTube, that would never stop me. Never in a million years would I let that stop me. And I know Keith, and even if he said, Mark, You don't know, you're putting it, no. And I'm going to give you an example. I sold Brooklyn, that became a musical for me on Broadway. I sold it as a movie. And then I got into an argument with this famous director. I was living in his home with his wife. He had a mansion. And they owned it. And they said, we got into an argument. And he said, I'm just going to make it, it won't be a movie. I'm going to make it a musical. You can't because of the contract we had. I went to the lawyer. The lawyer said, you can't do it, Mark. You know what? I did it. I said, let him sue me. I don't care. And you know what? I made a fortune. And none of the scare tactics that all of them said to me, I made a fortune. I made like $800,000 in 1 year. And, no one came after me. No one did anything. But if I would have listened to the lawyer and listened to this director, I'd be less $800,000. So I don't let any of that stop me.
Great, thank you. Yeah, the things that you fear often never happen. So
yes, exactly. You live in fear, and that's not reality.
Right. Thank you very much.
Hon. Yes, hon.
That was an awesome question. Thank you, Christina. Okay, who else has questions for Mr. Schoenfeld? You guys, Mark, every time we do one of these calls, I hear, oh my gosh, if I just had 2 minutes with Mark. And now people are like, nope, not asking my question. So what questions do you guys have for him?
It doesn't have to be on what I just said. It doesn't have to be on my speech today. It could be about speeches on other days, or even if you're just meeting me today, it could be about anything.
Tina Harding has a question for you.
Sure.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, hon.
I'm just trying to ask people because I am an emotional writer, and so I've got a couple people have suggested different ways or different apps to speak into. So I'm just kind of playing around with different apps. Do you have one that you suggest as far as being able to speak and it doesn't come back to you radically different?
Oh, girl, you are so far ahead of me. I don't even use the word apps. Apps sounds like abs. I'm working out in the gym and I'm trying. I don't even use that. That's what I'm saying. D-Girl is giving me way more credit because I am not into that at all. I still write like this on paper.
Okay.
I'm just not into that. I don't want to give you the wrong information.
So I write like you. So what do I do with all this to get it in to make sense when I write? I have pages and sometimes it's hard.
All right. So what I would suggest you do is I have an assistant. Okay. And she puts everything into order and then sends it to whoever I have to send it to. I don't even look at it. I don't proof it. I don't do anything. She's a college student. She wants into the industry. And now she will be with me. By the way, D-Girl, she will be with me in California the whole time. I got to find a place for her because, I'm refusing her to stay with me because I can't have that, But I would say honestly, Tina, to try to find a college student to take what you do and put it in the right format, even if it's, typed into the right format. And they could look up. So if you're writing a book, there's a format for a book. Like if you're writing a book that you're going to self-publish, right? That's what I assume you would be doing.
Well, Michael gave us a formula, or he did give me a formula to use. It's such a huge topic and it keeps changing by things that come in. So then I'm all over the place. So I did talk to a producer, an agent producer who worked for Universal, and he said that he's very interested in following me when I write, and I'll stumble. I write and then I get something happen and then I come back to it and I have a lot more. So it's a big, huge snowball. It's a mess.
By the way, that's normal. That's
okay.
Not abnormal. That's exactly, even with me, what's happening, it's the same exact thing. Just because, I'm professional and sold so much, it's still the same exact thing that's happening to you. That's all normal. And in the end, you can't really edit yourself. You're going to need someone to edit. You're going to need someone to proof it. But I have a friend that I brought on here. I don't know if you were around at that time, Paul Boynton. Allie and D-Girl, you might remember Paul Boynton. He wrote a book called Begin with Yes. He had the same stumbles as you. It's so successful now. I can't, he's probably written eight books or 9 books on it. Look him up. Paul Boynton, Poynton. His first book was Begin with Yes. And maybe if you contact him and you tell him you're a friend of mine, maybe he could give you good advice. But he stumbled like you, and he's an expert now on how you self-publish and make it by Amazon printing the books for you and stuff. So, you know, contact him and tell him you're a friend of mine. I can't guarantee, he's so successful at it. I mean, he just waits for checks to be deposited in his account. And like I say, he's got 8 or 9 books, but he was no different than you. He never did anything before. He did this at a much older age than you are. I'm going to say he did it, you know, when he's probably 75 or 76 now. I'm going to say he did it at 66, 67 years old. He came to me. He asked to have lunch with me, and he asked my advice. And my advice was that what you just heard, don't let anything get in your way. Don't fear anything. Don't just do it. Just whatever it is, do it. And one whole chapter is about me in the book. And it's the most popular chapter, but he's so beyond that now. So by all means, buy that book, and you're going to see how simple it is and how simple it's written. But somehow it affected average people. Just somehow it's not poetry. It's not beautiful literary work, but somehow it just affected average people to begin with yes, say yes to everything. And that's all it says. So it might be 100 pages, but it's only saying one thing: begin with yes. It's that simple.
Okay.
But I wish I could help you, but I'm just Mike is going to be better at knowing apps or what you're talking than I just. It's not that I don't know anything. I know less than anything. Like I'm still using pencils with erasers, so not the right guy.
Me too.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
And Tina
but Tina, you're so emotional that, even as a speaker, if you had something to sell as a speaker, you're going to sell stuff. It's going to work. Because what happens with someone like you, Tina, don't take this the wrong way. D-Girl, please don't take this the wrong. You make people fall in love with you because you're so emotional. And that's on a Zoom, so imagine in person. It's going to work for you. Get it done. Get on a speakers bureau. Start speaking locally at your local, chapters of this in schools. And it's going to work because you're going to win. You're going to win. And of course, you take all that emotion that's killing you, is going to be the same emotion that saves you.
Thank you.
And just so you know, too, Tina, when you go to Rainmaker in a couple of weeks, you'll go over all of that as well. So you're going to be very well equipped.
That's what I was going to say, that I don't have much, but I am making the investment because this radically changed everything in my life, and people should not have to walk through this. So if I can help people, then that's why I do it. So thank you. Thank you.
Even what you just said, which is you didn't use $100 words. It's so emotional. People are gonna, if you're in front of them, they're gonna buy your book. This is what's gonna happen.
Thank you.
I used to be on the speakers bureau. That's how I first met Allie and Mike and all that. But before I met them, I was, Brooklyn was a hit. So I was on a speakers bureau, and it was great. I was making like great money and all of that. And then when Brooklyn died down, then you died down, So it was a lot of fun, tremendous fun when I did that.
Thank you
I think
so much.
You'll have fun, telling your story emotionally, making money, doing what you love, and helping people at the same time.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got it, girl.
All right. Thank you for your question, Tina. All right.
Thank you.
Welcome. Marcia Clark has a question.
I haven't seen Marcia for a long time.
And here she is in the flesh, Mark Schoenfeld.
Hi, Mark. How are you? I miss you, my friend.
All right, girl.
Hey, I was curious to know if you could provide some hints, tips, advice, because we all have certain amounts of self-doubt and chatter in the back of our minds. How do you what techniques, what do you do to help suppress the self-doubt? What gives you that chutzpah that gets you out there making those really bold, radical moves?
Well, that's a wonderful question. I must have had self-doubt at times in my life. I must have. But to be honest, I can't really remember. So I haven't had self-doubt. You know the story of when that girl gave me my first kiss, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I haven't had it. I haven't had any doubt since then. I'm not joking. And to this day, if even I have self-doubt, I think about her kiss to me, and that's it. I basically say, you know, I can't say her name, but I'll say her first name. Wherever she is, hey, Nancy, you see me now? See me now? You see, I got this big thing, music boy, you you sure you don't want to meet with me again? Because she's divorced, I'm divorced, but, we're old now. But that doesn't bother me, but somehow bothers her, So, but I always use that. I always think of her. So that's why I love telling that story, because it's completely real. And you know what I've said. That kiss was more important to me than my wife, who I'm divorced from, but my wife getting babies, it was way more powerful. And so I utilize it. So maybe you have to utilize something in your life, and maybe it's having babies, that just, you all of a sudden you're as confident as can be, and just always sort of think that way. The other thing, Marcia, is that I love what I do. Like, I know when I create something or write something that it's really great. I never, when I finish it, I never say, this is really average, or this is just slightly above average. No, I won't finish it. I'll drop it if I don't think it's really great. And for all you writers out there, what I do is, I don't just mean songwriters, I come up with a phrase that I love. And I start with a phrase. This could be helpful to anyone who's writing. So like Tina, I have a song in this show that works for you. So you really can't use it as a song, but I'm going to express how it works for you. The song is called With Our Tears, We Can Water Roses. So instead of having wasted tears, you use your tears to create something beautiful. You grow something beautiful. So I always come up with a phrase. Another hit song that I have now going on is, you'll never find a rainbow if you're looking down. So once I came up with that phrase, I knew the song was going to be beautiful. It writes itself, I have another song in the show where the boy character, the girl is kidnapped, but she gets to him and says, don't worry about me. And the song, the title is, even when she cries, there's a rainbow in every teardrop. So once I came up with that phrase, I said, it's going to be glorious. It's just going to happen fast. So that may be a trick for any of you to do. Come up with a great phrase, a great title, and then it sort of helps write itself. And I truly mean that. That's exactly how I write.
That's awesome. Thanks so much. So find that anchor point in your life and just really hold on to it to push you through.
Concerning that, yeah. In other words, I had a wonderful, wonderful childhood. So every time I do something, it's in honor of Joan, Abe, and Lynn. That's my mother, my father, and my sister. And so whatever I do, it's because, wow, I had the opposite of what most of the time I hear of terrible childhood. I had the opposite. I've often said that my mother refused her son to wash a dish, to vacuum a floor. She didn't want to see me do anything menial. She said, there's great things for my son. And just always overloved by my mother, my father, and my sister. So I use that also as I'm doing this, where I don't really believe in heaven. Sorry, D girl, but I do believe in this. I believe that there's a parallel universe. I do believe that energy goes somewhere, and that every time I've been saved, I've been in 2 car accidents where I should be dead or paralyzed, and I was saved. And I believe that my mother or my father saved me from that. So I don't say they're in what traditionally we see as heaven, but I do believe in a parallel universe. So, D-Girl, is that good enough for you?
I think it was amazing. Mark, I love you no matter what. We can, what the thing is, we can have different beliefs, but I know that at your core, you're like one of the most tremendously giving, loving human beings that I've ever met in my life. And I haven't even met you in person yet. So
thank you, hon. And by the way, with Brooklyn, the born again Christian community is the one that saved the show. It should have closed in one day because of a terrible review by the New York Times. But the born again community, they came over to me and I remember they said, are you born again? And I said, no, but I know you're complimenting me. I know you're complimenting, and I take it as a wonderful, well, what are you? And they thought I was going to say Jewish because they see my last name. And I said, well, you're not going to like this, but I'm an atheist. And then they said to me, it doesn't matter what you think you are. We know that Jesus is working through you. And I said to them, if you want to believe that, I can't stop you, but trust me, I don't have good thoughts all the time. They said, doesn't matter. You're working. I said, okay.
None of us have good thoughts all the time, Mark. But we'll talk about that over breakfast when I meet you in Hollywood.
All right, hon. All right, hon.
Marcia, I'm going to give you can I give you another piece of advice too? To kind of piggyback off what Mark said. When is a moment you felt absolutely freaking powerful? Like you could take on the world. Like you had a sword in your hand and you could slay all the dragons. Whenever you're feeling not confident, I want you to anchor into that moment. And I if you need help, I can tell you one moment I know you absolutely felt that way. Okay. So instead of anchoring in the doubt and, oh, this person, that, anchor in those moments, the moment that you know that you absolutely kicked butt.
You got it. You got it. You got it.
Oh, yeah. Rock your superhero pose.
Yeah. Nice seeing you again, Marcia.
Nice seeing you. Thank you so much always for your wisdom and your stories. You bring so much warmth and support to my heart. I just love you to pieces, Mark.
Well, you make me feel wonderful. Thank you so much, girl.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks for your question, Marcia. Remember, superhero pose. That's better.
I like that background.
I know. I want the Hollywood background.
Hello, Mr. Schoenfeld.
Hi, hon. How are you, girl?
Good. Awesome. We're in the same place at the same time.
I know. It's like, and we're wearing the same shirt too.
Awesome. So, Allie, I don't know if you heard, but I will be in Beverly Hills when you're in Los Angeles.
Oh, Nate, now great.
Definitely.
Awesome.
We'll do breakfast.
Awesome. All right, guys. So we have to keep this transformation day going. So I have a question for you. On a scale of 1 to 10, how amazing was it hearing from Mark Schoenfeld? Drop a comment. Oh, I love that. They're like, I can't stop at 10, Deneen. What kind of craziness do you think this is? Awesome. Well, Mark, thank you so much for being here. I cannot wait to meet you face to face.
You've never met him face to face?
I've never met him face to face.
What?
I know. It's a travesty. What? It's a travesty.
I don't remember the last time was it LA or New York? We were like rock stars for a while. We were in both coasts, LA and Beverly Hills at the montage.
Yes.
Rubbing elbows. We'll bring you. We'll indoctrinate her. You'll love it.
I can't wait. It's going to be amazing.
Bye-bye, my babies.
Bye, Schoenfeld. We love you. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye, guys.
Awesome. All right.
Aww, he's so sweet.
I know.
Just my babies.
All right, guys. So how amazing has today been? Are you starting to feel the transformation coming to pass? Transformation day. Oh, hold on. Are you guys, if you're feeling transformed, type transformed in the comments. Awesome. All right. Well, we have another very special guest coming up right now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Alicia introduce her for us. All right. But first, let me unmute her and let her know that we are ready. All right. All right. So, Alicia, I'm going to unmute our next guest. It's always so, there's always so much more pressure when you have someone standing next to you for whatever reason. All right. Okay. So are you guys ready for our next special guest? If you are, type "I'm ready" in the comments. Now we're switching over because Ryan Colby was talking about modeling and then we were talking about theater and now we're getting on to acting. Hi, Tanya.
Hello.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Hi, ladies.
Hi.
How are you?
Hi. All right, so we're going to be in LA in a couple of weeks. So
I know, I'm excited to see you.
I have not seen you since the baby, so I'm excited.
I know, it's time.
Oh my gosh. All right, guys. So I'm very excited to introduce Tanya Kleckner. She is, okay, I know I'm very blunt. Meet your maker right here. She is so amazing. And you know, what I love most about you is that you're also very humble. She's coming to you live from LA. For those of you guys looking to get an agent right here, but we're going to go over today what an agent actually does, the difference between finding castings on your own versus going through an agent, and what are some of her like absolute don'ts. So Tanya has an extensive music background, and I don't want to give away too much, but an extensive music background. Her father was very much part of the music industry, but what you should know about Tanya, not only does she live in LA and she's fabulous, but she has talent on some of the biggest shows and movies right now. You have talent currently working with Tim Burton on a series coming out this fall. You have people on NCIS New Orleans, on All American, Power Book Ghost, video game, including Kratos, and on God of War. Steve Carell, a show on Hulu called Patient.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, these are just current ones that are just coming out. I have my client is one of the series leads in Tim Burton's new series called Wednesday that will be coming out.
I'm so excited for that.
This fall, which is very exciting. She just finished shooting that in Romania. I have another series lead in a show called All American, which some of you all know on CW. Power Book Ghost, it's series regular in NCIS New Orleans. Kratos is God of War. We've just currently finished the sequel, which will be coming out soon. And I do a lot of video games, but I've worked on many Stranger Things. I have a client in Stranger Things 4, which I'm sure a lot of you have seen. My other client, same client, he's on the new series for Hulu with Steve Carell. She plays his wife. So there's a lot of stuff that I'm currently working on, but I've had, as you know, I've booked many people in series regular roles, series leads for Netflix, Amazon, Apple TV. I have a client in the morning show for Apple TV, Jennifer Aniston's show. So yeah, a lot of stuff. I have Walking Dead series regular that actually just finished, but then he just finished up Shazam, the sequel, with Helen Mirren. So yeah, a lot of good stuff.
And the key word is series regulars, not extras, guys. So let's go over a little bit about your background and how you became a top Hollywood agent. How did this become? Who are you?
Who am I? Well, I started as a receptionist in a very big corporate agency where they had a lot of A-list actors, and just kind of realized the assistant to the partners was quite bad at her job. So I eyeballed that job, realized she was going to get fired very soon. So I kind of finagled my way into that position. And I realized I was not toot my own horn. I was actually really good at it. And then after about 3 years, I was offered another job. So I kind of used that as leverage to get myself to be an agent. I said, look, I'm going to leave unless you make me a junior agent. So they did make me a junior agent, and I had my own casting directors. You kind of get given your own casting directors, your own projects. They give you the clients, and I started booking a lot of jobs. And then one of the partners actually had a stroke, and so I managed to get his big executive corner office, and that was that. And I kind of moved on from there. I don't know whether any of you have seen The Offer on Paramount Plus, the making of the Godfather film. I haven't seen it yet. Oh, okay. So one of the people that did that, she was actually my mentor and the agent that trained me to be an agent.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is pretty cool. That's really cool. Now, do you think your background, like, can you talk a little bit about your childhood? Do you think that had any part of you becoming who you are? Like, as far as work-wise, like maybe.
I kind of fell into being an agent. I never really thought I would be an agent. I grew up in the music business because my dad was a big musician. I mean, he played with Frank Sinatra and all these types of people, and John Lennon would come to my house. Like I kind of grew up in that whole crazy.
John Lennon would come to your house.
Yeah, I mean, my dad was good friends with him. Bill Wyman still is good friend. Like,
John Lennon's coming over.
Just when you're young, you don't care, right?
I know. So it's just Diana Ross. No big deal.
Yeah. So, I wanted to be in that, and I'm very musical myself, and I love sound. And so I went into live sound engineering, and that's what I wanted to do. And then I moved out here working with someone who did sound for Pink Floyd and the Scorpions and these kinds of groups. So I worked with them, and that's what I wanted to do ultimately. And then I just kind of needed to pay my bills. So I got a job in the talent agency and really enjoyed that. I'm very good at multitasking, and to be an agent, you have to multitask. There's a million things that you have to do at once. That's why I always say I think women are better than men, because we multitask better. Sorry, guys. But I love entertainment anyway. And I guess I don't know, I just kind of fell into it. I wanted to do anything entertainment related, but what I do love is I love people also. It's kind of my niche is I love people that are musicians, or I love people that are singers. I had the lead in The Idol, which is Barry Levinson's new series with The Weeknd on HBO. And I found her. She was a triple threat, amazing singer. So, so I had her go on the lead. She actually booked the lead with Lily Rose Depp and The Weeknd on that show. And then there was obviously The Weeknd had a big turnaround on that show. So everything kind of changed up. But, so I kind of lean a lot towards people that have musical abilities. I'm not saying that I have a lot of people on my roster that don't have musical abilities, but I do enjoy that. So I've kind of like integrated the musical side of me into my job.
Yeah. And what I love most about you is kind of how you didn't use any of your father's connections to be who you are today. I think as far as work wise, I think that a lot of his business intellect, obviously you carry over into Hollywood. Yeah. Like you said, you do a lot of multitasking. And what's funny about you is, I know that last time you went to one of our big masterminds out, I think in Arizona, which I couldn't go to, I just had the baby. You literally went to the shoot and then you had to go back and work. Like, I know they wanted you to go out to dinner and go get drinks. You're like, I have castings I have to do. That's how I pay my bills. And I really want to express to you, if you're looking to get into this industry, there is no like Fred Flintstone clock in, clock out. Like it is 24/7, because sometimes it's like 3 a.m. and I'm like, is she still up? Like, what is she doing? Because you're still working.
It's a lot of hours. I mean, I probably clock in about 80 hours a week with my job. Just this morning, I had a film contract come in for an indie film. And so I've had to just go through the long form contract because they wanted to start COVID test on Monday. So before I want my client to go COVID test, what's Monday, tomorrow, right? So before I have to COVID test tomorrow, I want to make sure that the contract's going to be good enough that we know we're going to close this up. So things like that happen a lot. It's actually pretty annoying when those kind of jobs come in, because it's an indie film, and so no one's getting rich on an indie film, but it's for the client.
You never know. It could win, like, sweep up the awards. You don't know anymore.
We'll see.
Yeah. Can you go over for everybody? Because sometimes, we kind of just, go over things. But long form contract. What is a long form contract?
Well, that's kind of a tough question. There's a lot to answer with that question. But in a nutshell, with a feature film, I get an offer for a feature film. Whether it be a studio or an independent film, they come to me with deal points. So the deal points would be how much money are they going to pay you? What's your dressing room going to be? What's your billing going to be? Whereas where is your name going to be placed within the film? Is it going to be the beginning of the movie or the end of the movie? Do you get bio approval, which means, are you going to provide your own biography for the film? Photo approval, which means the stills for the film. Can you approve the photos? Things like that. So that all the small points within the film, that's called a deal memo. So we go over the deal memo. Then after that, they're then going to send me along. Once we've approved that, and I'm like, okay, we're good to close because we've approved all the main deal points of the film. Then the attorneys will put a long form together. That long form could be about 15 pages of like literally.
Thank God you're an agent that knows how to review those. Yeah.
And then that 15 pages will come to me. Could be more, could be a bit less, generally not. Will come to me, and I have to literally go through every single word, fine tune that contract. And normally I will. I will redline the agreement, which means I'm going to scratch off, like, even from and it, always just little words need to be kind of removed, which kind of helps change the language a little bit to protect you as my client. Just to make sure that you're protected while doing this film. Now, on that note, though, I will only do union films. I only do SAG films, just so you're protected by the union. So these producers can't mess you about. So God forbid anything does happen on set. Maybe they're not paying you on time. Maybe, God forbid, you fall on set and you hurt yourself. then I'm a SAG franchised agent. So, I have a union rep that would be able to help you, would be able to recoup expenses, any health issues, anything like that. So that's also why I go through the contract to make sure they are SAG signatory, to make sure they have insurance and things like that for you as well. If that makes sense.
Yes, I can really imagine you with your little glasses with like
a
pen,
Jesus.
like strike.
Well, I have glasses and a magnifying glass.
Of course you
That's
do.
how bad my eyes are too. And but I'm also from 1990 as well. So I get the contract and I print it up. So I'm like strike. And we also get that on TV shows. The TV shows are easier for me. So like on say Thursday or Friday, I booked The Rookie. For guest star on The Rookie. So they'll say, okay, and then sometimes they're shooting on Friday. So if I book it on Thursday, then Thursday night, they will send me the contract to clear, because my client has to sign that the minute he gets on set before he shoots. So they'll send that contract to me at 11 o'clock at night, and me as the agent, I have to clear that contract. So I then have to go through that contract. TV contracts are like a piece of cake for me. They're very easy.
Well, for you. But like, let's say, for an example, could somebody without an agent get a contract?
No, absolutely
or
not.
Book those jobs?
No. Okay. For me, I'm saying for me it's easy. So I'm saying, because I get them at 11 o'clock at night and I have to clear them. So I have to wait up for these contracts to come through so I can clear them so my client can work. Hence to say that's why my hours are exhausting sometimes.
What hours? Yeah, it's a lifestyle, right? Not a job.
I know.
Yeah. If the sun's out, moon's out,
Thank
whatever.
God there's wine. So
note to self. Yes.
Yeah. And
but if somebody doesn't have an agent, they wouldn't send a contract to John Smith and expect them to sign it, nor would John Smith even get that opportunity, correct?
No.
Without an agent. Because
No.
there's so many people, Tanya, you know this. I mean, we've been friends for like 2 decades, but when people are trying to get into show business, they think they can do this without an agent. Like they go up on websites, and websites are cute for like extra work, indie films, student films. But when is the right time to get an agent? And what does an agent actually pay for? Because I talk about this all the time. Agents are like, for you, you're looking for an actor. You're not looking for like a wannabe. You're not there to train. You don't pay for anything. So can you talk about when is the right time to get an agent and what the talent is responsible for on their side and what you do on your side?
The right time to get an agent is when you're ready to go out and work and book. So you have to make sure that you have classes under your belt. You can't just suddenly say, hey, I want to be an actor now, I'm going to go and get an agent. That's not how it works.
Training is a must. So I want everybody to write training. Because if you don't have training, you certainly as an agent are not going to put your name on the line and submit somebody. Well, I want to be an actor. Oh, how long have you been doing this? Oh, I just decided today.
No.
Training is important.
No agent, no manager will take you on without any training. It doesn't matter if you don't have anything on your resume.
But the training is a must.
The first 2 things we're looking for is talent and training. Now, also you have to remember that any network, any studio will not hire you without training. Why would they hire you if you haven't trained? You could be a great actor, but they're not going to hire you if you've got no training. Because when they get you to set, they don't give a shit where you're from or what, if you've got the training.
Yeah.
That it's money to them. You are money to them. They're buying
a liability without the training.
Do a job. So if they suddenly change the script up on you, change the scene up on you, they give you redirects, they give you all of this stuff, and you have no idea what you're doing, you're fired, because that's where your training comes in. That's where all of this comes in, to how to be able to hit your mark. They want you to walk on set and know exactly what you're doing. That's the bottom line. They don't care about anything else. So when they give you redirects, you know what you're doing. Again, that's where your training comes in. They're going to go, hey, we've just changed the scene up. Go back to your trailer. We'll come back in half an hour. That's where your training comes in. All of this training comes in from all of this. So this is really, really important. So if they think, oh my God, he's perfect for this role, she's perfect for this role, but then this one's good for this role, but she has a lot more training than this guy, we're going to hire this person. That's how it's going to happen. So that's why training is so, so important. And when I have actors that I take on, I'm like, who are you currently training with? They're like, oh, I've taken a break. That doesn't wash with me. This is an investment. I'm investing my time in you for free. I'm working for you for free. So if you decide to take a break from training and I'm going to continue working for nothing, then why should I continue working for you for nothing? Because I only get paid when you get paid.
And you can't get paid unless you're booking work, which means you had to come to the table with training.
Yeah.
You don't pay for headshots. They have to come with the proper headshots.
Mhm.
So many people will get shitty headshots because they're
Mhm.
cheap. And then you're like, I can't submit you with this. These are the
Mhm.
photographers I suggest. Go get them and come back.
Yeah.
You and I both know headshots can get expensive.
Yeah.
So, what's always funny to me is when people think that they need an agent first and then they'll get the training, or they'll just get submitted for the work. And it's an ongoing. Yeah.
I'm not going to send you out unless you've been training. I have worked too hard to get a good name for myself, to send people good actors. Like every day of the week, I have casting directors come to me to say, hey, we're still looking for this role on this project. Who've you got? Because they know I will hand them some good actors. Hey, why do you read this person, this person, this person? Carla Hall just came to me last week saying, I'm still looking for this person, but it's for a series regular on a new Amazon show. Oh my God, I've got this girl. You still haven't read, because I went through my roster. Who have you missed? So they know I'm always going to deliver them some good actors. So
it's almost like being blessed by the Pope if you're submitting them, because you're putting your good name when you're submitting. You're not submitting somebody shitty.
It's my reputation too. So I need to make sure that all my actors are in class, getting coached for their auditions, and that I'm gonna deliver the casting directors a really good tape, because that's my job. That's how I develop brand new actors. And I always tell them, look, if we give them a good self-tape, it doesn't matter if you don't book the job right away. It's about building a fan base. So
they may use you later. Yeah.
Then the casting director will just keep remembering you, and they will remember you. They'll put you on their list. They'll just keep bringing you back. But it also makes my job easier, because those casting directors will just keep bringing you back again and again and again. And then that you build up your fan base. Then hopefully the jobs start coming in. It could take a month. It could take 6 months. It could take 2 years. But eventually my investment in you will pay off, and your investment in your classes and all your tools and everything else will suddenly start paying off as well. And that's how it works.
So someone needs to have training, because whenever somebody says, can you book me work? I'm like, sure, what are we working with? So you need stellar headshots, you need the training. So let's break down the casting process. So the reason why you can't go on websites like Backstage and all these 99s and Explore Talent, Actors Access and Central Casting are amazing for extra work, but you cannot get principal roles, nor do you get real breakdowns on those websites. Those are only for agents. Yeah. So an agent goes through their database, they submit over anybody who qualifies. And what do you submit to the casting director? Because you can't guarantee work. It's up to the casting director. Because a lot of people think an agent can guarantee work. And I'm like, no, she's not Blue. She's not Amazon. She can only submit people that qualify. It's their money.
And nor can the casting director. Nor can the casting director guarantee work. You have loads of steps to go through. Like, I just had even with any job, even for a guest star, I have we're waiting for studio's approval on you, or we're waiting for this approval or this approval, with any job. So what was your question?
So when you get a breakdown from the casting director, you go through your database, you submit over qualified candidates. What exactly do you submit?
Well, I'm going to submit their headshot, a headshot that's appropriate for the role. And then automatically on that breakdown, their reel or a clip, or if they don't have a clip, or if they don't have a clip or a reel, I'll submit a really good self-tape from a previous job. So guys, if you don't have a reel, that's fine. If I take you on, we'll just have you do a self-tape, a generic self-tape, and then I'll just use that, and that works.
And what's it? Can you tell us, for people that are new to this, what is a self-tape? Like, what is it? What is it comprised of?
It's a self-tape is like a monologue or a scene, basically showing your best work, just showing a range of your ability. I would have you do on camera, even how you're kind of framed, Ali, in your but with a blank background.
Yeah.
Just to show how good would find a good scene or monologue to really show how great you are as an actor.
Yeah, it would be hard to audition for something like Orange is the New Black or something like that with like a studious library type background.
Yeah,
so black is best.
So have it black.
Then it's a neutral.
Neutral background. Yeah.
So with a self-tape, do you prefer a slate at the beginning or the end?
At the beginning.
At the beginning. Mm-hmm. Name, age?
I don't. It depends sometimes with the age. Sometimes because I sometimes do little white lies to casting. So it depends on the job. If it is a self-tape that we've requested from casting, it will tell you exactly what to put in that slate. So that's fine. But sometimes I'll just say, just put your name. For a generic self-tape that I'm going to submit to casting, and it's one that I always send to different casting directors, we'll just put your name.
Okay.
Because if it's sometimes if it's a general age range, I like to do
30 to 40. Yeah.
White lies, because it's funny because yesterday I was on the phone with a producer for a big film that he's producing, Liam Neeson's film, and my client has a callback for the director, and I happen to be speaking to him because I'm repping his daughter, and I was like, oh my god, my client has a callback with your director, and he's like, well, how old is he? And I forgot how old the age range was supposed to be, so I kind of I quickly pulled it up and I said that was his age, but I know he's a bit older and
whatever. So if
we always do that little. Yeah, no, exactly, right. But sometimes you're like, oh,
surprise, we booked it. Okay, so somebody's asking, do they wear simple clothing or dress for the part on the self-tape?
I wouldn't go too crazy with it. If you're a nurse, you don't need to dress for a nurse. If you're,
don't go to like Party City and get the sexy nurse outfit. Yeah.
No, well, no, definitely not. I don't mean that. No, but you can kind of dress for the part, but don't go crazy. Ladies, don't wear big earrings or jewelry that's going to kind of jingle around.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are beautiful.
The Cartiers.
The Cartiers.
Yeah.
Don't wear, and also ladies, don't wear clothes that are too bright. We want something kind of generic again that's gonna, so we can focus
no
on
logos.
Your face, no logos, so we can focus on your face, so we can really connect with your eyes. Because remember, you're not in the room with the casting director or producers, so there's kind of no chemistry going on really. So we want to really kind of focus on you and really get to see you as an actor and really connect with you. That's really important. Make sure you're not too far away. You want to really get in there so we can really see you.
Now, do you miss the in-person auditions or do you like the self-tape? Because I get mixed reviews. I do some work with Francis Ford Coppola Productions and, she gets like 10,000, submittals in a year. And she's like, I watch like 30 seconds and I know right off the bat, like a first day, nope. I think that there's pros, like I always say, there's pros and cons. The pros are you're going to get seen because there's more self-tapes. The cons are there's more self-tapes, right? There's kind of like, so that's why we have to make sure that your self-tape is great, because I know that, like you say, with your friend, like casting directors, they can sit on the couch at home and they just watch one tape after another. So you have to you have to really stand out within that first 15 to 30 seconds. 15 to 30 seconds. Write that down. 15 to 30 seconds.
You really have to stand out. That's why we have to see your face. We have to connect with your eyes. We have to really get you that, we really have to connect with you. That's really, really important. And that's why training is important, folks.
And training is very important. But what I find a lot of times is sometimes people are so focused on the training, they don't know how to do the proper self-tape now with the lighting and the microphone and, the background. And even because now they have to play their own like lighting and makeup and cinematographer. And it's a little bit of
There's also a SAG. I did a SAG thing with me on YouTube where we talk about self-tapes too.
I'll post that in the group. Amazing. Mm-hmm. That would be how many of you guys? That's amazing. Okay. So let's talk about, so you submit over the self-tape. So when does the talent actually get the sides where they know what they could potentially be auditioning for? When do they actually get a chance to read?
I get the audition via EcoCast, or the casting director just emails it to me, or usually if it's Marvel, or someone like that, they send the sides directly to the actor because they're under an NDA, non-disclosure agreement, and you have to sign that, so you can't share the material with anyone. And then you can have any.
And I get so excited.
I know, right? And then you have a day to maybe a week to memorize that. And then we give you a deadline of when that tape needs to be in, and then we transfer that tape to myself or my assistant or whoever, and then we'll get it uploaded onto the link for the producers and the casting directors, and then we'll go from there.
And you review it before you send it, or do you trust the actor?
We review for my new actors. I will review, because I'm not going to put.
It's Marvel. What were you thinking?
No, I will for my new actors until I know they're ready. I'm going to review the tape before I upload. Yeah.
And let's talk about money. Obviously as an agent, you already said that you make commission. So a lot of people come on my calls and they tell me that if an agent really wants me, they only make commission. I don't ever spend anything. I'm like, well, that's true. Like an agent, if they decide to sign you, it's true that they only make commission, but you have to come to the table with the training and the headshots. And when you're saying training, how much training? Like
It depends. Listen, I've had somebody start training in 4 weeks, and I have some great classes, or whoever's training with who, and I will reach out to see how they're getting on in their class. You don't have to go training for 6 months to a year. It depends. Sometimes people pick it up very, very quickly. They kind of, so I can go reach out to whoever they're training with in 4 weeks, and I'll have them redo another tape, and I'll see where they're at. It could take 2 months, 3 months, whatever it is. But I will, if I'm really interested in you, and because I know what the buyers are looking for. By buyers, I mean network and studios, and I know that there's a place in my roster for you. And I definitely think there's something about you. There's a spark about you. Listen, I have that sixth sense as an agent. I've been trained to do this for many years. I've been an agent for almost 30 years. So I had that like an invisible dollar sign on top of your head. When I see somebody, I'm like, ooh, if they could act, I could make money from them, right? So, once they start classes, but I also can sense passion. If I see that passion in that person and dedication in that person, and I can see that they're willing to really put in the work, because that is key for me. If I see them wavering, or if they even say to me, well, I thought I'd give acting a go. When somebody says that to me, I'm out. Because you know what? I'm going to give acting a go. It's like me saying, yeah, let me see. Let me give it a try and we'll see.
We're going to try this whole thing. Just see if we like it.
Or not, right? So what? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's see if you want to give acting a go. Fine. I'll work all hours of the week trying to get you in these rooms, and then you just see how you feel.
And then you flake out. You've already showed your cards.
Yeah. I want to see someone who's 150% interested and is passionate and dedicated and wants to do this. That's when I'm interested in somebody. That's when I want to work with somebody. So then, we'll have them in class. I'm going to see how they're doing. The coach or whoever's working with them will tell me how they're doing. And then they'll also tell me when they're ready to start auditioning, and then we'll take it from there.
Yeah. And that's the coach telling you that they're ready, not them. It's the coach telling you. Now, as social media has been a thorn in a lot of people's sides lately, are you reviewing, like, let's say you're submitting somebody to Marvel, are you having a conversation with your actors about social media do's and don'ts? Are you watching anything? Has any of your talent lost out on work because of something stupid they posted?
I'm terrible at social media. I even have to have my friends help me post shit because I'm so rubbish. My assistant tends to do social media. I mean, but I also always say to my clients, like, if you want to do Disney or Nickelodeon, my younger ones, don't post like you in a bikini shot. You know what I mean? Like, just be careful in what you're posting.
Don't get political.
For the most part, don't get too political. Try and keep a lot of your opinions to yourself. Don't be angry or just be mean, or just try and keep it to a minimum.
No conspiracy theorists.
No conspiracy. Yeah. No. I mean, listen.
COVID is a hoax.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
People like speaking up for what they believe in. That's great. But just tone it down a bit if you're one of these angry, like you say, angry conspiracy theorists. Just sometimes you need to tone it down just a little bit if you want to.
They don't want the drama. They will stay.
Yeah, they want to try. They want to try and have positive publicity for their shows. So yeah, be careful. And also that's a lot of that as well is in advertising for commercials and things like that. A lot of these commercial agencies will look at your social media.
Now, when you take on a client and you're submitting, can you go over what the pay rate is? Like,
well, there's a lot of
regular
different
versus
ones.
co-starring.
Yeah, co-star on a TV show is generally scale, and that's about 1,000 a day, a bit more, 1,000 a day, approximately. It's gone up. That's co-star 1 day scale, or they can buy you weekly, which is like around 3,500 a week for co-star scale. Or if it's a guest star, they can buy you for 1,500 a day to 3,500 a day for guest star. Or they can buy you for what we call top of show, which for a half hour is generally 5 day top of show, which is about 5,500 for the 5 day. Or they can buy you for 8 days, which is a 1 hour guest star. We call it top of show, which is about 9,000 to 10,000. That's for a guest star or a co-star. And then you do different film, like that's for a film, they can buy you a co-star. I mean, for a film, they can buy you at scale, which is the same rate, about 1,000 a day or 3,500 a week. Or we can get you more. We can have you go at 5,000 a week, 10,000 a week, 20,000 a week, whatever. That's for a studio film. Or if you're a name, you obviously get a lot more. And then you have independent films. So you have an ultra low budget film, which is about only $200
those don't pay very much. Yeah.
No, an ultra low budget film is like $211 a day. Modified low budget film. And these are based on what the budget of the film is. Modified low budget is about $335 a day. And then the scale goes up and up and up. And then if you want to book a series regular, we can normally start around 20 to 25,000 an episode. And I've gone up to 80 to 100,000 an episode sometimes, maybe more.
And as an agent, you make 10%?
10%.
10%. And does somebody need an agent and a manager?
No, you don't necessarily. You should have an agent to negotiate your deals, but nowadays managers do negotiate deals. But I'm a state licensed SAG franchise agent, so legally I'm allowed to negotiate these deals. Sometimes I bring an entertainment lawyer in. For the series regular deals, I can do series regular deals. Sometimes when they become very complicated, like I've just done a 360 deal, which is we call it a 360 deal because I found a client that was brand new, and now she's got a 360 deal with Rock Nation and Nickelodeon, where she's got a 5-album deal and a scripted deal for Nickelodeon. And I don't really know much about music contracts, so I brought a lawyer in. So we've done that.
And then who pays for the lawyer? Does that go?
The client does, and the client pays 5%. You pay a 5% fee to the entertainment lawyer.
Okay.
But also this is, you can write this off on your taxes as well. This is very standard. And then but sometimes I like to bring a manager in too once the client gets really busy, because also what the manager can do as well, not only do they help generate more appointments as well as I do, so it's just more eyes, and also it's teamwork. So the managers that I do work with, they're like, not only are they dear friends of mine, a lot of them, I'm on the phone with them all day, every day. We're putting game plans together for you. And also, a lot of these jobs, they shoot out of state. They could shoot out of the country or, anywhere within the states. And so the manager once I'm doing the long form contract, the manager can then take over all the travel stuff.
So like your Tim Burton stuff filming in, I think you said
in Romania, I just didn't have to deal with all the travel stuff, which was great, because then myself and actually we brought a lawyer on. So I work very closely with the lawyer. I mean, it's not like I just hand it to the lawyer and I do it.
Yeah.
I still work with the lawyer. They could handle all the travels details and the visas and things like that. I just didn't have to deal with. So that kind of takes that off my plate with the managers, and they help make sure that the client is well taken care of with all that kind of respect, to make sure that hotel and all of that stuff is well taken care of with the client. And now we have a publicist on board, and now all of that stuff is being well taken care of. And then she has a lot of photo shoots going on with that series, and all of that's being taken care of. So they do, I actually do really love working with managers, because we work very well as a team.
Yeah.
It takes a lot off my plate, and then I take a lot off their plate as well.
Now, for somebody going to Romania, how long would they be expected to stay there for?
Depends on how many episodes they're shooting.
Is it
she was there 6 months. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
6 months. Okay. Man, yeah, I always love talking to you because I love picking your brain. I want to see very quickly if anybody has any questions. Somebody wants to know, do you work with screenwriters too?
No.
The answer is no.
No, but I can refer clients. I work with a literary manager. And I do refer my clients over to him.
Okay.
I wouldn't know where to begin, honestly, on the lit side. It's very complicated for me.
And somebody had mentioned Barbizon. Barbizon is not considered legitimate training in this industry. We could talk about that on a separate call. Let me see here, because sometimes, Tanya, people that don't know, they don't know, and they get very excited and they run out and just get training with anybody. But the training matters on who they're taking training with, not just taking acting from Joe Schmo, correct? The coach.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to comment on Barbizon, but I just there's a lot of good classes out here that that I like. There's some great Zoom classes that you can do from here. But also,
and we also do training. We have some of the biggest names that do training here from The Walking Dead.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
then that's what you need.
It's one-stop shop, because if we're going to bring them to you and you're going to meet them,
then there you
I'm
go.
not
And I love
embarrassing
you guys.
myself. They better be trained before they come talk to you.
You guys are amazing. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, you're amazing. We're only amazing because you're amazing. You know this. But I feel as though when people are trying to get into show business, you're the end result. That's what they want. They all want a chance to meet Tanya. But the question is, are you ready for it? Because if you have one chance to make a first impression, don't F it up. Make sure that you're really ready, because I love you, but you're brutal. You'll be like, no, and you'll tell them no. Are there any turnoffs for you? Do you ever feel that sometimes people are just so eager, maybe desperate to get into this business, and they're too pushy? Like, what are things that maybe, because I saw some people asking for your email and I'm like, she won't respond to you. That's not how it works.
No. I've had turnoffs when I work with people. I just fired someone on Friday because he's basically, I get him auditions all the time, and he's basically blaming me because he hasn't booked anything.
Oh.
So he's like trying to say, well, what's going on? I just nothing's been happening, like blaming me. And I said, hold on a minute, let me look up your booking ratio. And I did my typewriter really loud, like I was a travel agent.
Yeah.
And I said, hold on a minute, I think you've only made me $600 in 2 years. Let's just call it a day. So that's a turn off for me.
You can only get them the audition. It's up to them to book it.
Right. I'm like, you've had like 100 auditions and booked one. So, that's a big turn off for me when the client's like, because they're not booking, that's my fault. That's what I missed. I don't know why I just thought about that one, but that annoys me. When you're working 80 hours a week for actors, I don't think actors realize how hard we work.
Yeah.
But what's another big turn off is just actors think that they've got it, they're going to kill it, they've got natural talent, and
I'm a natural.
They can just, I'm going to kill it, I don't need training. And I'm like, okay, then you need to leave because I can't work with you. And when I do start working with people, I'll send them auditions, and they're like, yeah, you know what, I'm not feeling this role, I'm not going to audition for this. And I'm like, well, this is Ronna Cress. This is one of the biggest casting directors in the country. You need to read for this person, and this is a really good role for you. And this is your first audition.
I'm sorry, when did you turn into an agent? Like,
yeah, what? So they'll start turning auditions down, and then I'll fire them. And that's happened to me when I've taken somebody on and I've let them go within a month because I start turning down auditions. And I'm like, yeah, this is not a good match for me.
I can imagine somebody booking something in Romania and then maybe getting cold feet because it's 6 months away from like a loved one or a puppy, or
that would be a turn off for me too, because if they turn down a Tim Burton series because they're going to Romania for 6 months because they might miss somebody at home,
testing, let's go.
Then I'm sorry, that's a lot of money, and that's a big deal, and that's a game changer in your career. So I'm not in this because you might miss your mom or you might miss your puppy or something like that. This is business. This is your job, and this is what you've come in. This is why you've come to do this job.
It's like going to the Olympics. Why are you complaining?
Yeah, and also this is the job that works in multiple states, in different countries. So if you're not willing to travel, and also that's another big thing. Every actor should have a passport. Every single one of you needs to have a passport. Don't come to me without one.
You don't know. Like, I'm hoping to see you in October when we come out. But it's true. Like, if you said, oh, I want to sign Marcia Clark. Okay, we just submitted you for this. Oh shit, I don't have a passport. No. Well, now you're dealing with like the United States of America, who takes their sweet ass time. Yeah.
I'm about to book, there's a new True Detective series coming out, and I'm about to book a big role in that, and that shoots in Iceland for the entire series. So like there's so many shows that are shooting overseas now that every single one of my actors I've told you all. So that's a big plus, and it's taking a long time to get a passport. So yeah, and I don't understand why now. All actors need to have one. That's important.
Now, with you, do you have to live in LA to get signed to a top agent?
No.
Okay.
No, not now. Not since the pandemic. You can live anywhere. However, if you want to sign, if you do sign with me, or I would say this, speak for others or any other agent in LA or New York, because I do New York now, and I actually do Chicago as well.
Okay. So I know we were talking about getting the office together in New York.
Right.
And then I got knocked up. It happened.
So what was I saying now? I've forgotten now.
We were talking.
We were off.
Sorry. Is John Casablanca reputable? No. We can go over that on a separate call. Oh, dear. But like, you don't have to live in LA. to book with an agent. No, you're good. I go off on my tangents because I'm always so excited. When you start VIP 2 decades, and for me, this is like a reunion. Like, hey, let's get some wine. But like for us, I get so passionate because I just sometimes just speak. But you don't have to live in LA.
You don't have to be, no. As long as you can do LA local, for me, then you can live anywhere you want to. So for me, so if you do have a friend or a family member or someone's LA address that you can use if you book a job here in LA, that's all we need to have, is because then you can put an LA address in the SAG contract. So if you booked, say, The Rookie, I can bring up The Rookie again because it's in my head. The Rookie shoots here in LA, and you book a guest star or a co-star, you'd have to fly yourself here to LA, and we'll just put an address in that contract.
So if you don't live in LA, nor do you have any friends or family in LA, what the hell do you do?
Then you can't book guest stars or co-stars in LA.
Okay.
The only alternative would be that we would have to book jobs outside of LA, like Louisiana or Texas or somewhere like that, and then they would be able to fly you to that destination. They wouldn't require LA local people.
Now, one thing that always drives me nuts, LA is very expensive. So is New York City. I don't know if you know, but New York City is up to $5,000 a month now, just average for a 1-bedroom.
Insane.
Beyond crazy. But so when you live in, let's say, Mississippi, and you're auditioning for projects in LA, and let's say you submit them and they like them, but now they want you to physically go into Paramount. They physically want you to go to Disney. Who pays for that audition? Do you fly yourself there until you book the role? Who does that?
They have to fly themselves there. Now, if it's a series regular role, Paramount will fly you.
Okay.
So only a series regular will the studio or network fly you to their location. But any other guest star or film or anything like that, then if it's a lead in a studio film, they would fly you more than likely. But any other role that you'd have to fly yourself.
And somebody's asking, even with training, do we have to have notable recent acting experience? You don't necessarily need to be listed on IMDb or be on set. You just need to actively be in classes. And another thing, the classes are never over. They're never over, ever. Al Pacino still has an acting coach. So for those of you that think, well, I've got it, I've already taken training, I'm good. You're not good.
No, you're never good enough.
Training, always.
It's like we always say, it's like an athlete or a musician. You got to keep training, always.
For sure. Does it matter which school it is? Yeah. And we'll go over that like on a private call. I'm not going to bash every single, I could, but we won't.
You certainly could.
I could. And I'm really good at it. But, I think.
But you're honest.
Yeah. And that's the problem, And I think that when people want to get into this business, a lot of times, they lead with their heart and not their mind. And if your coach hasn't had any success stories and doesn't, a lot of times, like these Barbizons and John Casablancas, not to bring them up again, they hire graduates that have never done anything. And they, because a lot of people don't want to be associated with that. So there's a lot that we can talk about on a separate call. What is the holy grail now for booking? Is cable where it needs to be, or cable's kind of out? Now it's Netflix or HBO Max. Is there, because now our talent don't get paid for syndication when they're streaming, correct? Like they
get paid for when they go on streaming. Yes.
Okay. So when they get paid for like HBO, which is better, like getting on like a CBS show or getting on a Netflix? Which one pays more?
What? It depends. So if you're going on CW or CBS, there's pros and there's cons. I would say CW doesn't always pay as much, but they could buy 23 episodes a season, right? So you're getting more episodes.
Like a Riverdale. Okay.
Yeah. However, but Riverdale's like, they pay more than most, right? Because
we had the casting director at the last event, and he said, man, it's like getting on Disney to get on Riverdale. It is.
That was David Rappaport?
Yeah.
Wow. And he's amazing. So then, so for Netflix, they will only normally buy 8 to 10 episodes a season.
So it's like one season.
So it's a smaller season. So we always try and get double the pay on a Netflix than we can on CW. Now, the streaming service is paying the most out of everybody is Apple TV right now. Ooh. So Apple TV is kind of like the place that we want to go, because they're paying money right now on shows. So, it's kind of a catch-22. So I know what's happening right now is because Netflix has such a such a tight exclusivity clause where, they buy these actors for 8 episodes now. That sometimes they're only doing 8 a season, and they're paying them a nice amount of money. But when you're only buying them for 8, it doesn't quite add up as though when you're doing 23 episodes on, say, CBS or CW or Fox or whatever. That they're trying to bring down the exclusivity clause that other streaming services have, where they're basically saying that they can't do guest stars on other streaming platforms like Paramount Plus and Amazon and things like that. So they're kind of really holding back the actors on doing other work when they're shooting these Netflix shows or Amazon shows or things like that.
Like a Toni Collette 8-part limited series Staircase. She can't just go to HBO. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, but she's a different entity because she's a celebrity in her own right, so she can then book. She can have little clauses put in her contract as well. She's probably getting $1 million an episode. You know what I mean?
Firth. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know that they're trying to change that rule right now.
Isn't it weird that we have like A-listers on TV? Do you think that's weird? I think it is, because for a long time, nobody in film, like once they left TV, they're like, F this, I'm never going back to TV.
I remember back in the day when I was an agent, there wouldn't be, you were either a film actor or a TV actor.
Right.
But then
once
TV,
you crossed over,
TV just started paying the money. So they just crossed over, and now you've got these limited series. They're like mini movies.
Yeah, Nicole Kidman.
Yeah,
the winner,
crazy.
Hulu,
and you've got these celebrities now doing all these commercials here in the US. They never used to do that. That was all overseas.
Yeah, Brad Pitt was promoting like Pepsi back in the day in like China. Yeah, it's crazy.
Now they're all here. Yeah.
Is there a difference between a movie agent and a commercial agent? Somebody's asking.
Yes. So TV film agent, that's me. And then you have a commercial agent, which is a separate agent. I mean, I do commercials. I can do commercials contracts. They're actually really good fun. They do all the branding deals. So they'll do, your Verizon campaigns and, all of that kind of stuff. That's a separate commercial agent. Most actors do have a commercial agent and a TV film agent separate.
Now, as a theatrical agent, do you want a modeling portfolio, or do you want actors' headshots, or do you want
actors' headshots? No, I don't. I never sell my actors as models. Okay. I always try and keep it separate. Yeah.
And how many headshots do you need? Like how many different looks?
I don't need that many, just 2 or 3. I don't want to go crazy. Yeah.
Okay. Let me see here. I'm looking if you guys have more questions. I'm trying to read questions as I'm going.
It's okay. We'll try and get them all answered. Is that your real bookcase in the background, or is that a picture?
No, it's a picture. Isn't it cool?
It looks really good.
So I drove out to Tampa. Mike and Deneen are visiting from up north. So they're in the state of Florida. I'm like, how am I not here? So I just drove over this morning and I was like, well, you guys have a whole setup here. This is really nice. I will not give out Tanya's personal email address. She would hate me for it. And she won't even write you back anyways. If I want to reach Tanya, I typically just text her because that's what you do. Let me see. How often do you get requests for talent for overseas work?
Yeah, a lot.
Oh, I know what we could talk about. SAG. So let's say somebody has never been on set before. You said training is so important. Let's use somebody like Rashida. Just go with it, Rashida. Let's say Rashida is brand new, but maybe she meets you at one of our events and she's in training, but she has never been on set, nor is she a member of the Screen Actors Guild. Now what? You want to submit her over to an Apple TV project. We're so excited. What happens?
So I'll submit Rashida to Apple, say the morning show. Just think of that one. And then casting like her. And then she'll get a call back. Producers love her, network loves her. And then they're like, okay, here's the offer. Great. And then I'll suddenly say, oops, Rashida's not SAG. I'll tell them at the last minute. And then what they'll do is they're like, okay, so then they'll do what's called a Taft-Hartley. Taft-Hartley means that they'll sponsor Rashida into the union. And then Rashida will then become SAG eligible. So that means Rashida can then go and work on set. And then that's all done, taken care of. She's fine to work on set. And then the second job, she's cleared to work. And then the third job, Rashida will have to become a member of the union.
And how much is becoming a member of
I think you know the price more than me, better than me. I think it's like
$3,000 to join the Screen Actors Guild plus $202.87 a year. So when you first get into the Screen Actor Guild, it's $3,000 plus the first year's fee. So it's like $3,202. And then every year you pay 1.575 of the first quarter, $750,000. And then your interest rate goes up based on union rates. But you cannot, like when you're in a must join status, if you want to join the Screen Actors Guild, and that's why I get so like angry when people go on like these websites like Backstage and 99, oh, Black Panther is doing a casting. Bullshit. They're not. You are not getting a speaking role for Black Panther or for any Marvel movie, any Disney show off of a website. You need an agent. But again, an agent is going to expect you to show up prepared. You're not training, you're not developed. And if you are not prepared, again, you need to do what you need to do in order for somebody like Tanya to take you on as a client, because it's her name on the line. If she's going to submit somebody that is going to flake out, like she's not going to have that. And that's why class is not even so much about the money, but the follow through to show that you set forth on this journey and that you're serious. That means a lot, which is why the training is so important. And it's also based on confidence when you show up on set that you actually can handle yourself. Because I'm sure, Tanya, you've had people go, I don't want to do this. This is too hard. Kind of like I remember like my first ever dance class. I didn't like it, you know?
Yeah.
And what do? Like, that's it. You're on set. You're going to go back and you're going to smile. And do you ever have to talk people off the cliff? Ever? Like they were mean. They yelled at me.
A million times. I've lost count how many times. Yes, that's actually part of my job. Yeah. I've done that. Yeah. Many times. It's
Drell, she's not a modeling agent, so I won't even address that question because she does TV and film. And guys, please. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why people are giving out their personal email until that doesn't even make any sense. Nobody on here can help you unless you're.
How do we schedule a meeting with me? I'm not going to schedule meetings, right?
You could schedule a meeting with us, and if you make it through our guillotine, well, then maybe you can meet Tanya. But that's how it works, because I think that when we have somebody like a Tanya Kleckner or even a Mark Schoenfeld, when somebody's of this type of caliber, you don't do open calls at your office where people are just coming in, and it's really by referral basis. So, hi, we're your referral, so make it through me, and then we'll talk. Okay. So at the end of this call, if you stay on to the very end, this is a test. If you stay on to the very end of this call, like literally when we hang up, you hang up, then you'll get the link towards the end, and we'll go over how to schedule and what it takes to be part of VIP. All right. So you've been to our live events in the past and you've met talent. What are usually some of the questions that you get? And you have so many people that come out to LA, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, they want to be actors. So when they finally get a chance to meet you, what are some of the questions that you get?
I think you've asked most of the questions. What are the questions that I get? What is it? What do I need to do to be an actor? I mean, what do I need to do? What kind of training do I need to take? What kind of headshots do I need to take? Basically, what tools do I need to get started? And then I basically give them the whole spiel of what I need as an agent to get you started in this business. And it's basically, how I work. Basically, it's like I spot the talent, I see who's marketable for me, and then I can really kind of weed out who is dedicated, who is passionate, and I kind of can tell who is in this for the long haul. Because when I sign somebody, I'm in it for the long haul, and I want to make sure that person is going to be with me too. And we're both going to work really hard for each other. So the questions that they ask me need to be smart questions. So you guys need to do your
homework. Better questions, get better answers. Because I think you sometimes
exactly.
When people go to the big events that we do in New York or LA, sometimes like just showing up and you could tell like just even their body language, you're like, oh, I like that person, or no.
Yeah.
Like before they even open their mouth, and you're like,
yeah.
No.
And like, I want them to do their homework. I want them to do their homework even about me, to understand the business. There's a lot of places like with people like you, Ali, that explain the business to them, that they need to come with me with not so many questions, but to tell me immediately all the things that they've done, how they are ready to do this. They've been in class, They've just got a new they've just got new headshots done. They've done this, they've done this, they've done this, they've done all these things, and they're ready to go out. That's
then they're an asset. Yeah, they're bringing something to the table, not just showing up going, when can you book me? Which happens all the time. And then you feel like a bitch when you're like, no, I
would rather them come to me with that than a load of questions. I want them to come to bring to the table everything that they all the tools they've got ready for me. Exactly. Yeah. That's what I prefer. That's what I want to see. Mm-hmm.
Now let's talk about COVID protocols now in LA. Are they still very strict? Do you still have to be double vaccinated, boosted?
Yes. They all want to see the vax cards. Yes.
Okay. So you do have to be vaccinated, guys, to get on set in Los Angeles. Is that throughout the world now? So like Romania, anything you're booking, is that SAG?
Yes.
Fully vaxxed? Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Yeah. I mean, they do ask obviously for other religious beliefs or medical exemptions, things like that. For the majority, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So you do have to be fully vaxxed. So for those of you that have had thoughts about, well, I'm not sure if I want to do this or not. You can't get on set without being fully vaxxed. And are they still doing the daily testings on set? Okay. And you get paid for those. So it's kind of
it's not daily, but they do the tests before you go on set, things like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And what's kind of crazy is I think with the pandemic since LA, I mean, Newsom, he really laid down the law because California was shut down the longest. I mean, and Broadway, especially for us, everything was shut down. You couldn't even get into the theater without being vaccinated. And with LA, I think a lot of productions started moving outwards because the state of California was like, we're closed. We're not filming. Yeah. Which is why like Tyler Perry literally swept up most of Atlanta because COVID. I mean, he bought like a military base and turned it around. Do you feel as though California is making its big comeback now?
Yeah, I think so. But they're still obviously being so careful because, they do their productions and then somebody tests positive for COVID and they have to shut down and they have to redo scenes and do different, so we're still being very careful.
Yeah, I saw Leah Michelle I think she just got COVID. I got an alert on I got a news alert, of course. Somebody's asking,
are they text you?
Yeah. Are they accepting exemptions from vaccination for spiritual reasons for some? No.
Religious belief. Is
religious.
Spiritual belief or religious
belief? Says spiritual reasons for some. Or is every high profile job coming in with no exceptions? You have to be vaccinated in order to get on set.
They do. You are allowed to offer that exemption, yes, and I do hand that exemption in.
Okay, so it's really a case by case, no pun intended, base. Okay. Joseph Bell, when new and have no experience but have things like boot camp with VIP, do we put that on a resume? No, boot camp is not considered training. This is usually just banter. This is just,
ongoing training. It's about training as an actor, like scene study, breaking down scripts, improv, all of that kind of stuff. Cold reading.
We need to get you on a thorough training, like a good block training. I'll talk to you in private about that. How many of you guys would be interested in that? That would be so fun. Fun for us.
I know, right?
You guys, it's like boot camp, literally boot camp. If you're interested in that, count me in. Let me just see. Imagine having Tanya Kleckner, the bitch, like literally step by step. This is what I want. This is what I don't want. Because what I love about you is that there is no room for error. You're like, this is what I expect. It's black and white. This is what I want. There is no gray. This isn't up to your interpretation because you're powerful in LA. I mean, you literally have your talent on some of the biggest shows without you and without your network, which is so important. I don't think people really put into emphasis how important networking is on this business. Because even some of the castings you're getting, you have the relationships, and those relationships are built not just because you're an agent, but because you're out there. And I saw you at an Emmy party the other day dancing. That was fun. Like? Yeah.
It was really
I was so happy for you. And who was the gentleman that you were with?
Yeah. Sorry. He's a manager. He's a really good manager, actually. Oh. We both have our clients on All American together, but we went to the Emmy party. It was really good fun. And he wouldn't do it. I'm like, come on, we're gonna go up on the podium and dance.
And I saw you
I dragged him up.
Yeah, that spinning thing. I was like, yeah, Tanya. I think I posted on my Facebook or my Insta. I was like, look at her posting. All right. It looks like a lot of people are interested in that. So we'll talk about that.
Okay.
How many of you guys would be interested in meeting Tanya live? Talk about facing your fears, right? Because I think
you make me sound like mean. Well, I'm nice.
You are nice. You're so nice. But I think what people want in this industry is somebody like you that, you know, if you want to win Olympic gold, you need somebody that is going to help you get there.
Yeah, I'm aggressive.
This isn't about like, oh, I'm going to tell you what you want to hear, because you're only going to book work when they actually get the casting. And that's what you're looking for. Qualified applicants, not just, hey, I want to be an actor. Can you help me?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
They all love the blunt. I mean, they're here. They love blunt.
I am very blunt. That's true.
And that's why we're friends. Well, I love you so much. And I can't wait to see you in just a couple of weeks.
Love you.
I will text you and let you know when we're coming out.
Is it already? Oh my goodness. I can't believe that.
I can't.
It's so much fun.
I remember the first call. You're like, what am I going to talk about?
You know, I like to see everyone. I'm looking at everyone. Hi, guys. I'm seeing everyone's faces.
Some of you guys don't have your cameras on.
We warned them.
We did. I mean, I don't think Tanya's going to text me going, hey, I saw this black box. I'm very interested in submitting them for this new Tim Burton series. Oh, okay.
It was nice to speak for you all. Hope I answered a lot of your questions.
Well, guys, Tanya will be in LA in a couple of weeks, so you never know who may pop up at a live event, or maybe, we always rent these crazy houses in LA, so maybe I'll invite you over. But I'm so excited to catch up with you. How many of you guys would like to meet Tanya live in person, face to face? Type face. Let me see. How many of you guys? Face. Oh, look at that. A lot of people want to meet you face to face.
Oh. There you go. Yeah, I'll definitely come see you.
Okay, good.
That'll be fun.
Well, Deneen wants to say hi.
Hi, Deneen.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I want to have coffee with you. We have to go back
to do cocktails.
We're gonna have cocktails, not coffee. I will have a coffee, maybe.
Okay, fine. But that coffee we had in Arizona was absolutely amazing. I still dream about it. So
best one ever.
We do a lot of really fun stuff here at VIP.
We do. We really do.
Well, I love you. Thank you so much for today.
I love you.
Thank you, Tanya.
You. Bye, you guys.
Bye. How great was that, guys? Scale 1 to 10. How much did you guys love that conversation? And I always try to pick her brain, because I feel as though sometimes, because I do these calls all the time, I'm like, what do people want to know?
Yeah.
Because I know that people on CBS, like Big Bang Theory, some of those actors got paid like $1 million an episode. And, I think that sometimes when people are getting into the industry, being an extra is great, but you want that payday.
Yeah,
that's when your life really changes. Or even the co-starring role. Yep. Ryan Colby just booked Grey's Anatomy, $65,000 an episode.
And that isn't even a co-starring role. That's like a recurring role.
Yeah.
So it's pretty amazing.
So that is pretty unbelievable. And that person didn't have that much training. So for those of you guys on here going, well, I really want to do this, but I don't know if I can. You've already made it through today. I mean,
that's why you're here. Like literally, that's why you're here. So this is part of your audition, because
this is who you have access to. We're the bridge.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Yeah, it was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. It's so cool having Alicia here in the studio with me, because normally I'm like, hey, we're texting back and forth. This is amazing. How awesome do you think it is to have us both in the studio in one space at the same time? I am enjoying it thoroughly. Awesome. All right, guys. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome has today been for you? Are you guys learning? Do you feel the transformation? Are you transforming? Do you feel the shift in your mindset? Do you feel the shift in the way that you see the industry? Because I promised you guys yesterday at the very beginning of the day that the person you are at the end of the day today is going to be completely different than that person you started out. How many of can you feel the transformation? I can see the transformation in some of your questions for sure. So it's pretty awesome. All right, guys. So how many of you would love the opportunity to work with Tanya in LA? How awesome would that be? That would be a life-changing opportunity, right? Some of us had the opportunity to meet Tanya in person in the past, but what an amazing opportunity it would be, right? How many of you would love the opportunity to, I don't know, maybe go to New York City and work with Ryan Colby in person, face to face? Do you think that might be life-changing? Yeah. Yeah, right. How many of you are like, oh my gosh, LA sounds awesome, but like being in New York with Ryan would be tremendous as well. Awesome. All right, guys. So we still have so much more to go. We have one of the hottest models in the United States coming up. We also have a billionaire who is coming up, who's going to be giving you one piece of advice that changed his life. Okay. Not only that, we still have Michael Pumpkin coming up. He is going to be talking about what type of modeling do you qualify for? How many of you are excited? How many of you are excited about the rest of the day also? We have such amazing opportunities for you guys. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to bring our next guest to the stage. And what he's going to talk about is he's going to talk to you about what type of modeling, what type of model you qualified for. Okay. And then he's also going to put in a couple snippets, if you will, about millionaire mindset. How many of you want to have the same mindset as a millionaire? How many of you know how important it is? Change your story, change your life, change your mindset, change your life, right? We talked about that yesterday. So let me introduce Mr. Michael Pumpkin to you. He is the co-founder of VIP Ignite. For almost 2 decades, he has dedicated his life to helping models, actors, and musicians connect with the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. He is the author of the new book releasing next year, Elevate Your Message, the Hollywood Framework to Creating Your Vision and Your Brand. He has spoken from the same stages of such notables as Russell Brunson, Greg Reed, Tony Robbins, Bill Walsh. He has won multiple 2 Comma Club awards, and he's also a part of Russell Brunson's Inner Circle and Tony Robbins Platinum Partnership, and he's a founding member of Bill Walsh's 9-figure mastermind. Having invested over $1 million in education and leadership, he will be continuing his education next year, getting a degree in system dynamics at MIT. As a Broadway investor, he's won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys, and in 2013, won the Tony for Best Play. He's also the founder of Truth Management, the fastest growing talent management firm in the USA, with placement of talent on a range of TV, film, and fashion shows around the world and in the USA. He is considered one of the top experts in helping talent, CEOs, and even entrepreneurs in creating powerful brands and launching the celebrity inside of themselves. He is also the executive producer of a movie called Target, which just had its first viewing in New York City and will be viewed shortly in LA. Having partnered with Operation Underground Railroad, VIP Ignite has worked together with Tony Robbins, Russell Brunson, to help free over 3,500 children and women from sex trafficking. So, without further ado, can you please give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Michael Pumpkin?
All right, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, good. All right, let me share my screen. All right, everybody can see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All right, what a great weekend so far, guys. We really packed it in. This was the most speakers we've ever had at one of these free weekends ever. You definitely want to make sure you stay on to the very end, because I put something together for everybody that will blow your minds. For those of you that were on here for both days, I have an opportunity for you guys to be able to work with a lot of the people that you had on this weekend very closely, including Tanya Kleckner. We're going to make a huge announcement at the end of the day. So for those of you who want to have the opportunity to work really closely with her, have the opportunity to eventually be signed with either her agency or an agency at that level, you want to make sure you stay till the end. Obviously, our whole purpose of boot camps is you're going through an audition process. You literally are. We're tracking who's on camera, who's not on camera, who's paying attention, who was on both days, who's asking great questions, who's asking silly questions, who can't take advice, or who can't take, follow the rules and so forth. So you're always on stage here the entire weekend. So you want to make sure you stay here till the very end, because like I said, we have a lot more speakers, including some keynote headliners. We have a supermodel coming up next. And like I said, by the end of the day today, we're going to make a huge announcement that will probably change quite a few people's lives that are on this call today. But for right now, we're going to talk about diversity and being you, the science, the structure, the framework, What type of model are you? This is great for anybody who's new on here, who's like, well, where do I fit into the industry and so forth? So you're going to learn a lot. So obviously we have to all admit the world has changed. In order for you to be able to fit into the new world, you have to have a new mindset. When you have a new mindset, you get new results. For most of the people that I see trying to get in this industry and the emails that we receive and the questions that we get, a lot of times people, it's not that they just need to have a new mindset and just ask better questions. Usually they're on the right track, but it's just a matter of shifting your mindset. If you're kind of doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results, it's not going to happen. You have to surround yourself with people who can really make a difference in your life. In today's world, it's all about diversity. There's all different types of models, from plus size models to trans models, okay? In today's industry, it's all about what makes you unique, okay? This industry today, it's rapidly changed. It's no longer the 2000s, the 90s, the 80s. In today's industry, clients are looking for people who make, what makes you unique? What makes you stand out? What is your avatar that appeals to their demographic market? For people to purchase their products. At the end of the day, whether you're on TV or film, it's advertising. There's all types of toys and products and promotional stuff and so forth. So what makes you unique? Okay, obviously for us, we have a commercial agency that's partners with Ryan Colby. So Ryan Colby handles Colby Models, which is high fashion editorial. We handle commercial prints, so TV and film. So currently now we're really going to be expanding into booking. We have a ton of opportunities coming up for TV and film. For those of you that stay on till the end of the day, you'll have the opportunity, if we decide to move forward with you, to be able to work with us. So not only do we host events, but we also represent talent also. And again, we represent a wide variety of talent, different ages and different looks and so forth. The industry is just not about one look. It's about variety in today's industry. Now, most of the world, when asked to describe a model, they're going to answer with the wrong answer. So if I was to go up to the average person, I said, well, describe to me, what do you think the average model looks like? Most people will say this. They're going to say they're very tall, they're very thin, they walk the runways of Paris and New York, and they're living this really glitzy and glamorous life. What they're going to be describing is what's called high fashion editorial modeling. Ryan talked about that earlier. So here's the exact definition of what a high fashion editorial model is. I know a lot of people always reach out to us and their one fantasy in life is to be a runway model. Well, here's what you need to be a runway model. Tall, slender, unique looking models are typically hired for high fashion. The British Association of Model Agents explains that female models' height should reach between 5'8" and 5'11", with a 6 to 8 dress size, 34, 24, 34 bust, waist, and hip measurement. Those are the standard measurements for high fashion editorial female. For males, runway male models who wear the latest designer fashions must be at least 6 feet tall. Male models photographed for editorial advertising purposes were required to be 5'11" to 6'2" and fit into a 40R jacket. Okay. When you talk about high fashion, if I said to a person, like, describe the average model, and they say high fashion, they're describing the smallest segment of the industry. High fashion is only 10% of the entire industry. Okay. Now, the reason why it's a small segment, high fashion, there's the shows in New York, Paris, and Milan. The reason they have a set standard is designers, when they're producing clothing for high fashion, those are one-of-a-kind pieces. They're very labor-intensive to produce, which means they're very expensive. So by having a set standard, when you're a designer and you call an agency in New York and you're like, okay, I need 10 girls and 10 guys for a show, since there's already a standard, the agency is only going to pull the models that fit the standard. As a designer, I don't have to sit there and talk to the agent about, okay, well, are they 5'11"? Are they this? No, they already know it's a set standard, right? It's like a car. It's like when you buy a Ford and you have to get a replacement part, you go to Ford. You have a Mercedes, you get a replacement part, you go to Mercedes because the part's going to fit. It's the same thing. When there's a set standard, when the models show up, the clothing's going to fit them with very little alterations, which means when the show is done and they're shipping the clothing to London, and that designer now goes to London and they call an agency there in London and they need 10 girls and 10 guys, the clothing's going to fit the models the same exact way. Like there's just no way around it. It just makes it easier for the industry. So at the end of the day, only 2% of the world's population is going to qualify this. And most of the models, they're not going to be overly attractive. They're going to be considered what's considered striking looking with unique looking features, which is a polite way of saying they don't want them to be overly attractive. They don't want them to be really pretty or really handsome because they don't want the person looking at the person's face. They want them to be looking at the clothing because they're there to sell clothing to buyers from, department stores and so forth. They're there to get featured in magazines. Doing a fashion show in New York City, a real fashion show that's licensed by New York Fashion Week, is millions of dollars. So these things are done like a science. They've been done this way for years and years and years. So for a lot of people, when you're trying to break into the industry, if your one goal is to be high fashion, unless you're genetically, the right mom met the right dad, or vice versa, it has nothing to do with you. It's just genetics. And at the end of the day, you're chasing after something that's the smallest segment of the industry. It's a very short career, and it's actually not that lucrative anymore. Most of the models, they'll make, only a few $100s per show. So they're really not making that much. By the time you cover your expenses to travel to New York, to travel to London, and so forth, you're probably going to be upside down. So it's really, the hopes of the models that do that is the hopes that one of them, maybe two of them, could eventually be discovered and become a campaign model. And doing a campaign, you can make $200,000-$300,000. And for some of you guys, that may sound like a lot of money, and that's great if you're 19, if you know how to invest your money. Because here's the problem: when you do a campaign and you're like the face of like Versace, well, that's it. Like Gucci's not going to hire you. Like literally, that campaign runs for a few months. You got a billboard in Times Square. Then that's it. Your career jerks off. And since you're so tall and slender, and then they age out, like the average model for high fashion ages out by the time they're 21, 22. So it's really, when you really take it, take the glitz and the glamour out of it, you're just a walking hanger. Like there's not a lot to the industry. It benefits the clients, it benefits New York, but it doesn't really benefit the model. So you're chasing after something that's really is not going to be financially lucrative, and is not really going to have a longevity for a career, unless you just happen to you fit the genetics, the designer loves you, you do a campaign, and then maybe becomes a multi-year campaign. But the odds of that are like so high. So that's high fashion. And I don't mean to trash it at all. I'm just being transparent. I just want you guys to understand the truth. Really, if you're going to be in this industry, the industry you want to be in is what's called commercial print. And when I was going through everybody's cameras that were online, everyone on this call, like literally 100% of you guys are going to fall into this. It's called commercial print. Commercial print's going to be magazines, billboards, catalogs. So this is a commercial print ad. So you see the mom, the dad, the baby, right? This could be used for a hospital. This could be used for pediatric care. This could be used for some type of, prenatal care, or some type of family planning program. There's dozens of things. This is a stock photo. It could be superimposed with the logo and with imagery and so forth for anything, okay? This is going to account for 80% of the industry. So if you want to work, which I think most of you guys, you wouldn't be here for 2 full days for 16 hours if you didn't want to work in the industry, the most work's going to be in commercial print. This is where you can work consistently over and over again. And this is where location doesn't matter, age doesn't matter, your looks doesn't matter. You just have to be willing to show up, be on time, be professional, and so forth. So commercial print models work many different jobs, including print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns, television shows, magazines, trade shows, and much more, okay? So there are no height or size requirements to be a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, a nice body, and a pretty smile. So when you kind of go through your magazines, you're watching, you're online on the internet, what I really want you to do is, like, instead of just like clicking away from the ads, start looking at the ads and start noticing the people in the ads. Like, look past the actual product and look at the types of people you'll start seeing in the ads. When you're driving around tonight, if you're going out and about tonight, look at the billboards. When you get like catalogs come to your house, or even junk mail, like mail that you would normally throw away, look at the imagery they're using in those ads. Realize those are all people that are commercial print talent. They all have representation. They all have agents. How do I know this? Because if you're getting like a national campaign mailed to your house from a Geico or for something like that, they're going to have great representation, and they also get paid really well. So print models is great because you can make, anywhere from $250 an hour to $10,000 a day, depending upon your experience and depending upon the client. So again, these are all examples, commercial print models, different ethnicities, different looks, different styles. Today's world, it's all about being unique. Okay, now it's all about mixed families. It's about, 2 dads, 2 moms, African Americans, Latinos, Asians, all different types. If this was 10, 15 years ago, you wouldn't have seen that. The majority of ads now will be more Caucasian. Now it's actually swinging the other way, where you'll see less Caucasians than ads. There's still obviously enough work for everybody, but now the world is opened up where it's all about being unique. It's all about being different. Again, kids are always going to fall into commercial print. Okay. Here's Christine. Okay, Christine's she's fitness model. She's also a commercial print model. She can do TV and film. She's a yoga instructor. She's an entrepreneur. So she has, you know, a normal life outside of this, but she's able to do a lot of things that fall within a wide range of the industry. What this is called versatility. So versatility is when you have like a look that can fit into different qualifications. So you can play different types of roles. Most of the people that are on here, you're going to have that. You're going to have versatility. All it does is just a matter of taking the right shot, changing your outfit, changing your look, changing your hair, changing the lighting and so forth. The background will give you a different style, right? Here's a commercial print model, right? It's a commercial print. She has an agent. She has a manager, right? She does dozens and dozens of ads. Here's one ad that she happens to be doing for an Australian company where she's playing the lady with the shotgun for a leasing company, okay? Here's middle-aged African-American woman. You can see the gray in her hair, right? She's great. She can play a doctor, a lawyer. She can play the president of the United States. She can play a military person. She can play a shopkeeper. She can play the abused wife. She can play the leader of a rebellion, right? She could be in a Star Wars movie. She could be in a Harry Potter movie. There's dozens of things she can do. It's versatility. For this particular ad, she's doing something for an investment portfolio for AARP, right? So that particular headshot probably landed her the job. She had a little bit of gray in her hair. She leveraged who she was to get the types of roles she can fit for. So you have to kind of start thinking about like, what are the roles that I could play and how do I get the right photos, the right training to play into those roles, right? Can you play the good guy, the bad guy? Are you more Hollywood, more New York? Are you the Southern Belle? Are you the, you know, the suave guy? And you lean into those characters. Like those are the characters you lean into first, because that's where you're going to get the most work. And then as you start working, you kind of start, you know, diversifying and kind of doing some different shots and so forth, and kind of getting stronger at, you know, getting better clients. Okay. Again, here's a commercial print. This is what's called e-commerce, right? So when you're doing commercial print, there's a lot of rules, there's a lot of regulations, how models get paid, how clients negotiate. Clients don't negotiate with talent. Like, if people are reaching out to you on Instagram trying to negotiate with you, they're just taking advantage of you. At some point, they're going to ask for your bank account, or they're going to ask for you to send you a check that you can deposit. You're going to hold on to the check. You're going to send them the rest of the money. Then all of a sudden that check bounces, and then somehow they swindled you out of $500. And it's the silliest thing, because to me it just seems so silly. But I cannot tell you, I get at least a dozen of those a week. Clients don't reach out to people online. It just doesn't work that way. Clients go through agencies because there's negotiations. If it's e-commerce, it's one rate. If it's going to be international, is it national? Is it going to be in more than one magazine? What are the rights of usage? Can they use this image just for one campaign, or can they use it for multiple campaigns? Can they use it for 6 months, 3 months, or 5 years? If you guys were on the call all day today, Mark Schoenfeld touched about that with the rights to one of his projects with Disney. Disney bought the rights for a certain amount of time. If they didn't go ahead to, you know, it's called an option, they option to make it into a show. If the time limit expires, he gets that back, and he also gets to keep the option check. So these are all things that are done through attorneys. So for clients, they're not going to really negotiate that with you. Like they're not, you know, unless you have the training or the legal understanding of this, then you're an agent, you're a manager, you're not a model, and so forth. You know, is there some freelance work? Yeah. Like simple stuff, things you might not get paid for, things you might not want to show your grandmother or your mom that you're doing. But if you really want to do this seriously, the fastest way is to have an agent to do it the right way. It's just like anything else. You know, there's just steps to follow, and you follow the steps, everything works out. Here's Sid. Sid, I think yesterday was a 1 year anniversary with us. Okay, she does great. She was just booked for a couple of different TV shows. She's absolutely a pleasure to work with. Every single person loves her. She, you know, a year ago, she was a worker in the city of Philadelphia. She decided that she wanted to shift over and start modeling and acting, and she's been doing great. She attends every one of our coaching classes. She's been at every event. And I've seen her growth over the past year, leaps and bounds from when she first started with us. But at the end of the day, who she really is at her core, she's the nicest person in the world, and she listens. You know, I met with her for lunch in Philadelphia recently, and she was telling me a whole story. Like when she was on set, she followed the directions that she learned in the coaching, and everyone was really impressed with her, and that will get her invited back. Okay, and you can see she's got a different look, right? She's got a great look, but it's all about diversification. It's all about being unique. So this is somebody who's like considered one of our top talent. So for those of you who doubt your location or you doubt your looks, that's the story you're telling yourself. Change your story, because I know it works. Okay, so again, commercial print. Look at the different magazines, look at the different ads, look past the covers. Covers, a lot of times, will have celebrities on the covers. Okay, sometimes smaller magazines, you might land a cover, and that's great. We've had tons of models on covers, but it takes a little bit of time. You won't land a cover right out the gate because covers are designed to attract people that they recognize, maybe fitness or things like that. And even fitness, they're just people that are more recognizable, that built a brand. You have to become like an influencer. Like if I was to go on your Instagram, who's following you? How many followers do you have? Are they interacting with you? If you were to sell a t-shirt, would they buy the t-shirt? Like that's a question a client might ask. If we were to give you t-shirts to sell, would the people following you buy t-shirts from you? And you probably would say, yeah, but deep down you'd be like, oh, I don't know, right? I don't even know who these people are that are following me. Are they interacting with me? And so forth. Like this is all stuff you have to start really taking into account. There's going to be a modern day gold rush right now for people who are really understand how to build their social media up to a level of being an influencer, and it's really going to shift how advertising works. It's coming without a doubt. And a lot of the training and a lot of the coaching we're doing right now is going to be really heavily focused on that, because we always believe to be on the forefront. We want to be there before something trends. When somebody says something's trending, that means that the ship's already left. You want to catch it before things are trending. Okay, billboards, right? And I don't mean to ruin advertising for you, but my ambition is, when you want to work in this industry, you have to start looking at advertising and looking at the industry from an entrepreneur standpoint. Later on today, we're going to have somebody who's worth over $1 billion. He's worked with some of the biggest brands in the world, and he's going to share some secrets with you guys today that really will have a very impactful life. But do understand, it's very high level, so you really need to pay attention and listen in between the lines what he's telling you, because as you get more knowledgeable in life, the way you explain things is going to be a little bit different. So he's going to go really high level with you guys, and I know you guys can handle it because you guys are all here. Obviously, we've been doing this for almost 2 decades now, 16 plus years. Obviously, we didn't start off, we didn't certainly start off making it look this easy. It took a long time. We've invested millions of dollars into Broadway shows. Some of our shows did great. We won multiple Tonys. We've opened up the stock exchange. Other of our shows went bankrupt and didn't make any money. But for us, it didn't matter, because for us, it was about making the right connections, and you keep striving to push forward. And it's the same thing. We do these events in New York and LA. We get to work with people like Tanya Kleck. You get to work with people like Bill Walsh and Ryan Colby. And it's about building relationships. Like, when you have the right training, you have the right photos, and you meet the right people, you're going to be successful in the industry. But it's got to be like being willing to say yes, right? I have to fly out to Chicago tomorrow. Bill called me, I have a special event I'm doing in Chicago with Post Malone. I could have sat there, well, I don't know. I don't really follow Post Malone, right? I'm not into that genre, but I know it's a connection into the music industry, right? It's an opportunity to meet not only himself, but his producers, his managers, and so forth. So when you have these opportunities put in front of you, I understand it can be tough to rearrange your schedule, to make the investment in flights and hotels. But if this is something you want to do, I can tell you just by this photo alone, and I could show you 10,000 more other photos. I just happened to put these together, and this is where honestly is outdated compared to some of the people we've been working with. But my point being is this is all hard work. Like each and every photo was getting up, getting out there, getting it done, going to New York City, starting a radio show, learning about Broadway, going to different networking events. So the opportunities that created the success in our company, created the success in thousands of our talent. It's the same thing when you're brand new. This is the path. This is the way. This is the only way. This is your opportunity. And you can't let negative thinking or people in your life influence you from not living your best life. Okay. Again, billboards, right? All commercial print. Okay. This is some of Ryan's models. They did a shoot for a clothing line, for a Korean clothing line. These ads ran on social media in Korea. These ads were shot in New York. So even though this is a Korean clothing line, the ads were shot in New York. So location doesn't matter. Like it doesn't, some of our biggest success stories are in small towns. Like, honestly, as horrible as COVID was, it really shifted how the industry works. Like, 3 years ago, if you asked the casting director like Tanya to do a Zoom training or to do a Zoom audition, she would have told you you're crazy, you're nuts. She's not doing it. It didn't make sense to them. But now it's the complete opposite. Now everything's done on Zoom. You're going to meet, that first audition, 99% of the time is going to be on Zoom. And you live in a bigger market, yeah, there are times you're going to be sitting down and meeting with people. But like right now, location really doesn't matter anymore. All right. Here's one of our talent. He does acting, TV, and film right now. He's also a writer. Probably about 4 years ago. Actually, one of the reasons he came to one of our first events was to meet the speaker that you guys are going to hear from next. And he started off modeling. He moved to New York. He lived in a small town in South Dakota. They literally had only one traffic light. Honestly, his life was really lost. He was in a bad place at the time. And, he'll even tell you, if you have the opportunity, he'll be in the LA event. For those of you coming to Hollywood, you guys will get to meet him. But he'll even tell you, like he literally would have probably wind up in prison for the rest of his life. And he just decided to make a shift in his life. And he came out, he did modeling, he did a lot of high fashion work, probably for about 1.5 years, gave up everything, stayed at the model apartment. And then he, kind of, as he started aging out a little bit out of modeling, he knew that TV and film was really wanted to be. Got involved in TV and film, and now he's writing. And I'm stressing this to you because if you knew him probably about 4 years ago, the thought of him being a writer or doing TV and film would have been the farthest thing. Like, I would have been like, wow, that's probably like a decade away. But yet he put the effort into it. And it's really amazing when you're able to put time into something, even if it's a few hours a week, and you're learning and improving yourself and investing in yourself, how far you can take something. Think about how much time you might waste on TikTok or how many hours you waste watching Netflix when you could actually be applying that to learning something, even if you only took 10% of that, right? Going to the gym, an hour, 2 hours a day. It makes a difference. Like, small things make a difference very quickly when you're dedicated and you keep up at it, right? I'm sure all of you guys have learned a skill, right, that you fell in love with, and then all of a sudden you're able to do it, right? It could be fishing, it could be riding a bike or motorcycle, whatever it could be. There's some little skill you had that you didn't know how to do it, but then you became obsessed with it, and then all of a sudden you started mastering it, okay? Here's Mike Trash. He's on the call today. Classy Mike Trash from the WWE. What you gonna do when Mike Trash comes looking for you? Right? He's a podcast host. He's a TV filmmaker. He's a writer. He's a multi-award winner. He was just auditioned. He's doing a couple of different TV shows and movies and so forth. And again, he plays into his character. He plays into his strengths, and he's always learning. There's not a single call when Mike's not on the call, and he's a professional in the industry. This is not a guy who is an amateur, and he just literally eats it all up. And he's such a great person. Maybe we have time at the end of the day, we'll bring him on. And I know Deneen could share a really great story the day she interviewed him, what he went through in his life, but yet he still showed up. At the end of the day, that's what this is about. It's about the people who show up are the people who are going to succeed at 100%. Like, if there's one piece of advice I can give to you, show up and come through. If you say you're going to do something, do it, because people will remember that, okay? Fitness modeling, right? Fitness modeling also falls into commercial print. So here's a guy, he's got a great look. Now, if he wasn't such a big, healthy guy, right? He's in great shape, right? But he's not going to be high fashion, but he's got that quirky look. He's got that unique, striking look where he could do high fashion editorial. So he's going to do more a little bit editorial fitness. So you can kind of fall into a couple of different categories, but he's not going to walk a runway. He's not going to do a runway show, right? Again, 2 different ages, African-Americans. Commercial print, I'm sure you recognize the guy on the right from all the ads, right? Also voiceover, right? He's got that famous voice when you hear him. Geico ads, again, commercial print, the mom, the dad, the child, the star of the ad's going to be the commercial, right? The dog in the center, that's called a pattern interrupt. The pattern interrupt is used in ads when they want to catch your attention. And you see that a lot of times on Instagram and TikTok, something that will force you to stop to engage with the ad. So it's called a pattern interrupt, okay? Flow from progressive, right? Commercial print, TV, film, spokesmodel, okay? For most of you guys, you probably, if she walked past you on the street without her wig and her makeup, you probably wouldn't recognize her, right? But how many times have you taken the chance to really think about who she is? Well, how much does she make? Who's her agent? What was her career path, right? Did she just magically fall out of the sky and became Flo? Okay. Here's Jesse Hyman. He actually lives in LA. Some of you guys will have the opportunity to meet him at the Hollywood event. Okay. He's done Super Bowl ads with Bar Raphael. He's considered the world's greatest actor. He's been in over 300 films. Okay. He's working consistently. Okay. He leans into his character, right? For some of you guys, this might have been the kid who got picked on in high school or something like that, but he leans into that character. He doesn't try to be the superhero, but in his own way, he is a superhero because he's consistently working. Okay. His being the world's greatest extra, that his work there is better than your no work. Okay. So he's running circles around you. So again, do not think that looks holding you back. It's all about being unique. It's all about what makes you different. it really will set the standards for your success. It's just leaning into that character and having the right people, having people like Tanya Kleckner, having people like Deneen and Ryan and Allie being able to book you out there, getting you on set, getting you working, introducing you to the right people. When you trust the process, your life will change in ways you can't even ever possibly imagine. Because at the end of the day, it's mindset is everything. Okay, I can show you everything you need to know. I can literally hold your hand, walk you on set, but it's going to be in your mind, the story you're telling yourself is how successful you're going to be. If you keep telling yourself you're not going to be able to do this, you can't do this, you don't have the affordability, I'm poor, I'm broke, I'm this, instead of saying, how can I figure this out? What can I do to make these things happen? How do I get on set? How do I do the training? You know, you just got to put the effort into it. And, you know, the funniest thing too is I laugh is, you know, everyone always makes it sound that hard. It's really not that hard. Like, it's like acting, coaching, and classes is really fun. Like, I go on them all the time. I think they're the coolest things in the world. You know, a lot of times I don't have time to listen to them fully, but I always have them playing in the background, especially when we're doing live stuff. Like, I listen to these events. Like, how I got so knowledgeable is, you know, obviously I've been doing this for 20 years, but I learned from the people that we work with. Like, I take notes. I type up my notes. I'm really detail orientated with this. And over the years, I just kept picking up more and more information, and your mind will retain it. That's why at the beginning of the calls, and you know, he says to write stuff down. Even if you never look at the notes again, it just causes the way your mind works. You'll retain it. You'll actually retain it better. Even if you're writing sloppy notes, just writing it down will help you retain it. Okay, so here's Flo. Where did she come from? Well, let's take a look. Here, I couldn't put a whole resume on here without making it so small. It was like 3 more pages. Okay, so I just literally grabbed this from her IMDb. If you don't use IMDb, you should use that service. They're probably like the best thing for actors in the world. But like, you can see how far her career goes back, all the way to 1998. Like, look at all the TV shows she's done, all the commercials she's done. She was on Mad Men for 5 episodes. She was in the Goldbergs, right? Like, a lot. I just know some of these because we have people that are on these shows, right? 2 Broke Girls, right? She's done a lot of stuff. She's done voiceover work. She's done TV. She's done film. She's done video games, short films. Like, you can see at the beginning, like, she was even a boom operator in one, right? So she just wanted to get herself on set. Okay, so she originally wanted to be a comedian, is actually what she wanted to do. She actually wanted to do stand-up comedy. She was training, and she had mentors and coaching, and was going to school for stand-up comedy. And, you know, eventually she started doing background work, and then she got into the union and so forth. And her agent one day, once she was in the union, said, hey, I got this speaking roles for a commercial for an insurance company. Do you want to do it? And she's like, yes. Imagine she said no. Like, well, you know, I'm holding out for a big role, right? That saying that yes to her agent to be in a insurance company turned into a multi-million-dollar, multi-year contract. Okay. She's literally, her newest contract is $5 million. I actually looked it up, because I've been using this for a little while and I wanted to get updated. She's $5 million per year. She gets paid to play that character. That's all inclusive though. So it includes TV, film, radio, e-commerce, and so forth. But $5 million a year is great. She's a spokesperson, so she makes appearances, celebrity appearances, all kinds of fun stuff. So she's living a pretty good life. Like, I'm not, if I could be Flo, that's not a horrible life to live, right? It's really not. Okay. Now, if you have the passion to be a dramatic actor, but still, this is a stepping stone. Like, she didn't have to re-sign that contract. She could have just walked away with her. Probably she's already made probably about 10, 15 million. She could have went on and done other roles, but this is what she's enjoying doing. She's happy where she's at. So we talked about editorial, we talked about commercial, we talked about a little bit about fitness. Another category is promotional modeling. Promotional modeling is like live modeling, trade shows, events, boat shows, car shows. I do a lot of events with Bill Walsh. You guys are going to hear from him later today. They're always looking to hire models for events. And these models, honestly, these models can get it, like a hair show models, like, can make $750 a day. Yes, they may chop off your hair and dye it a different color, but that's a promotional model. But like, you could be the Budweiser girl, you could be the Rockstar energy drink. You can do trade shows, game shows. So it's not, you know, even though this image, you know, a lot of times people always think promotional models are geared towards women. It's men too. You have to be 18 and over is the only thing. They don't have kids for this, but it's a ton of really great work on the weekends. And we actually work with some of the larger promotional companies. So for those of you like looking to have some fun on the weekends, like, this is a cool thing to do. You meet people, you're getting different kinds of experiences. You learn a lot about business and products and how to run events. So promotional modeling. Yeah, and then you have fitness modeling. So fitness modeling is going to be a little bit more in shape. You know, you're going to have like that bigger athletic type of look. And all age ranges for fitness, especially in today's world, right? You got Lululemon, you got supplements. Like there's thousands upon thousands upon thousands of products. There's so many clothing lines, especially for e-commerce, that hire models consistently, but they hire them that are represented. Again, they don't hire people through the internet. It just doesn't work that way. For those of you that are trying, the reason you're not succeeding is because you're just trying to do it the wrong way. You just have to say, okay, I'm going to do it the right way, and then I'm going to get what I want. Like that's just what makes how life works, right? Okay. Plus size and curve. You know, half $1 trillion business. Okay, this is a worldwide market, and it falls into everything from shoes to clothing to underwear to lingerie to nightgowns to dresses to sneakers to so many things to TV and film. It's a huge market right now. Kids are always going to be in market. Kids are always going to be availability. For kids, you have to be able to pay attention, take direction well. You have to be doing well in school, okay? Because a lot of times you have to be able to be privately tutored. So when they're on set, the TV film companies, they hire a tutor to be there. So your kid has to be able to be tutored. You have to have what's called a trust fund set up. You have to have working papers. So like if you're a parent and you've been like applying to stuff online and you're wondering why it seems kind of sketchy, it is, because it is sketchy, because agencies will make sure you have your working papers done. You have to have a trust fund. Like if you have a child and they make $350,000 an episode to be on Stranger Things, the money's not going to the child, nor is it going to the parents. It's going to a trust fund that you have to set up. And there's only certain banks that do that. Like this information is I'm giving you guys, you like go on SAG-AFTRA website. Like a lot of times, like go to the source. Like don't waste your time. Like people get so lazy just being on the internet. Just go to the source. Like go to SAG-AFTRA. You can read all about the rules and regulations there. You know, work with companies like ours, work with people like Ryan and Tanya, people who've been in the industry for 10, 15 years who have legitimate credits. You know, at the end of the day, I don't care what you're trying to buy or do or invest in, look for the results. If you're working with a company that has results, that's a good company. When people don't have results that they can show you or results that are consistent, I've seen so many really sketchy companies, they'll use like somebody else's results, and they'll have like one person that was in a Super Bowl ad. They had nothing to do with the Super Bowl ad, but yet they're selling products to people for millions and millions of dollars based upon something they didn't do. So like, you know, when you want to be in this business, especially with kids, you know, understand how the game works. Like once you understand the rules, it's again not that hard. Okay, again, commercial print. You can see different looks here, different styles, and so forth. It's 2022. The world has changed. Mindset is everything, and it's all about what makes you unique. And it's all about having the right mindset, right? So I'm just going to kind of go over this really quickly. Difference between a poor mindset and a rich mindset. Okay, poor mindset, success is unimportant. Okay, so where do you fit in? Is success unimportant to you, or is success an obligation? Okay, so I want you to think about this. Success should be an obligation when you have a why. So we raise money every year for Operation Underground Railroad. We have free children from sex trafficking. You're going to get to meet Bill Walsh. Bill Walsh travels around the country 7 days a week. He's literally on his private plane, literally almost every day. He doesn't get to spend a lot of time with his family. He makes time, but his success is based upon his obligation to help eradicate homelessness. Okay, so he has a why that gets him up every day. You know, think about it, if you're a mom or you're a dad, right? Your success is an obligation to make sure you take care of your family. Okay, you know, poor people, a lot of times they blame others. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's your fault or not. You should just take responsibility. Right? You know what? I'll take full responsibility. We're going to get this done right. We're going to do it this way. Let's figure out what went wrong and how we can make it better. Doesn't mean you take responsibility to say, oh, I was the one who, you know, threw the basketball in the house and broke Marsha's nose, right? The Brady Bunch fans will get it. Christine got that one, right? It doesn't mean it that way. Xander got that one too. Brady Bunch fans, yes. I got to meet the whole cast one time with Allie. They were so much fun. Like it was so cool. They were like all in their 40s or something like that, but it was still cool like hanging out with them. But again, taking responsibility, right? Poor mentality is just spending money to spend money. You know, rich mentality means you're investing money, and the best investment you're going to make is in yourself. Like I cannot tell you, investing in your education, investing in your training, it pays itself back over and over again. When you just buy something like a toy or something that may bring you happiness for the moment, you know, it's fleeting. When you invest in something that has dividends, and training is one of the best things you can invest in. You know, refusing to study versus always reading and studying. Like, you know, Every movie I watch, every show I watch, I always look up who the director is. I'll look for the screenplay for it. I'll read the screenplay. I'll read the director's notes. I'll really understand how that movie was done. When I go to fashion shows, I sit down, I talk with Ryan, who's the designer, who put the show together. We work with a lot of people who put the shows together. There's like so many ways in the industry. It's not only just, it's really knowing everybody on set, knowing their job, knowing what they do and so forth. A lot of times poor people, they always worry about the past and they can't let the past go versus looking at that, life happens for you, not to you. And that means everything that's happened led you to be where you are today. How do you benefit from that? There's no movie that's written where it begins happiness, continues happiness, and ends in happiness. If people have to go through ups and downs, there's struggles in life. That's a part of what makes you stronger, right? If you went to the gym, the reason it hurts is because your muscles are getting stronger. That's how you know that you're pushing forward. So it's, looking on the future, looking at building your life to be the best life you can. Okay. Poor people are income driven. So a lot of times they worry about like how much they're getting paid. I get that a lot of times. We get emailed, well, how much am I getting paid? Okay, well, what does it matter what you're getting paid? If you're going to be on set and that led to you, Steven Spielberg recognizing you and putting you in another big movie, what does it matter? Like that shouldn't be your concern. It should be like, what's the value of what you're getting versus the income? And I understand income has to come into play when you're working. I get that part, but not to be driven just by that solely. Okay. Thinking small versus thinking big. Fears change rather than embracing changes. Okay. The best thing I can tell you in life is everything ends and everything changes. And the sooner you accept that, your life will be a lot better, right? Everything's going to change, right? How many times do you talk to people? Well, I remember when I was, 20 years ago, things were so much better, right? I met somebody the other day going, I miss Blockbuster. I'm like, I don't miss Blockbuster. I'm like, who cares? Like, it's gone. It's over. It's not coming back. Okay. You go online, you download a movie now, right? But you got to embrace that, right? Maybe Blockbuster was fun. I used to enjoy going to Blockbuster. You walk around with your family, you argue over which movie you're going to get. The movie that you always wanted to get, they were never in stock. Somehow, no matter how early you got there, those movies were always gone. You had to come back like 3 days later to get the newest movie. Okay. But you know what? The world changes and you just have to accept that, right? Doesn't always mean it changes for the best, but it's always going to change. Instead of being critical of other people, compliment other people. I think what you're doing is great. And maybe this is my hallucination, but if you did it this way, it'd be so much better. But what you're doing is great, right? There's ways to give a criticism, but make it into a positive thing, right? I don't want to help you be more successful. I want to take the success you have and elevate it. Which one sounds better, right? The first one, I'm telling you, you're not successful. I'm going to help you be more successful. Oh, so I'm not successful already, right? That hurts. Rather than saying, hey, I want to take the success you have and elevate it. Oh, who wants their success elevated? That sounds better, right? I want to make more money. I want to have a better car. I want to have a better life. Yeah, I like that one. So again, it's all about mindset. It's all about how you, and people will judge you very quickly on the things you say. If you pay attention, even some of the comments in our chat, they'll make the wrong comment. 2 seconds later, they're gone. we got like a little assassin team in there, right? Sending people away. And it's not because we don't care, but we have very high profile people on here. So we don't want that. We want to show them our best foot forward. This is our show. This is our show. We want to make sure that you guys are looking your best because we want to impress the people that are on these calls also. Okay. Waste time versus buying time. Waste time means you're sitting around doing nothing. Buying time means, instead of saying, well, I got to clean my whole house this Saturday afternoon. Well, why couldn't I go on one of those little apps and find somebody and pay them $50? Now I have the whole afternoon to go to acting classes, to go to the gym, right? So it's always figuring out ways to buy time. Okay. People a lot of times causes problems. They'll watch some of those shows like Cops and stuff like that. They're always getting themselves into a jam versus solving problems. Solving problems means is what's the obstacle and how could we overcome it versus being like, oh my God, I'm a victim and I can't figure this out, right? Poor people always have a single flow of income. They usually have a 9-to-5 job. Rich people will have multiple flows. So they'll have, especially in TV and film, you get residuals. So like if you're in a movie, you'll get paid on that. Not only the upfront, you make $1 million upfront, but then you're also getting paid every time it's downloaded, every time it's streaming. You're getting worldwide rights. And it adds up. Believe it or not, it adds up to tens of thousands of dollars. I know one time I was somebody made a joke about Cher that one of the people she worked with, one of her assistants made a comment, oh, Cher, she's so rich, but I'm the one who deposits her checks. And one of her checks came in, it was for her music from like, I don't know, the 1970s or somewhere. And I guess it got played someplace, and the check was for 13 cents. And then she goes, oh, I can't believe Cher is like, would worry about a 13-cent check. You know what? That 13 check times 13 cents by the tens of thousands of the streaming services, you're getting paid fractions of a penny, right? But that adds up into thousands of dollars. She earned that 13 cents. Cher deserved to deposit her 13 cents. Okay, just to let you know that assistant did get fired. So yeah. That's a Ryan Colby story, actually. Ryan Colby told me that a long, long time ago. And then work-driven versus goal-driven. Goal-driven means you set a goal for yourself and you drive towards that goal. And your goal should always be bigger than what you believe you can accomplish, because it will keep you moving forward. And you, believe it or not, you'll get really close, and then you can now push the goal even further. You're never going to reach it. It's not meant to be reached, but it's meant to keep you always pushing forward. And you can set smaller, they're not like goals, but like checkpoints, I like to call them. What are they called, Denise?
Milestones.
Milestones. There you go. That's the correct word. A milestone, because you can always hit a milestone, and that feels really good, and then you get to celebrate. So again, you can see the other example here. I want to keep us flowing and keep us on time, but you guys kind of get the point. And my really goal for this is just for you to kind of see things a little bit differently. Be open-minded, be willing to learn, be willing to change, be willing to grow. The people that you get to work with at this company is absolutely amazing. We've changed lives. We're really good at what we do. We're actually the best in the world at what we do. So, and again, people who succeed at the highest level, they're doing something differently than everyone else. It's not about luck. It's just about doing things differently. And if you talk about it, it's a dream. If you envision it, it's possible. But if you schedule it, it's real. And I tell you, I got the chance to travel around with Tony Robbins. And the reason I love that quote is because so many times I used to go work with him and see him. I have not worked with him, but originally I used to just go see him. I said, one day I'm going to get to work with him. And that was just a dream. And then I started envisioning it, and I started figuring out how I could make that happen. And, as I started meeting different people that were closer to him and building the company and getting more and better at what I do, it eventually became real, where I actually had the opportunity to not only meet with him, but work with him and travel around with him. And so anything's possible. So, and there's nothing that's not possible, but you have to get past the dream, and you actually have to schedule it. We have a lot of people coming out to Hollywood later on. I'll give you guys an opportunity to come to New York City with us next year, but you need to schedule it to make it real. So again, it's all about opportunities. Okay, so this is diversity in being you, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? High fashion, runway, editorial, promotional, fitness, plus curve, teen, child, commercial, print, lifestyle. My name is Michael Fomkin, and I'm going to turn this back over to Ms. Deneen, and I will see you guys later on today. Enjoy the rest of the day. Make sure you stay on till the end, because we have a lot of amazing speakers still coming up. Bye, guys.
Oh my gosh, how awesome was that? Now, for the people that are here that are new, I have a question for you. How excited are you now to model? Right? Because that's one of my favorite presentations that Mike does, because everyone's like, oh my God, I want to be a high fashion model. Oh, so you want to be unique looking? I forget exactly what Ryan said this morning, but he's definitely said the word gaunt. And I was like, that's a very underused word in the English language. But guys, I want you to understand, do you understand how important it is to have the right mindset? I think that's been if there's a goal, I'm someone who likes to see trends. I like to see commonalities in every presentation that we do. And what I want you guys to see is the commonality is it's your mindset, right? What you believe is true. If you believe you can't do it, you're absolutely right. You'll never do it. But if you believe you can do it, you're absolutely right. You can. How empowering is that? So many times people have this mindset where they worry about what other people think about them, and they worry about what other people have told them. But the way you think is what you'll become. How many of you now are starting to schedule things? Mike said toward the end of his presentation, what you schedule will become true. What you schedule will come to pass. How many of you have started scheduling things? How many of you scheduled? If you're here, you know what? You schedule time for your success. Give yourselves a round of applause. Here's what I want to do. I want to see everyone's faces. I can only see a couple of faces. This is what I want you to do, okay? If you're still here, what I want you to do is this. Look to your left, or hold on, your left, my right. Look to your left. Give that person a high, give them a high five. Good job. You're still here. I'm so proud of you. Okay, hold on. Look to the other side. Give that person a high five. I'm so proud of you. You're still here. All right, now everyone, give me a high five because I'm still here. We're all still here. All right, I want you to understand that you have to celebrate your success. Okay, this morning before I got on here, I was doing a meditation with Tony Robbins, and something he said is that gratitude changes everything in your life. How many of you are grateful that you are here right now on Sunday, September 11th, 2022 at 2:54 p.m. Eastern Standard Time? I know I'm grateful I'm here because you know what? We all made a choice to be here. I mean, let's be honest. Who here was brought when someone pulled you by the hair and brought you here? No, you're here because you made a choice for yourself. You made a decision for yourself. And that's what every speaker has talked about throughout the whole weekend, right? Joseph James talked about the I am statements. How many of you are now changing who you are? I am. I'm on this call. Look, Elena, I'm on this call even though I'm busy today. I'm on this call even though my football team plays tonight, right? It's the most wonderful time of year. Sorry, I had to do a football reference. It's the first Sunday of football. All right, so here we go. Now we can come back. But I just want you guys to understand your mindset is everything. Every little micro decision that you've ever made in your whole entire life has brought you to this moment. Although we talked about stuff earlier, the stuff that fertilizes our plants, all that stuff brought you right here. Christina Cabral is driving from New York to Cleveland. She's still here. We have people working we have someone on this call curling their hair right now. Sadiki's curling her hair and she's still here, okay? But I want you guys to understand every decision you've made has brought you to this point. And we are going to have in a few minutes one of the top models in the world come on. And let me tell you something. He is going to entertain you with his stories because he's very charismatic. But I don't want you to be blinded by the charisma. I want you to hear his stories. I want you to think, okay, you know what? He maybe have graced the covers. He works for the biggest brands, but you know what? How am I like him? Okay, so this is what I would love for you guys to do. I told you this is going to be a super interactive call. In the comments, what has been your biggest takeaway? Okay, now don't answer that question. Let me ask you. I'm telling you guys, ask better questions. You'll get better answers. What is one thing that you've learned so far this weekend that you're going to start implementing? And by I don't mean tomorrow. You're going to put it on your schedule right now. What is one thing you're going to schedule for your own success? Type it in the comments. I want to see. I told you this was Transformation Day. And when you transformation is an action. It's not passive. It's an action. Okay, training, more training, materials for self-tape. Training, showing up, right? Showing up is so important. Just show the flip up for yourself. Everything in the vault to prepare me, yes, right? Yeah, acting classes, training. I started cleaning my social media. Shayla, I was going through my social media while Michael was talking. Oh, I don't need this picture. I was like, oh, that's such a cute picture. Nope, no more, right? Yeah, training and photos, email contact. Yes. Oh my God, so important. And there are people like make sure that if you can receive emails. We tried to email someone, so we couldn't even get an email to the person. Changing mindset and scheduling for me and training, awesome. Make sure to complete all that is needed for LA, awesome. Oh, I like this one. Fight the sabotage and put myself in. How many of you have ever fallen prey to self-sabotage? But now you're like, oh, I don't have to listen to you, stupid voice. Shush, stupid voice. I love that. That's awesome. Let's see, showing up and following through. Yes, showing up is awesome, but if you don't follow through, like, oh my gosh, I was at this party, I met all these amazing people, and nothing, right? The reason you guys heard from Virgilia the other day is twofold. Mike and I decided to go to Fashion Week. Like literally, this is how, can I tell you guys a story about how what we say we actually do? Literally, we were sitting at home. It was like 7 a.m. And Ryan Colby's like, "You're coming to the show today, right?" We're like, "What show are you talking?" He's like, "You're coming to the show. I got you tickets. You have to be here at this time." We're like, and off we go to New York. So we had the opportunity. And then we were only supposed to go to one show. And Ryan's like, yeah, I hope you don't think you're going home because I have another show I need you to go to. We're like, "No, we're going home." He's like, "No, you're not. You have to stay because there's another show that we have to go to." And we're like, "Okay." And he told us about the show. We're like, "Okay, we'll go." Some of our models are walking in it. We'll go to the show. The next thing we know, we're meeting like all these amazing people. And one of them was Virgilia. And like she and I were going back and forth, but I wound up having a medical issue. We're not going to talk about that. But then when we saw her on Wednesday at dinner, I was like, she sounds so familiar. Like I know I've heard her before, but I don't know where. And then she said she texted me her contact information because she wanted to make sure we kept in contact. I was like, "Oh my God." It was crazy. But all that came about because we made decisions, right? We drove 4.5 hours to get to Miami after a call so that we could be there. So like the point out, I'm not trying to tell you this to impress you. I just want to impress upon you that you have to schedule things. And sometimes you have to say yes to the unexpected. And again, I'm like a type A Virgo. I told you guys this morning, like, I need to know who's going to be there, what time, what color lipstick should I wear? What am I like? Give me all the details so that I'm fully prepared. I don't like surprises. I hate surprises, actually, right? So, but what I've learned is that when I say yes to the unexpected opportunities, the most amazing freaking things happen. Like, I didn't know Alicia was coming. She showed up. I'm like, "Yo, what's up?" Okay. Mike talked about it. And I was like, "Oh, yeah, okay. She's going to drive here." And then I was like, I thought he was lying, but here she is. It was awesome. But you have to make time for surprises. So speaking of surprises, let me introduce our next guest to you. So I've known him now for a couple years. Okay. But he is one of the top models in the United States. Okay. He has been the face of major brands. He has walked fashion weeks literally all over the country, all over the world. Alicia, come on in. Alicia's like the walking encyclopedia.
Well, I just know him very well.
I know you know him very well. So tell us a little bit more about
Philip. Hello, Philip.
I know he's on here as Philip. I'm like, who's Philip? I don't know if Philip.
Well, Philip is from Top Model, Deneen.
I know, but he's done so many other things also.
Oh my gosh, he's done so. I don't want to give away his bio because it's so good, and he is the only one that can really. He's something. He's not blunt like Tanya, but I think you guys are gonna love it. Like he's like the cherry on top of the sundae today.
Yeah, and you know what? The thing I love about so let me tell you a story about Phil Sullivan. So I had the opportunity, as you guys may or may not know, I host the podcast for VIP Ignite. And I was doing a podcast with him once, and he was like, "Yeah, Deneen, okay, let's do this." And he's walking through New York City. He almost got run over by a car on our podcast. I was like, "No, I'm 100% survival rate." So, Phil Sullivan, can you say hello so we can all see you?
The introduction.
Hello. Can y'all see me or hear
He's
me?
like, "Why did they let those two introduce me?" Mike, can you introduce me?
Trying to get
What's going on here, Mr. Sullivan?
Can you hear me?
I can't hear
We can't hear you.
Nope. Still nothing.
Wait.
Well, we're just going to keep talking about him until he figures out his tech. So let's talk about some Philip story.
Okay, so I remember one time we were in Hollywood.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Where's my phone? And we invited Phil to come back. We always rent these crazy mansions like in the Hollywood Hills because when we go out to Hollywood, we do go out for really nice dinners and stuff, but it's always easier just to get something catered and just have people like just come over and hang out.
Wait, hold on. Phil, talk now.
Nope. No, but your teeth look stellar, sir. So anyway, so Phil decided to come over. We had some alcohol, and those are like I'll have to post them in the group because they're so fun. Debbie Davis is saying she can't hear you. Phil, try logging off and logging back in.
We'll be here. We'll keep telling stories.
Hold on. But it says he was muted on the bottom.
Oh, wait, it was he. Oh, hold on. Don't
go anywhere, Philip.
Don't go anywhere.
Let's see.
I can't.
I hate this clip thing.
I know. Okay, I guess he logged out and he'll be back. Don't worry.
And don't stereotype this like, oh, models don't know how to work technology.
It's
he does.
It's a tech. He's actually one of the techiest people.
Before you said you couldn't.
Oh,
it's Debbie Davis giving us. Hello, Deborah.
Oh, it's probably, I'll take full responsibility for that. Mike just talked about taking responsibility. I had it muted so you wouldn't hear in the background when
Okay, well, he's back.
Okay, awesome. Okay, let's see his
Put
name.
his camera on. Or ask to start video. Sure.
He's probably still logging on too. Okay. I apologize, guys. Now you know I'm human. Is it okay if I'm human? Is it okay that your host is human? No, it's not okay. Sorry. Well,
why is it so cold right here?
Because the air vents right there.
God.
I know.
The studio is freezing today.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Ask to unmute.
It's our first Zoom. Hello,
Mr. Sullivan.
Philip?
Can you hear me?
Yes. It was. Now we can't see. Okay, there we go. It was totally my fault. I sincerely apologize. I had it muted because Mike speaks on the computer like 5 feet away and then it makes all these noises and I forgot I had it muted. So I apologize.
No
guys,
worries, yeah.
he's a tech genius, me, not so much today.
Wait, who's the tech genius?
You are, Mr. Sullivan.
I am far from a tech genius. If you could see my setup right now, I'm in my other home on wheels.
Well, Philip, just so you guys know, Philip has a really cool apartment in New York City, but then he also has an RV. And if you follow his Insta, he's pretty much like the cute model, like at like these crazy parks and you're cooking and doing all kinds of weird nature stuff. What are you doing out there?
Weird nature stuff.
I'm still out in nature. It is, as all of y'all know, it is New York Fashion Week. This will be, I think, the first year I haven't walked in a runway, which, believe it or not, it's the only time I've ever been like, wow, thank God I don't have to run around New York City right now like a chicken with my head cut off, all for maybe a chance, which then I don't even know what that chance even turns into, and blah, 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 and crazy. Also, I can be New York Fashion Week. That's, this is the first New York Fashion Week where I've had 2 jobs this week. They've both paid more than any New York Fashion Week shows could possibly pay. I won't be seen anywhere, and I can just hang out in my RV and go hiking. So that's my New York Fashion Week. So let me start. I'll introduce myself. Thank you, Denise and Alicia, for the warm welcoming. I'll reintroduce myself as Phil Sullivan.
I'm going to tell you the truth now.
Yeah, I'm Phil Sullivan. I have graced the covers of magazines, of whatever you can put a cover on. I've probably been on it. It's been a wild ride. I started out like most of y'all, inquisitive of this industry we live in, right? I want to be a model. That was what I did. I came to New York by chance. As many of y'all have probably heard or not heard, I started out homeless, had nothing, had a backpack. I would join gym memberships for their trial. And I would pretend I'm an actor in New York, and I'd get like 10-day trials. I'd go in, I'd shower, I'd go network, tell everybody I wanted to be a model. I met this guy, as all y'all know, Ryan Colby. And let me tell you, there's things in life Ryan Colby, who would have ever thought that man had an impact on my life? I'm grateful for it. He gave me a chance to cater to start. This is the funny story. He didn't even give me a modeling job. He gave me a catering job. I started catering, and all models, if you live in a major city, I would suggest catering. You literally are at events you would never belong to. You are not there as a guest. You are there to work. But you're good looking enough, usually, if you're a caterer, that if you use this little thing called gift of gab, you can find yourself at the next event, not catering, but as a guest. So it really starts kind of there, right? We're in a world of marketing where being a model is now so much broader than what it used to be. And I think I'm very fortunate that I came into that time of like the new world, the relatability, a guy with a beard, not your traditional model. I'm 6'4", 6'2" on a comp card. And I just kind of, started to wing it. And I started to get denied by everybody I was meeting who was in the industry, whether it was Red Models, whether it was New York Models, VNY, DNA, Fenton Moon, MSA. I would meet with all of these agencies that I'm sure if you guys have done your research, you'll know of these places. I got denied. I ended up getting on America's Next Top Model. Changed my life. A lot of people will bash it. A lot of people will say Top Model did nothing for them. And I'm sure it's not for everybody. It's not a modeling show. Let me tell you all this. It's a reality show. So anything that I learned on Top Model is completely useless in the modeling world. The only thing you can learn on Top Model that I transferred to here is block out everyone. Forget what people are saying. Forget what people want you to be. Find a way to market yourself, find a way to brand yourself, and find a way to sell that to people, because your job is to model. And part of that is selling yourself. So if you're not, taking business classes to figure out how to market, well, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, so I don't know. That's like quick little intro. I don't know if any of y'all see New York Fashion Week, but I will tell you it's definitely changed over the years. There's a lot of people that get excited, and you see the social media and you see everyone at New York Fashion Week. But really, there's so much that goes on beyond New York Fashion Week. There's so much little work that people don't see people doing. And I think Alicia and Deneen are those people too that are putting in work behind the scenes, where if you are able to incorporate that stuff into your plethora of talent, you're going to go somewhere. You've got access to these people who you're not going to meet at these events, who aren't going to give you time in a New York City, in a Chicago, in an LA. And as Ryan Colby says, if you're not in New York City or Los Angeles, you're not human. So as any of you guys know, Chicago is not a city. Miami is not a city. It's the classic Ryan Colby. But yeah, so I always tell people this: if you want to model and you want to work in this industry, move to a major city. Ryan Colby was right. Believe it or not, you got to go to a big city. You got to go to LA, you got to go to New York. You're not going to book something from Topeka, Kansas. You're not going to book something from Fayetteville, Arkansas. You're not going to book something you're going to check your emails more than some should check their emails. And I think the scariest part about it all is rejection. Look at how many people are in New York City. Go to New York City for one day. Look at all of the good looking people. Look at all of the talented people. Look at all of this stuff that's going on. First you got to block that out, and find a way where you value yourself. It's one of those life things. I never thought I'd be to a point where I didn't do any fashion shows, and I'm okay with that. It's because I started to realize the value of my time, the value of what I do, the value of how people want to treat me. I started to understand value. And when you get in, I'm lucky to be able to do this now because I worked so hard prior, because I said yes to everything, because I networked, because I met everybody, because I showed up to every event, because I was on time, because when someone didn't have a model and they needed someone, I showed up. And now I'm able to sit in this position where, it's not survival anymore, which is a really beautiful, I can't tell you how I feel. As I'm sure you can probably see, I'm laid back in my RV and just enjoying the rain that's raining on my roof. And people are running to their next casting right now, like a chicken with their head cut off. And yeah, I'm just here hanging out.
Can you talk a little bit about the transition, Phil? When did you ever envision, when you first started modeling, when you landed in New York City with your backpack, did you envision your career where it is right now?
Oh, no chance. I mean, that's the craziest part about this all. Like, I always try to give myself perspective of how I felt when I first got to the city. I was overwhelmed, first of all. I have no education. I had, again, all I had was my personality. I started getting rejected, and man, it sucked. Like, there was nothing worse than like, how could I, like, I don't know, like, how can I become this model? And everyone was saying no. And hold on, let me reset myself. The light's on me and I'm starting to sweat, as you can see, so I'm panicking.
Don't panic. You look amazing still. I know you may be warm, but you still look good. He's like, forget it. We're just taking off the take off a layer.
This is the most clothes I've worn when I usually do this stuff,
I think you're right.
Yeah. So
how do you learn to handle all of that rejection?
Again, I think what we got to realize is you're not for everybody, right? That's the one thing, like, you're not for everybody. And the internet creates this weird world for us to give us, like, what is beauty these days? Like, who knows? It's almost like being different is beautiful. Being yourself is beautiful, but we're all trying to be something we're not. And I think that's, you have a big identity. And I've talked about this before, is like finding your identity. If anyone knows me, I really don't give up sometimes. And sometimes it works to my disadvantage, and sometimes it works to my advantage. But I know what I'm not booking. I don't market myself as an athlete. I'm probably one of the better athletes out of all the male models out there. But guess what? I never would expect to book a job as an athlete because I don't market that. It's not in my portfolio. I don't show people on my Instagram. Like, I played college football and baseball. I can dunk on someone if I need to, like, but that's irrelevant, right? That's just a part of Phil. That's a part of Phil. Phil, that's not his model. That's not how I sell myself. So when you guys are doing all this stuff, remember how you're marketing yourself. I remember going into like Red Models, and I was just diesel. I was, had the arms after football. I went in there and they were like, hey man, you're going to need to thin down a little bit if you want to work. And I was like, I need to thin down. Like, what do you mean? I'm jacked. And I started to realize, like, fashion at that time wasn't muscle. It was like the only thing you'll book when you're that jacked is underwear. You're only going to be booking underwear campaigns. So like now I look at myself at 34 years old, and I used to be in sick shape. I'll see photos of myself and be like, damn, like, dude was yoked. But now I'm like, wow, now I have like a dad bod. I might have a six pack and some lighting, but my market changed. I don't need to be ripped out of my mind. I don't need to go to the gym twice a day. I don't need to eat juice or drink juice all day. Maybe I do need juice for my brain. And I just realized, like, what am I now selling? I'm selling relatability. I'm in a new market. I'm no longer high fashion. I have those clients available on occasion because of what I've already done, but I've just changed the way I look at things. The rejection, though, let's go back. I get so sidetracked. It's just how I operate. But being in New York, it strips you down, and you guys are going to learn how bad you want things when you don't have anything, right? Like give up your job, give up your car, give up your job with insurance and dental and health and all of this, because when you come to New York, these people don't have this. We're all in. If you meet other creatives in New York, they all know what it's like taking that train, or having somebody try to swipe for you, or asking somebody for $1, or not being able to pay rent, or being 3 months behind on rent, or sleeping on someone's couch, or, like all of these things that go into being where I'm at now. Like, people think that, oh, I'm Phil Sullivan. Bullshit. Like, I hustled my ass off to be relative. And now the benefits are reaping. All of that seed planting I did is now turning into something. And it's turning into something without a survival like instinct, which is awesome.
So let's talk about this, because something you love that you opened my eyes many times on this is when people are starting out, obviously it's not easy, but can you talk a little bit about like how much do you get paid when you're first starting out as a model? Because so many times people are like, I want to be a model. I'm like, okay, well, what are you doing now? They're like, well, I'm like, so can you talk a little bit about like the no one likes to talk about the finances of the beginning days as a model, especially in New York City.
I
know you do.
I love to talk about the finances of that. Like, I mean, it's actually, yeah. So I'll be a little transparent. A lot of transparent. When you first start modeling, man, you don't see catering was how I made money. That's it. I would do all of these shows for my portfolio, which it is for my portfolio. You would do all of this stuff to just keep networking, right? Like you have to pay money. Like look at test shoots, right? Building your portfolio is one of the most important things because it's your resume as a model. You go into anyone and you send a link, whether it's a physical copy, a link, an email, an Instagram, whatever it is, we're all clicks away from each other's resumes, which is pretty crazy. You have to present yourself how you want to be sold and whatever, like if I want to book suits, right? I'm going to go find a guy who takes photos and take suit photos, so whatever it may be. I'm going to spend $200, $300, $400, $500 to test shoot, to get myself images so that maybe one day I can book a job for $1,000. And guess what? From spending $500, I'm now making $500. Like you have to spend money to make money. If I want to do a beauty campaign, I better find a pretty good makeup artist to do a test shoot. So let me pay that makeup artist. Pay the people around you who already have developed the skills to make things look expensive. It's crazy when you see like we're all the same person. It's just who you work with. It doesn't matter. Like I can look like $1 million if I'm working with Stephen Meisel, Bill Mullen, Dick Page Face doing my makeup. Like all of these people, if they come and work on me, I'll look good, and so will y'all. But it's about like how do I I mean, again, it's test shooting, like building your portfolio. Go to I don't know what to say, Deneen, I guess.
No, I love so what you're telling me, Phil, is even though you're Phil freaking Sullivan, you still have to pay for test shoots?
I still got to do it. Yeah, me and my girlfriend's over here.
Hi, girlfriend.
Hi, girlfriend.
I've seen pictures of you.
Yeah, so if anyone sees on my Instagram, Gwen was a former dancer, and she then became a model. And as she started, it's a great scenario to be alongside someone building their own career too, because I've had the experience to meet these awesome photographers. And I've been able to reach out to photographers and be like, hey man, I need a favor. Like I'll show you screenshots. Hey man, I need a favor. I'll throw you $300 for an hour of your time tomorrow. My girlfriend needs 2 images, one in a suit and one throwing a leg up, and we'll go. And a week and a half later, 2 weeks later, we have images that are now in her book. I can point them out and you can be like, wow, she spent money. And then a week later or a month later, she's on set and you look up on the mood board and it's her test photo that she took with her leg up. And so it's funny because in the client's head, the client saw that photo and said, oh, she can do denim. She can wear denim and throw a leg up. And they're selling athleisure, stretchy pants. Oh, Gwen's just a girl because we can see that she's going like this, So it's tough when you spend the money because you're like, oh man, like that's a lot of money. But so is booking a job when you book it. Now, all my jobs I didn't start making real money until 3 years ago, maybe. I'm less relative and famous now than I was after Top Model, after all of my Vogue Italia, my Ralph Lauren, my, all of the At Large magazine. It was in Barnes and Noble. It was in every Chinatown magazine shop you could go. The coolest thing ever. I didn't make money then. It was all just an idea to people. It was part of the process. Like, remember, social media is smoke and mirrors. Like, no one's showing. You're not like, oh man, stepped in shit today. Let me take a photo of that and put it on the gram. You know, you're not like, oh, bird pooped on me, man. What a day. It's good luck.
Lucky day.
You know, it's if you go back in my Instagram, it's way back, right? I remember the days I would hit negatives because of an overdraft fee or whatever it needed to be. And I'm like, hey, y'all, I just did a cover of the magazine. I'm minus $137. Screenshot. This is not for sorrow. This is for reality. This is to say, I am still on my grind. I am still hustling. This is a temporary time. This is just a negative, whatever. This is just a number that's happening while I'm pursuing a dream, and then it's just nuts. Like, you got to give yourself perspective of like where you were and what you're doing and who are the people around you. Like, start creating real relationships. Like, good friends will save you in situations if you can show them you're to be trusted, if you're to show them that you have a talent that you can provide. You've got to remember, New York City and LA and all these people, it's about building community. That's going to sustain you. It's trusting your agent when you call them. It's your agent trusting you. Hey, Phil, where are you? Hey, I'm in Jersey. I'm in an RV. Can you get me a casting right now? Okay, cool. Throws on jeans, throws on a light, throws on, everything, a blank wall behind me if I remove this. Hi, I'm Phil Sullivan. I'm prepared. That is a huge thing in this industry. It's not, oh, well, I'm in Jersey. I don't know where I'm going to get jeans or a t-shirt. I don't even have a light. They want natural light. Like, oh,
it's
man,
I'm
just not going to be able to do this. Yeah, it's raining out. Like, whoopity can do. Get wet. Go out. Like, they're going to realize as a casting director, you're not in control of the rain. Like, if you send in like, a casting, my agent the other day, I emailed him digitals and it was 2 days. He gave me 2 days to do it. I get an email back. He's like, Phil, there's stains all over your shirt. I'm like, no, it's raining. Watch the video. And you look in the video and there's a puddle. There's a puddle in the back. And my agent, of course, called and gave me shit. But guess who booked the job?
Phil Sullivan.
I did. Why? Because I submitted the materials they wanted. They didn't say, hey, go out on a non-cloudy day. Like, it was raining. I was shit out of luck. It didn't matter. I was still able to provide the materials that they had asked for. So like, read that stuff. When they're like looking for a construction worker, wear a tank top and jeans. Don't wear athleisure. Don't wear a suit because it's your favorite suit. Don't think that just because it's your favorite suit, ask what they or deliver what they want. It's yeah, man, this shit's a hustle. Like, I'll give you a quick rundown. I'm out whatever at my buddy's, and a buddy of ours is male supermodel, right? Just change agencies, just change like reality. He's out here and it's real. And he'll tell you it's real. And he'll tell you that all of the money that he's made more money. He's made me look like I shouldn't even be in front of a camera. And he's struggling. And it's real. And you can Google him. I'm not going to give you his name. He's done fragrances, car commercials. He's, had multiple homes. He's lived like this lavish life. And guess what? Right now, he needs us. And it's not even financially. It's just emotionally. He needs us for, just having a sense of community, man. Like, this industry is nasty. You can have it all and you can lose it all. So again, when I always like tell models, like, if you're doing this for the money, get out.
Go be an accountant, go work in a bank.
Yeah. You're doing this for stability, see the door. Like, if you're doing this because you want to be famous, get out. Like, all of these things like are going to naturally happen, right? If the money does come, it's great. If you are famous, fantastic. Your rates probably go up. Like, there's tiers of this career. Like, you have to slowly evolve. Like, again, like I said, I'm still test shooting. I'm literally still testing. When I get a haircut, when I get a trim, like, if you guys go and look at my Instagram right now, Insight Phil, I think it's like the second photo down in the middle. It's me in a suit. And I'm trying to book right now. I'm trying to book Hugo Boss. I'm trying to book a watch campaign. I'm trying to book, what else am I trying to book? Car commercials. I'm trying to book classy man. So what do I have to show on my Instagram? that I'm a classy man. I also show that I'm living in an RV and I'm in the woods playing with my girlfriends, taking photos on a film camera, like doing all of these things, but again, like, know your market, know how to achieve your market, spend the money to make yourself achieve that so someone else understands. Like, a lot of casting directors don't know it until they see it. Like, they're not creative. You have to be the person to be creative. Like, honestly, they're just bloodsuckers. They're like, oh, that'll work. That's great. That'll work. That's exactly what we wanted. We'll take it. Like, you have to show it to them. They're not going to be like, I could picture Dave maybe in like a suit, maybe in like an expensive car going down the road. Like, maybe if it blah, 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 blah. You have to create the image for that person to say yes. Yeah, kind of. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I love, it's like, I'm done, mic drop. No, yeah. I love what you're saying.
No, I mean, again, I think, how many times can we say I think?
I think, let's have an I think off. Go ahead, Phil.
I think. So again, the perspective game is real, right? If y'all ever want to know what I actually make, please message me on Instagram. Like, I'll tell you, like, this is not for the money. It's for the quality of life.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Like, why do you do that? You say the quality of life. It doesn't sound like it sounds like it took a while for you to get to have the quality of life. So, why have you put yourself through a living hell over the past however many years to be here?
Yeah. I mean, that's a great question, Deneen. There's something definitely not right in my brain. They told me that in school. I learn differently. I think part of the way I learn is when people don't want to see you succeed, man. It's really it's motivating. It's motivating to have a little bit of a chip on your shoulder in life sometimes, to kind of get out there and show people what you can actually do. Again, like, man, anyone who knows my life, my brother, my mom, my dad, they're like, man, I don't know how you do it. My girlfriends, I don't know how you do it. I was broke as hell last year for 4 months. And man, like, Gwen had my back, and she wasn't even balling at the time. We had some income opportunities. She saved my ass. I had done a lot of work. I was still waiting on payments. As y'all know, payments still don't take anywhere from 30 to 120 days in this industry. I don't care whatever it is. I did a job, the biggest job of my life, I did 3 months ago out in Oregon, 3-day trip, as you guys can see. And I'll tell you how much money that was. It was $5K a day. I got paid a travel day, $1,000 to get there. So on my plane, I got paid $1,000, ordered extra peanuts. On my way back, I also got paid $1,000. But it was so crazy because I made $17,000, and I went to Oregon and took photos with a bunch of cool people and got to travel the counties of Oregon. And man, like, what an experience, and then next thing you know, a week later, me and my girlfriend booked K Jewelers. And if any of you guys are watching television this week, the K Jewelers ad just came out, and I'll tell you that was $8,500, and I got to work with my girlfriend. It's going to be a commercial. They have exclusive rights all year, print, TV, social, whatever it may be. It's going to be plastered, and that was $8,500. So if you look at it like that, I made 25 grand in those 2 jobs. I'm still waiting for it. So like, like, I've made 3 emails to accounting, the accounting at Orla Bar Brown, the accounting at Hefner Models, who I'm representing in Seattle. They're annoyed at me already, but I need my money. Like,
show me the money.
Yeah, but it's funny too. Like, it's so cool, right? And it's holding me tight. But then I have Airbnb. A lot of people don't realize, and I've been very transparent with this. My breadwinner is Airbnb. I do interior decorating. I rent my place out. When we rent our places out, we get in the RV, and our dreams are facilitated through our Airbnb income. We put gas in our RV, we renovate our RV to make it feel as home is home. And it's all about, guys, it's all about faking it. Like, just be smart. Like, don't work hard, work smarter.
Yeah.
You know, like we just bought linen sheets today at a sample sale. I didn't. My buddy was in the city. I said, hey, can you run over to a sample sale? I bought what, $800 worth of sheets? Whatever, nice linen sheets, because this is our home. This is our bed right here. There's a king bed. It's like anything, it's a home. I got $800 linen sheets for about $160.
Nice.
Right? I got a duvet, a sheet set, the pillowcases, another coverlet, whatever it all is. We look expensive. We didn't pay to be expensive. We paid $160. If you go to Target right now and try to buy a comforter, linen sheets, pillowcases, and a coverlet, I guarantee you're out the door $275, but you're not getting the quality. And so this is starting to, like, how do I take this and apply it to life, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do I take this and apply it to test shoots? How do I take this and go get my ass to the Goodwill, find a nice suit, bring it over to a tailor, spend $12 on a suit, get it tailored for $38, and you look like you have a $700 suit. Go take photos in it. Make yourself look expensive. Why? Because people want what they can't have. And if you're outpriced and unaffordable, people want to be a part of it.
Yeah.
It's like, it's messed up. Like, again, like, yeah. But again, like, all of the opportunities are there. I've always done this. I've gone to Goodwills and I know the brands. Do your research. Know what brands are what. Put it on. Walk around. Like, fake it till you make it. You know?
Let's talk a little bit about research, because I remember when we were in Orlando last year, you talked a lot about researching brands and different things like that. So talk a little bit more about research.
Yeah, research. I mean, all of it, guys, is when I first started, we didn't have the ability to research. You open up a magazine, you look at who the editor is, you look at who the photographer is, you look at who the art director is. You do all that in a magazine while you're like in a waiting room, right? You guys have this thing right here, this phone. My God, you have access to everyone. You can Google, you can look at LinkedIn, you can click on another model. You can click on the people that I've shot with. You can see everyone tags their photos. Tag your photos, look at the photographer, reach out to them, give some likes, give a follow, let them know you're interested, see if they want to shoot. It's that simple. What's the worst that happens? No, yes. Oh my God, it worked. All it has to do is work once. Throw darts. I always say it. Throw darts. One will land. Yeah. Like, it's all, I mean, it's just sad. Like, I got friends who are so good looking and, man, they just think it's going to come to them. And I'm like, look, I will out hustle you any day of the week. I will out network you. I will find reasons for, look, I got a beard and I like nature. Why am I not booking LL Bean? Why am I not booking Land's End? Why am I not booking Patagonia? Why am I not? Well, it's because I haven't networked hard enough. But I can tell you right now that if you go to my followers, and all of those people are sitting on there because I've headhunted them. I've headhunted the creative directors. I've headhunted the photographers. I've headhunted the studio photographers, the lifestyle photographers, the e-com photographers. Like, there's so much work out there, right? You got to find it. It is not your agent's job to find you work. It is your agent's job to receive your thing and negotiate. Right?
Can you say that again for the people that couldn't hear you in the back? For the people in the back, yeah. Can you say that one more time, please?
Hey, yes, people in the back. You have to do the work. You cannot expect your agent to do the work that you have to do. Your agent is there to negotiate. And that's just that. Like, obviously, look, I've been with like 7 agencies in New York City. It all started with Colby. I went from Colby to AIM to New York Models to One Models Colby, AIM, New York Models, Ford Models, One Models, and now I'm at Q Models. And this has been my best agency yet. You have to try things out, guys. Like, You got to feel it out. But you also have to do the work. Like, I'm still friends with pretty much all of my agents. The only person who I wasn't friends with when I left was Ryan Colby. And now to this day, we can now communicate on a civil base because he knows that I busted my ass to get where I'm at. And he also tried to get where I'm at. And he believed in me and he tried. And I went in a different direction, which is okay. But I trusted him for the time being. And I went on to do a TV show, which not many people have that opportunity. And I went all over the place. But again, it's like, how cool is it that I'm now talking to models who are even now with Colby models, and I can say, look, like, I'm relatable. I've been there. I know where you've been, and it's possible. All of this stuff is possible, but you have to work hard. You know, it's not just going to happen. Ryan Colby isn't just going to make you. He's going to try like hell. He's going to submit to everyone he knows, but you got to also go out there and do the work and then refer them to Ryan and then refer them. And if it's not Ryan and whoever it is, do the due diligence. Like, yeah, like, you got to hustle. I never thought I'd be teaching models how to model. That's nuts.
That there was a TikTok, but that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, I'm not there yet either. Like,
well, since you brought it up, that TV show that you were talking about. So everyone, we have that TV show quoted to us at least once a day. So can you tell us what people think it is versus what it really is? And you don't even have to mention the TV show by name if you don't want to, but like, tell us what people think it is and what it really is.
Yeah, I mean, so America's Next Top Model. People think it's all glam, which it is now. I mean, it's, this is a tough one. So at the time, I had an opportunity. It was all I had. I was living in a 5-8 room with no windows. I sent in an application. I got on the show. I had a great backstory. It definitely played to my advantage to getting on television, which creates ratings, which is what you're there for. You are there for ratings. You are an entertainer. You are not a model. You are there to create as much drama as you can possibly have in that room. I get paid $50 a day per diem. I'm on camera all day. I got cameras in the bathroom. I got mic'd up. Anytime I use anyone's name or start talking, cameras will come in. It's the most invasive. I got, again, $50 a day. Like, you know how much I left with? I had to go grocery shopping, and they put you're in Calabasas. If any of you guys will ever go to Calabasas in your life, nothing is affordable. It's where Kim Kardashian lives. It's where Jessica Simpson lives. It's where all those people live. And we had to give our wrangler, is the person who looks out for us, cash and write a grocery list so they could go buy groceries for us. So at the end of Top Model, I ended up leaving with $1,500 after 2 months of Top Model. So, like, I don't know, but people get it twisted thinking. I remember when I came back to my hometown and I went to order food, and at this one place, it's happy hour from 5 to 8, half off appetizers. And I'm just like, time to eat, you know? So I get there. I just done the TV show. Hey, Phil, blah, 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 blah. Cool. I'm like eating. I order everything I eat. It would typically be $40 for everything I ate. I get a check. It says like $120 or like $85. And I was like, what's this? And they're like, I was like, guys, it's happy hour. They're like, oh, so sorry. Totally forgot. And you're like, you didn't forget. You just thought that I had money. And guess what? I do not have money. I did not make money on that TV show, you know, and it's so crazy. Like, they've got your rights. They can portray you however they want to portray you. You can be the clown. You could be the asshole. You could be the nicest person in the world. You could be the ugliest person in the world. You could be whatever it is going to be. My job was to brand myself after that. Right. And now it's on Netflix. I don't get paid from that. It was on CW and now Netflix bought it. I don't get paid from that because when I signed a contract, read the contract, right? There's reasons contracts are written. So there's clauses that say you aren't protected, which is fine. If you don't feel as though this is protecting you, don't sign it. This is bottom line, right? So you get all the people, I'll read the reviews online. People are like, Todd, Tyra Banks, she's the shittiest human being. Yeah, Tyra Banks is the shittiest human being. It's not her job to be a good human being. It's her job to run her business however she wants to run it. I signed the dotted line. The dummy is me. But it was an opportunity that I had to take at the time. And it brought me somewhere that I'm now able to leverage, which is now up to me. But yeah, so I remember, guys, I did my first cover, and it, again, At Large magazine. If you guys want to Google At Large magazine, Phil Sullivan, you'll see the spread. It's really cool. I remember the day the editor decided I was on the cover, he said, hey, come meet me at the Bowery Hotel. I went and I met him. He sat down, he pulled something behind his back, and he slapped it on the table. And he said, congratulations. And I just started crying. I was like, holy shit, like, this is it. I did it. Like, I did a cover of a magazine. How sick is this? And like the next day I was in the Apple store, and one of the photographers I worked with, his name is Eric Osla, who now is one of the photographers on Top Model. Prior to Top Model, he was just a photographer who was a friend of mine. He ended up being Tyra's baby mama. Long story short, we're in the Apple store, and Eric sees me. He's like, hey, Phil. Comes over. He's like, congratulations. He's like, I love the cover. At Large, it looks incredible. Like, so proud of you, man. You really, really worked hard. Tyra was over there getting her iPad fixed. She didn't come over, say hi, wish me whatever you could wish someone. Didn't do anything. And you're like, holy shit, you literally just ran essentially a pyramid for me to succeed. I succeeded, and you're not even going to acknowledge it? Huh. All right. And you know, that's also my ego being like, she should have come over. No, she doesn't owe me anything. She doesn't have to, but just to show you the character of like, this industry is business. Like, you're disposable. You are like, yeah, I don't know. I get a little salty about it, but
no, again, but you know what? I think okay, so let's not discuss the saltiness, but did your life benefit ultimately from being on Top Model? If you could go back to little baby Phil who decided to be on Top Model, would you have made the same decision?
100%. Yes. I think I would have made every decision that I've made, because you learn from these, whether it's mistakes or trials. Like, there's so much to learn from this stuff that's happening. And I think a lot of people's decisions are never made because of fear. I think that's the one thing. We're all afraid to fail, but we're never afraid to succeed, which is also crazy. But right?
Do you think that's true? We've had a lot of mindset talks. Do you think that people actually are not? Do you think that people fear failing more than they fear succeeding?
Oh, of course. Like, yeah. I mean, think about it. It's raining, right? What happens when you're going to go outside? What are you going to get? Everyone answer or type it. What are you going to get when you walk outside when it's raining?
Wet, of course.
No shit, right? You're going to get wet. Cool. That's it. You're going to get wet. Cool. You know how many people are like, oh, I'm not going to go outside. I'm not going to go for a run. I'm going to get wet. I'm not going to go for this. I'm going to get wet. I'm not going to go this. I'm going to get. Yeah, be prepared. Someone just wrote it. Exactly. Be prepared for what's going to happen as much as you can. You know, maybe you forgot waterproof shoes. Your feet are going to get wet. Guess what? Your feet are going to dry eventually. It's with anything. It's if you move from Tulsa, Oklahoma, because you want to be a model in New York City, guess what? Tulsa, Oklahoma is not going anywhere. Tulsa, Oklahoma is not going anywhere. It's still going to be there. So when you go to New York and you fail and you keep trying and trying and trying and trying and it doesn't work, it's okay, because Tulsa is going to be there and you're going to be doing the same thing you were doing. And you never took that chance. Like, take these chances. Invest in yourself. Invest in your health. What do you need to do to achieve your goals? Write it down. See it on paper. I remember I was so wired in my head of like meeting goals or being in shape that it was like to a default. Like, it was almost unattractive, right? I became so focused on like, how am I going to achieve this, that I forgot so much in my life. And now I'm like, I think I went around it all, and I'm on like the other side where I'm like, shit, how do I find a balance of this? But all of the stuff that I wanted to achieve when I was 25 is so much different now that I'm 34. Like my needs in life and my wants in life, man, they're so achievable. It is so close to being in my life, the things that I want. It's awesome. Like nothing that in my head is like unperceivable. Is that
it's all attainable?
Yeah, unattainable. Like anything that was, I don't want a $35 million home. Like, guys, I want a tiny home on a property near a river. Like, I want to have a bike trail to be able to go and bike. I want to be able to go to do the things that make me happy. I'm not asking a lot. And it's still a goal. I still don't have money to go buy a tiny home. Imagine trying to buy a real home. Oh, shit. That's anxiety. You know, you're like, start to realize like what you need in life. Is it love? Is it good looks? Is it health? Is it things? What is it? What is it that you want in life? And how are you going to, and when you get there, what are you going to want next? You always have to remember that. Like everyone always wants more. They're like, oh no, but if I only had like 3 more of these. You're like, a year ago you said you wanted this and you got it. It's great to keep pushing yourself, but like be like relative to what you want. Not relative.
Be aware of what you want and what you need.
Yeah, that's it. Pretty simple.
It's awesome. Well,
yeah.
We have a couple more minutes. So would it be okay if I open up the floor to some questions?
Oh, please, yes.
All right. If you have a question for Mr. Phil Sullivan, please raise your Zoom hand. Or I'll keep asking you questions if you guys want. Okay, I'll keep asking questions until I see a Zoom hand. Oh, okay. So someone is asking you, what is your number one piece of advice? I'm guessing for aspiring models.
All right. Well, there we go. So, Janine, that's a great. I actually love the way you just worded that. So here's the catch. For aspiring models, you guys have all heard this before. Don't ever use the word aspiring. Don't. Why? Why are you putting something that you want to be? You are a model. Someone just has to pay you for it, right? Like you're a model already. Someone's just got to pay you for it. That's it. Like you're not aspiring, you are. Like if I'm a contractor and I haven't built a home yet, am I still a contractor? Yeah, I just haven't built a home yet. Still a contractor. You know, so focus on the focus on the believing it. It's really about, you know, again, your job as a model is to sell. What was the full question? Sorry, didn't even
No, I love your.
That gets me going.
No, for you, the point to get started is believe that you are a model instead of like worrying about the aspiring part. Actually, believe that you are a model. So, if you were to go back, what are the first like one, 2, or 3 things that you would do to get started as a model?
Oh, I would have purchased a camera earlier in my career. I would have found a way to get a camera in my hands to understand what it's like to be a photographer. I think you have to be multi-dimensional when it comes to modeling. You have to be able to understand what a photographer wants. You have to understand the knowledge of lighting. That's just 101. You have to know all that stuff if you're going to be a model. So I wish I got a camera earlier in my career. I was fortunate to get one later on in my career. It helps me have that lingo with anything I'm doing now. Photographers thank me for it. You know, don't be a know-it-all when you're on set. Don't be like you've done this before. Show up every day like it's your first time ever modeling. Take direction well. Be a better listener. Things I would also go back on is I would remove my ego. I would know that every job that was available has an opportunity. Every job that is offered could lead to something much greater, right? Remove yourself from that's not for me. Remove yourself until you can say that. Cool, make that decision. But until then, I think saying yes to everything, which I kind of did, led me to having a sustainable career, you know? So no matter the opportunity, show up on time, be prepared. If it means you being in the background, cool. I remember I showed up one time as an extra. It was for a movie called The Other Woman. The director was Nick Tescavides or whatever his name was. He's the director of The Notebook. He was the #1 director. I showed up as an extra. I even had to leave early. I had to. It was like I said yes to the job. I knew I couldn't even complete it. I went and told the director, this is very unprofessional, guys, don't do this, but it worked for my liking. I went up to the director. I said, hey, Nick, I actually have to go. Thank you for having me. Can I grab your number? Nick Tescavides gave me his number. I literally could text Nick. He's probably on a boat somewhere somehow. But at the time, I thought I was going to be an actor. And I got his contact. What that could have opened up, no one knows. I didn't exercise it. I didn't use that relationship. I didn't stay in touch with him. I didn't develop an acting career to even use that network. But I took a chance. And what if Nick said no? Great. I was still leaving. I was still going. I was still out of there. I took a chance. He said yes. I didn't end up even needing it. I did not have to use it, but just know, like, these are the moments, guys. Like, people will say no, and that's okay. Don't get butthurt. You're gonna be all right. Like, you know.
Yeah. No,
where did butthurt even come from?
Let's not go down that rabbit hole. That's not that type of. This is not that type of call.
Philosophy.
No, I philosophy, yes, but let's not explore that.
Yeah.
The conversations we have. So we have a couple people asking also, like, how do you network and make connections on social media?
I mean, again, just start liking stuff, guys. We all see, like, I've got followers, right? If you like 7 of my photos, guess what? I'm gonna see that you liked 7 of my photos. Create content that makes you want to click. Like, who are you? What are you? Are you relatable? Can I have a conversation with you? If you reach out to me and say hi, what the hell are you going to talk to me about? Are you going to tell me you have an RV? Are you going to tell me that there's a cool river I should go and kayak down? Are you going to tell me there's this awesome hike you went to? Is there anything? Or are you going to tell me how you want to be a model? You know, like, start to connect with people on an organic level. Start to connect with people because you actually want to connect with people. Like, organic relationships will, again, be sustainable.
So I'll translate that for you guys. Add value to his life, and then he will respond back. Well, that looks delicious. Eat on camera. No, I love that, because I think so many times people are like, even earlier, someone's like, "Oh, me." We're not here to me. Add value to people's lives. What camera would you recommend for someone to buy as a beginner?
All right, so you should probably go on Facebook Marketplace to start, or any Goodwill. Look for a film camera. Like, film cameras are so cool. They're raw. This is how it all started. It all started with figuring out exposure, f-stops, figuring out all of that stuff. You don't have to get a dark room. You can go drop it off at some film shop and see your images a week later, but start learning what light is. Start learning what what lenses are, right? If I'm shooting with someone on a 17mm lens, does anyone even know, like, the depth of a 17mm lens? Do you know what you're going to see? Like, go grab a 17mm lens and you're going to see the whole wherever. Like, you're going to look weird in that photo. If they're shooting with a 35, it's the 35mm. It's classic. If you're shooting a 50, you start to get this. If you're shooting 85, you start to get this. If you're shooting anything past that, you're starting to get this, right? So, like, you got to know where to be in the camera. If someone's telling me they're shooting a 17mm lens, I could be standing right here with a 17mm lens and my whole body would be in frame. But that's just like, you got to know where you're at. Like, look at the photographer, ask him even, hey, what lens is that? So I know where I'm at. And then go have your buddy shoot you with a 50mm. Have your buddy shoot you with a portrait lens, 85. You know, if you hear the words, hey, take it down to a 1.8. 1.8 is where they're going to break down, where that lens is going to break down. So if I'm like this, a 1.8 is going to grab the first thing it sees, which is probably my nose, and it's going to focus on that. And it's just going to take everything behind that and shut it down. So when you guys see the photos and portfolios where it's just like a blur in the back, it's because it was probably on a 1.4 and they probably broke everything behind the focal subject down. If it's a 3.8, if it's a 4.8, if it's a 6.5, you're going to see all of it. All of it's going to be in focus. So like, you're going to start to realize this when you're shooting. It's really cool.
Awesome. Cool. I love that. Well, Phil, I want to be aware of your time. Thank you so much for being on here and dropping the real truth about everything.
Give me another question.
Okay. Well, Avinash had his hand up, so we're going to call on Avinash. One moment. Okay, Avinash, unmute yourself, sir. What was your question?
Yeah, hi, Phil. Thank you for your time. I had a quick question for you. After you've done principal work on a commercial, is it okay to do background work? I've heard contrarian views on this. It kind of affects your value. It's okay? What's your take on it?
That's a really good question. Oh man, all right. So there's two ways to look at it. I remember after doing Top Model, I thought I was the shit. So I thought I couldn't be seen, you know, unless it was like a big role. A lot of the background roles, man, who sees it? No one, right? Like, go hustle. You're in the same room as everyone else again. Like, go put yourself in a position where you can still meet people. No one knows who you are. You know, no one cares who you are. It's like the K Jewelers commercial is going to come out, right? And like, I don't even know. People are going to be texting me, even if they recognize that it's me. I might not even be recognizable. Like, say yes to things until you're Jake Gyllenhaal or whoever you are. Like, say yes to everything. And if the principal role applies, great. Congratulations on booking the principal role. But it's not going to take away from you. Not the way the world's operating these days. You know, there's just so much media. There's so many commercials. There's so many things. I say yes to it. Don't let your ego get in the way of feeling like you only do principal roles.
Got it. Thanks so much for that. Very helpful.
Of course.
Awesome. Very good. All right. Phil, thank you so much. This has been absolutely amazing. So how many of you would love the opportunity to work with Phil Sullivan on a go forward basis? Like how on a scale of 1 to 10, how many of you think that would change your life? If you think that would change your life, say change my life.
Changed my life.
Change Gwen's life.
Change. That's awesome.
Gwen, I mean, it's so cool, guys. Again, feel free to always reach out to me. And like, if you have some questions, if I get to them, great. If I don't, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a jerk. Some will fly, some won't. You know, I've been fortunate to see Gwen's career progress and her switch agencies, and she's now with my agent, which makes things easy for couple castings. Like, all of your dreams and everything that you think in here, it's all possible. So just stay focused, do what you love, move to a city, fail. If you succeed, I'm proud of you. If you fail, I'm still proud of you. So take that chance and go and get you some.
I love it. Awesome. Well, Phil, one last question. What are you working on? Where are you going next?
Okay, cool. So I just did, so my girlfriend had back surgery. So we've actually been kind of for 3 months hunkered down. In those times, again, I booked the Orla Bar Brown. I booked K Jewelers. What do I have coming up? I got a job in Connecticut where they want to book me with my RV. Like, how cool is that? Like, they booked me and my RV. And so, like, again, guys, you just got to create your brand. You want me? You got the RV. You know, it's like, it's just cool to finally be living in my truth, and my so tacky that I even just said that, but it's true. I'm being me. I'm booking stuff with I have a 1990 piece. It's a 1990 25-footer RV and they want to use it in a photo shoot. We're doing something right.
That's awesome.
And more is going to come. I've been on option for a lot of jobs in Oregon lately, which I'm really excited about that. We're going to go west in December. Probably we're going to skip. It's going to be my first New York City that I'm going to skip winter. We're going to take the RV out west, and I've got an agency out in LA, and we're going to see what happens. And if I work, amazing. And if I don't work, guess what? Whatever.
Amazing.
Awesome.
All right. Well, Thank you so much, Phil. This has been amazing. Thank you so much for just sharing the truth. And I can't wait to see you again soon.
All right. See y'all soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Awesome. All right, guys. How awesome. He's just going to keep eating in front of me. He must know I'm hungry. That's the kind of relationship we have. What can I say? Oh, well, guys, how awesome was it learning the reality of modeling from Phil Sullivan himself? You've heard it from Alicia, you've heard it from Tanya, you've heard it from Ryan, now you've heard it from a model's mouth directly, which is absolutely awesome. But guys, this is Transformation Day. We have so much more to go. So are you guys ready to hear from the one, the only, Mr. Michael Pumpkin again? If you are, though, hold on. I need to see some excitement, because if I don't see you guys showing me the excitement, I'm just going to keep talking to you. So how excited are you guys to hear from the one and only Mr. Michael Pumpkin? All right, here he is, guys.
All right, can everybody hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
All right, let me share my screen. All right. So I'm going to go over, you guys get to see this first. So obviously we have our big Hollywood event coming out. That event is completely closed out. So we are now on our way for New York City live 2023. So I put a lot of thought into this, and obviously we really wanted to give you guys a lot of information this weekend. And we still have Ryan Colby's coming back. We have Mr. Bill Walsh is coming back. Just to let you guys know, make sure you stay to the very end, because we have a special surprise too. But you know, so even somebody like Bill Walsh, like, you know, obviously we're business partners with him. I'm very close friends with him. But, you know, when he speaks at arenas and he speaks at different engagements, just so you know, companies pay him up to $100,000 to speak for 1 hour. So you guys are going to get him for a full hour today. So I want you to look at just that alone as being $100,000 in value that you're going to be getting today for free. Obviously, you see there's a lot of intricacies to the entertainment industry, from modeling, acting, and music, but there's a lot of commonality, and there's just a lot of framework. So I put something together, and whether you've been with us for a long time or whether you're brand new, I think this is something that can really put you on the path to success. So I'm going to go through this in a lot of detail. There's a couple of surprises that I'm going to talk about also for this that aren't on this list, but I kind of saw some of you guys' reactions today, so I made a couple of phone calls, and I made some extra things happen for you guys. So with that thought in mind, this is our next big event, New York City Live 2023. So if I have your permission, I'd like to show you what I put together. So we're going to be going to New York. It's going to be March in 2023. It's going to be the end of March, so the last weekend in March. So it's only a few months away. Say it's already October, November, December, January, February, like 5 months. And we're going to really prepare you for this event. This is going to be a really incredible event. And just like our LA event, which is taking place in just a short few weeks, you know, for the past 2.5 years, we've had experiences all over the country and just been having the greatest time ever. But we haven't been able to do a large scale event in either LA or New York. And now with the world reopening, this is going to be super exciting, because for those of you who want to have a full-time career in New York City, you can have the opportunity to sit down with some of the biggest agents and casting directors and people in the industry in New York City. So this is going to be a life-changing opportunity for everybody. So this is what I got for you guys. So what we're going to do is you're going to get a VIP Ignite Live 3-day event in New York City. So you're going to come to New York City last weekend of March. It's going to be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You're going to spend 3 days in New York City, meeting with top casting directors, producers, agents, and so forth. Okay, this is extremely hands-on. It's extremely interactive. This is going to be an incredible event where you really get very personalized treatment and an opportunity to meet with people. This is going to be a very small event, so it's going to be very hands-on. In addition to that, and now if you were to purchase that separately, that would be $2,997. That's the new cost of our events. Those are actually the new cost of one-day events. So for a one-day event ticket now, they're $29.97. This is a 3-day event. So in addition to actually coming out to the event and meeting with the cast directors, producers, and agents, you're also going to get a 3-look professional photo shoot. Ryan Colby actually hand selects the photographers. For those of you who are familiar with our company, we get the highest level photographers possible. And not only that, but you also get professional hair and makeup done also. So we cover everything. Ryan also will do preparation calls with you where he'll help pick out your clothing. He'll work on posing. We spend a lot of time for Hollywood. We did an 8-hour preparation call. Just the other day, we did a 2-hour preparation call. And I think next week we have like a 3 or 4-hour preparation call. So it's like literally there's like 15 hours worth of really getting people prepared just for the photo shoot alone and just for the event. That's without anything else. So not only are you going to get the VIP Ignite live 3-day event in New York City, we're going to meet with the people who can snap their fingers and change your life in 30 seconds or less. But while there in New York City, you're going to get to do a professional photo shoot with professional hair and makeup artists. And we get the best people because it's really about building your resume. It's building about building your resume, building your social media influencer status, and having the best quality photos, the types of photos that casting directors want to see. Now, what we're also going to do is going to do something really special for this. We're going to have an improv comedy weekend. It's going to be virtual, and it's going to be hosted by Jeffrey Gurian, which some of you guys got to meet. He's, you know, like the king of comedy. He's literally been in this industry for 40 plus years. Gino Pascanti, who's probably the funniest man I've ever met in my life. He's also formerly with the Howard Stern Show. He's a writer, producer, podcast host, TV, television actor, and Mark Christopher Lawrence. If you're not familiar with Mark Christopher Lawrence, he is an A-list actor. So we're going to be doing literally a weekend where we're going to really train you on improv and also comedy. Okay. And what this is going to be really cool for, and this is a $10,000 weekend. This is going to be really in-depth. It's going to be a ton of fun, but we're going to actually prepare you for when you come in New York City. You're literally going to do a live stand-up performance in New York City. So it's going to be in front of a live studio audience. This is going to be really cool. For some of you guys like, wait a second, I can't do comedy. Trust me, you will be able to. And B, this is going to be really helpful for building confidence, for building poise, for really being able to work on set at a very high level. And honestly, it's just kind of like flow. This is where she started. I can't tell you how many TV and film actors and models, like being able to walk out on a stage, being able to control an audience. It's just not about the comedy, but it's going to be about really about the delivery of the words and understanding how that part of the industry works. And I can tell you, 1 million times 1 million%, learning this will pay dividends for the rest of your life in this industry, not only for this industry, but for speaking on stage, for awards, for presentations. It's going to be really incredible weekend. This is unlike anything we've ever offered before, or anything out there that you'll be able to get. Then in addition to that, this is a really great one. So now you get at the VIP Ignite Live 3-day event in New York City, where you can meet people that will change your life, literally one-on-one, very interactive, very personalized, very small, very intimate. You're going to get to work with high-end professional photographers, 3-look professional photo shoot, professional hair and makeup artists. These are celebrities. This is New York City. This is the diamond of the world for this kind of stuff, and where our business started 16 plus years ago. This is where we won 38 awards, 6 Tonys, some of our biggest people that we have. This is where you will meet them. But for those of you that were on the call yesterday, I sat down afterwards and I spoke with both Karen and Virgilia. And if you're not familiar with them, Karen they're both experts on branding, and they work at the highest possible level with celebrities. Virgilia worked with Versace, some of the biggest brands in the world. For those who are on the call, I know that they literally blew me away, and I've been doing this for 16 years. Karen herself offers a training program. It's for 3 months. It's $30,000. It's like 1 hour a week. I spoke about her for doing a masterclass with her and Virgilia for a weekend, and literally giving you guys all that content. Okay, so this is like a $30,000 value, like 100% times 1,000. This will really be a game changer for a lot of you guys. Where the world is headed right now, with being able to really understand social media at a different perspective than most people are using it right now. Really understanding branding from billion-dollar companies. This is going to be very high level, but you guys, it's going to be worth putting the time and effort into this. This is going to be hard work. It's going to be fun, but I can guarantee you when you come out of this, you will know more about branding and understand the fashion industry, the modeling, from really seeing the business side of professional athletes and professional actors and models at ways that will really leverage you and bring such value that people will reach out to you and want to work with you just based upon this knowledge alone. So this is something that's absolutely incredible. The value on this, it should really be priceless. I just priced this based upon what Karen charges and what I was able to negotiate to get both of them to be able to do a training like this. This is something that they're both so excited. You know, you guys that were on the call yesterday, you really asked great questions. It was really very interactive. You know, obviously they're both partners with Bill and myself. So this is something that's going to be absolutely incredible. And again, you know, if it wasn't for the relationships and the investments that I've made and the seeds that I planted 16 years ago, I wouldn't be able to get people like this, to be able to do something like this. So now you're going to get the VIP Ignite Live 3-day event in New York City, the professional photo shoot, 3-look, professional hair and makeup artist, the improv comedy weekend, the Hollywood branding masterclass. You're also going to get to perform live in New York City, which just will go immediately on your resume. You'll get the certification for this. So you're also going to get certified for attending the virtual weekend. This will be live. We will have a recording available only for the people who take it. So this will not be open to the public. This is going to be very interactive. In order for you to get the certification, you will have to attend that live virtually. So you will be able to attend that from home, but you will have to be there live for the entire weekend. But obviously the value you're going to be getting, you'll know very much in advance the dates and so forth. So don't worry about that. Just make sure that you're there. You're also going to get not only that, but the Hollywood Branding Masterclass, the live stand-up performance and show in New York City. And I'm also going to do 12 months of virtual coaching for actors and models, which is our 30X program. And I really now, as the industry is getting more competitive and it's getting more, I don't want to say more difficult, but you really need to raise the bar. The cream really needs to rise to the top. What I'm really proud to announce is part of our virtual coaching program is we're going to actually have Tanya Kleckner is going to be doing training with you guys. Okay, these classes are very small, usually on average about 12 to 15 people. Unlike the boot camps where there's 100+ people here, everybody's on mute. These are unmuted. It's going to be very in depth. And the reason why she's doing this, there's a couple reasons. A, she loves the company. She loves me and Allie. We've been working with her for 10+ years. But the other big announcement is one of the main people that will be coming to New York is going to be Tanya Kleckner. So she's actually going to be flying into New York for this event. And here's the great, this is really, I want you guys to see the business side of this. I always like to really be transparent of why we do the things that we're doing. And I think the value here is working with Tanya for the next 5-6 months is going to be life-changing. But now when you come to New York, you're not coming to New York as a talent or represented by us, but you're coming to New York as now being somebody who's partners and a student of hers. So now she's got skin in the game to make sure that you're ready to be signed at that next level. And her entire resume is huge, as you just heard Ali say, it's absolutely incredible. So this is going to be something that's just so absolutely amazing. So now you're going to get the VIP Ignite Live 3-day event in New York City with special guest and host Tanya Kleckner, 3-look professional photo shoot, professional hair and makeup. You're going to get the comedy weekend with Jeffrey Gurian, Gino Pisconti, Mark Christopher Lawrence, the Hollywood Branding Masterclass with Karen Hoyos and Virgilia, the live stand-up performance where you're going to get that on your resume, you're going to get the certification, the 12 months of virtual coaching. So now you're going to be able to work with Tanya Kleckner, but you're going to get to work with some of the top people in the industry, including Phil Sullivan, who's going to be one of our coaches. He was one of our coaches in the past. He's going to be coming back doing some coaching. Ryan Colby, Robert Galinsky, who's 50 Cent's acting coach. The people that we have here, these are the top people in the industry. You couldn't hire these people on your own to do this. They do this because we work so closely with them and we've spent 16 years building these types of relationships. So even though that's priced at $39.97, that's the actual price that we charge for that if you purchase that separately. That's going to be included. I'm going to do something really special for you guys today. You're also going to get representation by Truth Management, which means we will start representing you. We'll be your mother agent, which means now we can review your contract. You never have to ask, like I see so many people that are brand new asking all these questions. Is this real? Is that real? How do I do this? How do I do that? Now you don't have to worry about all that stuff. That's all stuff that we do here. And we're going to be really branching out really heavily and getting people placed for TV, film, for commercial, for Fashion Week. So we're going to like 10x our bookings over the next 6 months. So for those of you that are represented by Truth Management already, make sure you're on your A game. The people that are showing up to the classes, the people that are showing up to the coaching calls, the people that are showing up to the boot camps, that are showing up to weekends like this, the people that are being interactive on social media. For those of you like, I like Tina, I go back and forth with Tina all the time. I go back with a lot of you guys. And if you notice, those are the people that we're going to really be concentrating heavy on because they're right there in front of us. So for those of you that, really want to start booking a lot more work, Truth Management's the place to be. So that there is priceless. We're going to be finally launching our Truth Management 12-week training. That's going to be a really, really in-depth course. This is actually something I put together originally for training actual agencies. This is going to be like a course where you're going to really learn about contracts. You're going to learn the entire business, the business of the business. So this is something that's going to be absolutely priceless. You'll know more about the entertainment industry from the moment you walk on set, having the charismatic personality, understanding contract, understanding rights of usage, understanding contracts with photographers. I saw somebody ask a question earlier, who owns the rights to the photo? Is it the model, the photographer, the client, and so forth? You're going to learn that and so much more. So that's going to be absolutely, the etiquette of being on set, being able to handle any situation. What happens if somebody makes you feel uncomfortable on set? What do you do? How do you handle that? So now you're going to get the Truth Management 12-week training. You get the VIP Ignite Live 3-day event in New York City, 3-look professional photo shoot, professional hair and makeup artist, improv comedy weekend, Jeffrey Gurian, Gino Piscanti, and Mark Christopher Lawrence. You're also going to get the Hollywood Branding Masterclass, which I am so excited. I literally will be there with 3 notebooks ready to take notes on this. This is going to be absolutely wonderful. I had the opportunity to have lunch in Miami with Karen, and then I actually had dinner with Virgilia in Miami. And I literally, I could spend weeks with them. Their knowledge is just absolutely phenomenal. What you guys got yesterday was just like not even the tip of the iceberg about the amount of information they're going to pour into you guys. So you're not only going to get the Hollywood Branding Masterclass, but the live stand-up performance and show in New York City, which is absolutely going to be priceless. We did a show like this last year for improv. Now we're going to literally rent out one of the best comedy clubs in New York. We're going to have a live studio audience there. We're going to have agents there and casting directors. You guys are going to get to perform live. It's absolutely going to be incredible. Jeffrey Gurian will be there himself, Gino Piscanti. Obviously, Mark Christopher Lawrence will be on virtual, but hopefully he'll be able to attend in New York City to see you guys perform. And this all will go on your resume. So now you performed and spoke from stage with Gino Piscanti, Jeffrey Gurian, Mark Christopher Lawrence. See how this all comes together? You've taken a branding class and trained with the same person who handles the branding for Versace and Gucci and Cartier. You've worked with celebrity photographers. Your contact list now is some of the most powerful people in New York City. You're now training and working with people like Tanya Kleckner and people like Phil Sullivan, 50 Cent's acting coach. You now have mother representation. You now understand the industry at an in-depth level that you're now competing with people like Ryan Colby with your knowledge. So now you're going to get all that, but we have some bonuses. You're also going to get a runway and modeling masterclass in New York City with a celebrity supermodel. So, and this I think is going to be really fun, but it's going to be a lot about poise. I think it's going to make some great photos, but we're also going to do a live runway experience and fashion show in New York City. And this is actually going to be streamed live globally. So this is something your friends, your family, people who didn't believe in you, they'll literally be able to tune in and actually watch this. So we'll go through how they'll be able to tune in for that. But there's going to be press there. There's going to be photographers there. This is going to be absolutely incredible. So not only are you going to get the runway modeling masterclass in New York City with a celebrity supermodel, Ryan Colby will be overseeing that, but you also get the live runway experience and fashion show in New York City. And then, of course, you're going to get access to the vault, which is over 300 hours of on-demand content for actors and models, and 1 year access to office hours. So let me explain the difference. So the vault is literally, we've been doing trainings now for close to 2.5 years. We have close to 400 hours, 300 hours that are on there, but literally have training on on photography. We have training on video editing. We have training on social media domination. We have training on posing, like from some of the best people in the world. Like we literally spent over $1.5 million investing in the coaching for this. You guys get access to that, okay? And then you're going to get 1 year access to office hours. Office hours we usually do once or twice a week. And what it'll be is it'll just be literally like Ryan will get on a call and you can just jump on. You may be having a casting coming up. You have some questions. You're getting ready for New York. So kind of think about like when you're in college and you could just swing by, make an appointment to go see your college professor. Like, I don't know if you guys really realize the value of office hours, but like I'm working with somebody like Bill Walsh, right? Me and him are really close friends. Like literally we text each other 20, 30 times a day. I'm going to be with him on Tuesday with Post Malone and a whole bunch of other celebrities. One of the people he's introducing me with owns over $1 billion worth of real estate worldwide. Hey, I can just, Ali was with Jadakiss a few weeks ago in Miami. But here's the thing, like I literally, if I have a question about anything, I just reach out to Bill and boom, I get the answer. You know, I work with a lot of high profile people, Tony Robbins. I work with a lot of high profile directors and producers. That's the secret that I have is I created my own office hours. I literally just made relationships and connections. And whenever I get stuck, whenever I have a question, I have an idea. I'm working on an idea right now with Bill that has the potential to be $100 million company, okay? And it's great to have somebody like that to go back and forth with. That's what office hours is. It's the opportunity for you to have access to people, to ask the questions whenever you need to ask them. So not only are you going to get the VIP live event in New York City with special guest Tanya Kleckner, the 3-look professional photo shoot, professional hair and makeup artist, the improv comedy weekend, the Hollywood branding masterclass, the live stand-up performance, 12 months of virtual coaching, truth management representation, truth management 12-week training, the bonus one runway and modeling masterclass in New York City with celebrity supermodel, live runway experience and fashion show in New York City, the access to the vault, over 300 hours of on-demand content, practice and models, but also 1 year access to office hours. If you were to total all of this up, okay, you're looking at a total value of $64,482. And for a lot of you guys, you might have that poor mindset where you're like, I can't afford that. And that was the first thought came into your head. And I want you to realize something, that the words you choose to speak to yourself is the life you're going to live. So if you say, well, I can't afford that, then that's the life you're going to live, a life of unaffordability. But if you said, well, how could I afford that? What can I do? This is my destiny. How can I do this? Your mind starts coming up with answers. Okay, now obviously we're not going to charge you $64,000, even though that's the value. But I want you to think about something. Do you think the opportunity that I have to work with the people I've worked with, the movies, the TV shows, winning the Tonys, all the people to success, you know, we have talent that book $30,000 a day. We have talent that have been with us, you know, for 1.5 years, and they work really hard. And they haven't quite made it there, but now they're starting to book work. Do you think even putting in 1.5 years, putting in 2 years, putting a year, when that one opportunity comes that transforms their life, if they had to pay $100,000, that they would say it's worth it, right? Like, think about that. Think about what you'd be willing to do to live the life that you could. What if you could talk to your future self, right? You know, Deneen likes to tell a story one time, you know, and it's about a famous singer, okay? And there was a point in her life where everyone told her she couldn't do it, okay? Everyone told her she couldn't do it, and she came home, she was crying, and the kids at school picked on her, and she said, I never want to be a singer ever again. And her mother said, there's going to be a time when you grow up where you could look back on this day, and the person that you're going to be 10, 20 years from now, what would that person who's singing from stage in front of millions, what would that person say? Okay. And it's a true story. And the person in the story is Taylor Swift. Okay. Imagine Taylor Swift going back to that little girl that's sitting on the couch crying and saying, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to give up. And she could only see what her future would be. Would she tell her to give up? You're right, kid. Or would she say to continue going? You have to look into your future. You have to look at where your life can be. And with any one of these things could transform your life, would it be worth it to invest this into yourself? Okay. We go over deliver by 10. This is a free event we did, guys, and we poured our heart and souls into this. We brought you some of the most amazing people, but this is only the tip of the iceberg of what our real events are like and what it's like to be able to be a part of our community and be able to work with people. So now you're going to get the VIP Ignite Live 3-day event in New York City, the 3-look professional photo shoot, professional hair and makeup, the improv comedy weekend, Hollywood branding masterclass, the live stand-up performance, the 12-month virtual coaching, truth management representation, truth management 12-week training. You're going to get the bonuses, the runway and modeling masterclass in New York City with a celebrity supermodel and Ryan Colby overseeing the entire project and show. Bonus 2, the live runway experience and fashion show in New York City, streamed globally, but you're also going to get access to the vault with over 300 hours of on-demand content for actors and models and 1-year access for office hours. This has a total value of $64,482. But for everybody that's on this call, this is the pricing that we put together for this. It's $29.97. This is launching on Tuesday, okay? So this is going to be launching on Tuesday for $2,997. But because you guys put in 16 hours, and I promise whenever people come, I always over deliver. You guys showed up. You guys made the best effort. You guys put in the work. For the people that are on here today, this is only for today, okay? You're going to get all of that for only $19.97. So we call this our quick action taker, okay? This will not be available past today. I'm going to show you the process of how you schedule to be able to do the interview to be approved for this. So you just can't, this is not a link. This is not like, oh, click here and buy. You have to go through an audition process and an interview, okay? And then what we do, okay, this is the link. This also comes with our famous $1 million guarantee. And if you're not familiar with our $1 million guarantee, our $1 million guarantee is designed that if you come to this event, come to day one, go through all the training, right? Go through office hours, come to that comedy weekend. It's $10,000 value. Come and train with Karen and Virgilia. It's a $30,000. Do all of that. Go through everything. And then show up in New York in March, come to the first day of the event, meet the speakers, and by lunch of day one of the event, you felt that you didn't get $1 million in value for your 1997 investment. Come and just see Ali, Deneen, myself, Debbie, any one of the staff, and they will refund you right then and there. Okay? $1 million guaranteed. And some of you guys might be saying to yourself, wow, that's pretty cool. Like, wouldn't people take advantage of that? Yeah. But you know what? That's why I offer it on Sunday at the end of the day, because I know you guys are serious. And I know for a fact, we've been doing this for 16 years. I've never, ever had a single person ever come to us at an event saying, I didn't feel I got $1 million in value. Because I think, honestly, you guys, our next speaker is probably going to give you close to $1 million in value, Bill Walsh. Okay. So this is only available if you schedule today. This will not be available at any other time. That is the link. You need to schedule now. I'm not doing a second presentation. This is a $65,000 offer. Okay. Okay. I want to get people kicked off in training. I promised Tanya Kleckner I was going to get her some amazing talent for her to discover, for her to work with. You guys have been here for the entire weekend. Phil Sullivan, Ryan Colby's coming up. But living your dream begins the moment you realize your passion and discover just how far your talent can take you. So they're going to drop this link in there for you guys. This is going to be very limited. There are more people on this call than we're going to allow at this event. This is going to be a very small event. Our Hollywood event, there's over 200 people. That is booked the capacity. This is only going to be 125 people at this event. This is going to be our traditional New York event. This is what put us on the map. This is our comeback to New York City. This is how you're going to prepare. You're going to prepare and train like an Olympic athlete for the next 5 months, because when you come to New York, your life's going to change. You're going to be represented. We're going to start submitting you out to work this week. Okay. We will start submitting you out for jobs you can handle this week, even before the training starts. You're going to be on calls with these celebrities this week. You're going to have access to the vault as early as tomorrow. We're going to start preparing you this week. Okay. That is the link. That is the guarantee. Okay. This is what's called a no-brainer offer. Is there, every single one of you guys should schedule and give it your shot, give it your best shot. So this is New York City Live 2023. My name is Michael Thompkin. Do not go anywhere because we have Mr. Neen White and Ali Kabot. We have Mr. Big Walsh. And then we are kicking the end of the night off with Santa Claus himself, Mr. Ryan Thompkins coming back. I will see you guys later. Have a great night, guys.
Oh my God, we get to see.
Me so excited.
We get to see Colby Claus again. We are so stinking excited about that.
Hi, Debbie.
Hi, Debbie Davis. How are you? Awesome. All right. So,
wait, before we even get into something, who wants to come to New York? Type New York City. Let me see. Type New York City. Who's coming to New York City? Because Debbie's on here and Debbie's like literally, okay, this is how many people are on here. Debbie's like spreadsheet queen. I cannot wait for you guys to meet her. Now, you know, for anybody on here that really wants to get into the industry, to have access to Tanya Kleckner, let me just explain to you that process. How many of you guys loved Tanya? The value she can give you. I mean, she's booking major projects with Tim Burton. I was just on the phone with her and she's like, Ellie, I've got to go. I've got to work on a contract. I was like, for who? For what? You know? And, you know, I actually asked her to talk to us about like doing a whole breakdown for contract. How many of you guys would love, like, if she were able to print up a contract and we all come with our little red pens, circling? I think that would be phenomenal. But she is always looking for new talent, and obviously she'll be at the LA event. But to come out and do the New York event, she was all about it. Not to mention a 4-hour block. And we're trying to figure out if we're going to do 4 hours in one lump sum or do a 4, 1 hour sessions. But, she said, hey, if I am doing the training and I like that person, whether or not they've actually been on set before, you never know what can happen. So for those of you guys that have ever thought about moving to LA and then it's, oh, well, can I even get an agent? We're going to have one of the biggest agents in the world working directly with you. If you don't understand that, that is proximity at the highest level. And I'm just going to put it out there. So for those of you that went to Barbizon and John Casablancas, really, no. So this is on a whole nother level. Now, I do have to warn you, only serious people will be approved for this. We are not going to have somebody in there that asks the dumbest questions in the world. We're literally, Janine and I are rolling our eyes going, sorry, this is not a paycheck for us. We're doing this out of labor of love. As you guys see, it's a $64,000 value. It hurts me to sell this for $1,997 today. But as a business, we love giving back and we also love success stories. That's what we do. So
okay. To answer Marcia's question, Inner Circle Legacy and Inner Circle Platinum do not have to schedule for this at this time. If you are just Inner Circle, then yes, you should schedule to speak with us. But Inner Circle Legacy, Inner Circle Platinum, or Inner Circle Elite, you do not have to schedule. Tina, that's you, so you don't have to worry. I saw you raise your hand.
So Kimberly, yes, you need to schedule because you're not Inner Circle.
Yeah, Kimberly, if you're not Inner Circle, Marianne, you would have to schedule. You're not Inner Circle Legacy or Inner Circle Platinum. So yes, you should schedule as well. Jasmine, I don't know who you are, so yes, you do have to schedule. Yeah. If in doubt, schedule. How about that? If I don't know your name and I know everybody's name,
I think sometimes it gets confusing because we do have talent that maybe are going to LA or people that are brand new. So yeah. Everybody needs to schedule unless you're part of our Elite or Platinum.
Okay. So
Jasmine, you're brand new. Why wouldn't you schedule?
Yeah, Jasmine, we've never met you. So yes, you have to schedule. And I know Alicia said this and I know Mike said this, but this is you're being interviewed for the opportunity to come to New York City. Again, the people that we're working with, like to have
these are not for sale. It would be so much easier just to give the link and just have people schedule and pay directly like Ticketmaster. But you actually have to go through an interview, especially working with people of this type of caliber. So just because you have a credit card, we're not Starbucks. We're allowed to tell you no.
And Jasmine, it doesn't, just so you guys know, the bottom expectation is that you've been here both days. Okay. So I'm not trying to be mean to anyone. Like that was like, this is a 2-day event. So Jasmine, first of all, thank you for being here both days. I think that's awesome. But now we want to get to know you one-on-one.
This was the free call. Imagine what our members get.
Yeah. Yeah. So make sure that you schedule. Okay. Awesome. All right. So does anyone have any questions for us? The times that are available, I will be at work until 3:45. You know what? If we are filling up, what I can do is I can always open up more spots, but keep scheduling. And what I'll do is you talk and I'll go open up more spots. Let me go see what's
that's
going on
fine.
with the calendar.
And the link is right there. Diane just posted the link. So guys, please do not send me your email or your phone number. I will not schedule you because I will think there's something wrong, and that God forbid there was ever a casting I wanted to submit you on, I would feel like I would have to pick you up and drive you myself. So be proactive. You have the link right there. Click it and schedule yourself. I don't work for you. Okay, what else? Who has questions? If you have questions, type questions. Let me ask you, will payment be further discussed after the interview? Should you ace it? Well, you know the price, Guy. It's $1,997. So you will need, if you are accepted, you'll either be paying for that in full, or we could talk to you about some type of financial arrangement, but it would have to be obviously paid for prior to attending. Joseph Bell, please don't ever tell us we have to go to the bathroom. We don't care. Just go. Are there special trainings outside the vault that preps us for New York City? Christina, you're part of the company. You already are getting coaching. And with this particular program, if you are accepted into this program, which obviously you're already part of the company, then obviously you just saw the PowerPoint. So that answers your question. Who else has questions? Why do I feel like I'm working in the White House right now with this screen? Who else has questions? Oh, it is a podium. Okay, if you have questions, type them. So one great thing that our company does, for anybody here that has never been to New York City or has never traveled, we do have a private Facebook community. So when you are a member of the company, you can also obviously find other members that are part of the company. We're very much the Fearless Rebels. We're a big family. I would strongly advise, especially if you've never been to New York City, to maybe do like a room share. Airbnbs are pretty difficult in New York City. They typically don't let sublets or anything like that. But hotel rooms are pretty inexpensive depending on where you're staying. And I don't know about you, but if I were traveling to New York City by myself, or I wanted to go sightseeing, it's always better to do it with friends. So I would strongly advise making friends when you're actually a member of our company with other members. And then that way you guys can split the cost if you choose to. And then you have a buddy system already built in. Who else has questions? Let me ask you a question. So if VIP Ignite did not exist, how many of you guys think that you would be able to have access to Tanya Kleckner, Phil Sullivan, Jeffrey Gurian, just by showing up and just wanting a meeting? Do you think it would be difficult or hard? Even just for Tanya Kleckner, I can tell you Tanya Kleckner's first office where Mike and I met her was at Universal Studios, not where the rides are, but actually on the back lot where they film movies. So just so you know, Tanya does not do open calls. She does not do meetings unless you're represented. Tanya very much is in need. I mean, she's always looking for new faces. So the best way to obviously work with Tanya, since there were a lot of people that even reached out to me via email going, hey, can you pass this on to Tanya? Well, I could, but I won't, because unless you're a part of our company, I can't verify. I need to make sure that you're competent. I need to make sure that you can handle this, because she's already clearly expressed, when she submits you, you are an actor, you are ready. So especially getting a chance to work with Tanya, we've never done a 4-hour block with her in the past. This is the first, and I'm so freaking excited. I will be on that call taking copious notes, because if you're looking to break into Hollywood, yeah, you could do it your way. You can try to piecemeal it. Or you can have the golden ticket by literally step by step by a top person in this business. And you can't even spend money to meet with her one-on-one, because unless you're of that caliber, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but after getting featured in Forbes and Entrepreneur, and she knows what we do, she very much backs this company and what our business practice is. There are a lot of, I call them the unscrupulous criminals in this world that take advantage of people wanting to get into show business. They're so quick to sell you photos. Photos are great for your friends and family on Facebook, but they can't help you get on set. Do you understand that? A lot of people get photos done just because they want people to hit just so that they feel important. It's not going to put money in your pocket, nor is it going to put actual work on your resume. There are a lot of places, obviously we see this, that do charge for acting lessons. And yeah, you can go to anywhere and go take acting lessons, but she made it very clear that unless you have the right training, you don't have real training. And real agents, no. So for those of you guys that want to half-ass it and go your own way, or, find a cheaper route, good luck. I could tell you, living in New York City, it's very expensive. Living in LA is very expensive. Even if you were to go out there for a weekend, pay for a flight, pay for, hotel, pay for a rental car, you still wouldn't have access to these types of people. The fact that this company, we've invested almost $1 million just in Broadway alone. That's not even including investing with Tony Robbins, Platinum, Bill Walsh, all these amazing, we wine and dine people. Michael and I will be in Chicago on Tuesday for a couple of days. I mean, we do tremendous things. And, a lot of people sometimes will attribute it to luck. Anytime somebody tells me I'm lucky, 2 words come out of my mouth: F you. This is business. This is hardcore business. I network like no other. You bring me to a room, I'm going to rock it. And what I do is I explain to them our business model. I show them, I answer all their questions, and to even get these people to then hand off to you, this is what we do, and we're very good at it. So understand that when we are looking for talent, I don't want you to embarrass me. I don't want you to embarrass yourself for $2,000. I'd rather not take somebody that I even think can even be a red flag. Is that understood? Okay. So for those of you guys financially that really want to do this, but maybe need a payment agreement, that's fine. But this ticket, we're not going to wait to hold it. The tickets are extremely limited. So if you want it, you will be putting down a deposit and staking that ticket, claim your ticket, claim that land. Because if you don't want it, there's people watching this right now on YouTube and Facebook and Instagram even. For what we charge, I have handbags more expensive than what this program is. How many of you guys agree with that? If you agree, type amen. I know Christina does. But just so you guys understand, the interview literally will be talking to, it's kind of like going on a date with like a teenager, like, oh, what are your intentions? Like, I'm going to ask you, what are your intentions? Why us? Why now? What have you done in the past? Why are you here? I'm going to ask you, what type of results are you looking for? If you're going to pay to join this program, you're investing in yourself. I could put you face to face with some of the biggest names in the industry. The head of Warner Brothers casting, who here wants to meet him? The head writer for X-Men, who wants to meet him? But the question is, are you ready? And sometimes people, oh yeah, I want to do it, because you're only thinking about yourself. But what value are you bringing to the table? Mike and I, we've been to a lot of dinner parties, and one of my favorite stories ever, you guys know that we won a Tony in 2013 for our hit Broadway show, Vanya, Sonia, Masha, and Spike, starring the amazing Sigourney Weaver. And when you win a Tony, then all of a sudden it starts getting licensed all over the world. We ended up going out to LA for our big, it was going out to LA for a while. And Mike and I got invited to a dinner party in Malibu. And we were sightseeing and going to Universal and Disney and just having fun when we were in LA. I think we probably went on one of those double-decker buses, just driving through Hollywood. And we got invited to a dinner party. And at this dinner party, understand my mentor, Pat Addis, some of you guys know Pat. She really has been the godmother of VIP. I don't even want to say spoon-fed, because she bestowed upon opportunities that even I was too chicken shit to move forward with. And she said, honey, I have to believe in you, and you don't even believe in yourself. I promise you can handle this. And for anybody here that went through 16 hours with us on this Zoom, you and I both know you can handle it. The question is, can you handle getting over yourself and your fears? Because if your fears outweigh your dreams, you have a huge problem. And the problem is you. And one day, Mike and I got invited to go out to Malibu, and we could have made excuses like, oh, we don't have a car to get out there. Oh, we just paid for Universal tickets. But we said, you know what? Our mentor told us it's important to be at this dinner meeting. She didn't tell us who was going to be there. But when somebody of that caliber says you need to be there, you don't even ask questions. You figure it out. And we did. We figured it out, went out to Malibu. And at that party, we met the writer of the hit movie Deer Hunter. He's an Academy Award winner. We met the owner of Pillsbury. Her last name is Pillsbury. We met Mary Cassette, whose husband created the Grammy Awards, Pierre Cassette. Our mentor was there, and also somebody who asked me to manage her. She's the head of Francis Ford Coppola Productions at that dinner party. walking around and introducing yourself and having somebody like my mentor introduce me to those people, that's all I needed. I needed an in. Was it scary as shit? Yes. But when you're in that environment, it's, that fight or flight. I knew I was there and I was there for a purpose, and I was going to leave with every single person I met in my phone. Do you understand that? It wasn't about selfies. It was about having real life experiences. Yeah, even sitting around the dinner table, going around like a red rock, oh, tell me about your company. What do you do? And literally each person was talking. I was like, oh my God, Michael, she works with Coppola. How are we even going to compete? We took over the room like we usually do, because people are always so enthralled with Hollywood. It's like the Da Vinci Code. And people that have gotten to that level, sometimes they forget what it's like, getting started. And our job is to remind them. And that's why they like to be part of our company. That's why most of our guest speakers would never even dream about working with anybody else other than us, because they know a lot of companies, it's all about the money. We do this as a labor of love. We could have charged you to be on this weekend. It costs us money to do this. Just so you guys, this isn't free for us. Every single person that you've seen has been compensated, not because we need to, but because it's their time. Their time is valuable, especially on a weekend. Do you understand that? So for anybody here that's going, the same way we were able to build this amazing company, you will have access to do that on your own. Everybody talks about destiny. You need to be at the right place at the right time. You sure as hell do. We're creating it in New York in March. Not only that, but we are preparing you for the next 5 months. If that doesn't excite you, then I don't know. You should just get off this call. Okay. But here's my question to you. What if this did work out? What if you went to New York and you're literally there with Jeffrey Gurian? You're there with 50 Cent's acting coach. You're there learning about modeling from people from Top Model. Maybe we'll have Jerome stop by, who literally runs Beyonce's new team. Like, oh my God, what can happen? The answer is anything you freaking want. Do you understand that? Because it's kind of like Tanya said, well, I can sign you, but hey, if I'm submitting you out for castings, it's your responsibility to book them. So my question to you is, we can bring some of the biggest names in the world to you in New York City. I know, I literally can pick up my phone right now and call anybody. But the question is, are you ready to meet them? Because first it starts here, right? Yeah, I think I can. And then it's, you have to show yourself that you can. Do you understand that? So some of you guys will make the cut, some of you won't. And this isn't like a sales tactic. The tickets are not for sale. There's nothing for sale. If for any reason you can't make your own decisions, we already see that as a red flag is, oh my God, you will not be able to handle meeting Tanya, meeting somebody of this caliber. Well, I need to ask my husband, how old are you? Grow a pair. Okay. If you're over the age of 18 and you could take a bullet for our country, you could fight for your own dreams. Is that understood? If you agree, type 100. Because if you're not 100% on board, do not schedule. And even Tanya said, well, I'm kind of just giving this a go. All in. If you are not all in, get off this call. Okay. $1,997. You couldn't even go to John Casablanca's for that much. They will charge you $3,000 to walk like a model, taught by someone who's never walked like a model. It's insane to me. Do you guys understand that? Every year we'll spend $1,000 on an iPhone plus $200 a month for what? To get the newer model. The iPhone 14 is the same as the 13. Save your money. Okay. But we all the time spend money on stupid shit. Think about how much money we spend on stupid crap. How many of you guys have subscriptions, right? To Netflix, Hulu, Amazon. Think about how much money we waste on that. How much money? Starbucks. If this is not something that you're willing to fight for, work harder for, oh, well, I don't have the money, find it. Find it, because you can't afford not to go to this event. You want to go get crappy photos done? Cool. Nobody gives a shit because nobody's ever going to see them. You want to keep going to fake websites and paying for fake classes? You're wasting time and money. Do you understand that? Yeah, people waste money all the time on food. It's the truth. I went out for sushi the other night. I wasn't even hungry. I just ordered because I was there, right? How much alcohol do people drink? I mean, like, cut back on expenses. I'm not going to go through, we're not going to quick book it and figure out, okay, what can we cut out here? But you and I both know if you needed to do it, because this is survival. This is Hollywood. Do you guys understand that? Even in the worst recession ever, Hollywood skyrocketed. You guys understand that? So if you're not in it to win it, please don't schedule. Don't take up an hour of our time. If we get on the call with you and you're not serious, I will tell my team, hang up. They don't even have to tell you why. You wasted our time, and I expect an apology. If you're not going to schedule, explain to me why. Oh, well, you're too mean. You're welcome. Because if I told everybody rainbows and unicorns, she's a scam. But if I tell you no, she's a bitch. You're welcome. Because if you want somebody to tell you the truth, this company was based on transparency. We have the head writer for Saturday Night Live who wrote the foreword to our book. Do you guys want to meet him? You want me to invite him out for improv night? Hell yeah. I know all I have to do is text him and he'll come out. But I have to make sure that the people that are going to do this are serious. Do you understand that? It's not worth it for me to risk a relationship to help you unless I know you have it. So what did you guys think of this weekend? Anybody hate my bluntness? Is this too much for you? You guys okay? Okay. You loved it? Amazing. All right. And guys, if you don't plan on scheduling, email me. Tell me why. Oh, it's about the money. Well, figure it out. I don't care what you have to do. You and I both know you can go drive for Uber. You could drive for Lyft. I don't care. Go dance if you have to. I don't care what you do. Figure it out. Figure it out. I don't want anybody sending me an OnlyFans link. I'm just putting that out there. Don't do that. If you guys are serious, you will figure it out. Happens all the time. You know what I mean? All right. Nobody else has any other questions? You're blunt like I am. I love everything about these 2 days and I learned so much. Thank you, ladies and the speakers. Well, thank Mike too. He's not a lady, but all right. Cool. All right. So we do have a tremendous speaker coming on in 5 minutes. I'm very excited for you guys to meet him. If you guys thought I was blunt, he's pretty, I'm not going to say he's pretty amazing. He is amazing. He is the myth, the man, the legend. He's very much a part of VIP. So I want to make sure if you guys are on, you guys all need to put your shoulders back. I mean, what I could tell you is, like, even when I go to dinner parties, how many of you guys would love to go with me to a Hollywood dinner party with like top people in the industry? Like, if I'm like the queen of wing people, right? I don't even like to say wingmen because it's so like stereotypical. But like when I go into a room, it's not about like commanding the room based on your looks. It's based on your attitude. Do you understand? Like your eyes are the key to your soul. And I swear, and I know we talked about a superhero stance. There's been so many situations in my life where I was scared to death. Being on Fox News, even opening up the stock exchange, getting to do, I got to host I emceed the Israel Film Festival with the Prime Minister of Israel, like right next to me with armed guards. It was very nerve-wracking. And anytime these situations have come up, Michael very much is like the Jiminy Cricket in my ear going, what are you doing? Like, do you know how, this is amazing that we even got offered this opportunity. Like, you're going, and he's pretty much the one pushing me all the time. And sometimes, I'm not going to lie, I will excuse myself and I will go to the restroom and I will literally go into a stall, shut the door, and I will stand there like this with my hands back. And I will literally look up as though I'm about to fly over the universe. And I will do that. I don't do meditation, which I probably should. But it literally gets me in the right mindset. Sometimes it's a song, sometimes it's anything, but I literally will take 30 seconds and just stand there and envision myself like having major success. Because if I walk in like this and I feel like I'm not good, like I'm not going to be able to do anything. I'm going to be scared of my own shadow. Like I'll jump if I even see myself in the mirror, right? So if you are here and this is something you want to do, I implore all of you to find me a better way to actually break into show business. What are you going to go move to New York, go sign a 12-month lease? It's $5,000 right now a month in New York City. That's $60,000 just to move there. You want to go take some classes. We already know you have to get training in order to get an agent. Go spend money on classes, then go get some crappy headshots, and then you still don't have an agent. So to have access to these amazing people without you literally going out there and breaking the bank, this is going to be life-changing for people who want their life changed. If you're happy where you're at, keep on going with your badass self. Okay. But, manifestation is a big thing, but what you really need to do is put forth action. I don't want to hear about you going to church and lighting every candle. That's great, but I need to see action. You have to hustle. If you're given these opportunities, you go 100%. Do you understand? That if you're not in it 100%, not only will we know, they'll know. Okay. All right. Let me see if our esteemed guest speaker is on. Not yet. Okay. All right. I want to make sure if there's any other questions that you guys have that I'm able to answer. So dates for New York City live is going to be September 24th through the 26th. Marcia, I won't give you the exact dates until probably a little bit closer to the exact dates. Number one, I will never, for safety reasons, give a date, a location. I mean, have you guys watched the news lately? Crazy people. So I won't do that. So even like the Hollywood event, you will have ample notice so that you can, obviously fly out there and get your hotel or whatever it is that you want to do. But I will not release the exact dates as of yet. We're just trying to make it through Fashion Week. We have the I feel like a Kardashian sometimes. Let's just get through this event and we'll get on to the next one. I wonder if Kim says that every time she gets married. Well, the next wedding, this is what I'm going to do differently. But I feel like, again, we're going to Chicago. We're traveling like it's every other week. We're going somewhere. Let me see. I'm still looking here. Okay. This is like improv at its best right now. I don't know how to tell. Oh, okay. Your computer is different than mine. How do I tell who has questions? Oh, hold on. Zandra, please hold. Okay. Hi, Zandra. Did Mike say Tanya will be on office hours? Yeah, we will be going through that tomorrow, Christina. Wait, I can't hear. Hi.
Sorry. Every time I would unmute, I would get remuted, seems like. I didn't know what was going on.
I didn't do it.
I was pressing the button and it wasn't unmuting. I'm like, okay.
Technology. Okay.
Oh, but I do a little bit. I know a little bit. I don't know a lot, but I know a lot. So my question is, this is like this is.
Are you so excited?
Because yes, I don't know how to get this out. I'm struggling. With all of these things, with let's just say, I'm gonna just put it this way: with everything that we're getting from you guys, I'm just like, I don't know. It was more of a statement than a question. Let's put it that way. So I wanted to say that I appreciate you guys, and I'm so glad I joined recently because now, adding New York is just like
we're keeping you busy.
I love it. I love it. So for me, once I get hired, it'll be like a vacation every couple of months and me doing what I love. So I really won't be like I'm working anymore because I'll be vacationing every couple of months doing what I love. And then taking it to another level to the point where I probably won't need the job soon. Let's just say that.
That's so awesome. Did you ever see Anchorman when he's reading off the teleprompter? He's like, "And I'm Ron Burgundy," because there was a question mark. No, it's that's how I was like, "Spit it out, Zandra." Okay.
I was sorry. I was having a hard time because I'm like,
no, so you're good.
it's just been this whole weekend. Even when I was trying to talk yesterday, when I was trying to do the video, and I literally knew everything I wanted to say but I don't think my mind was keeping up with what I was trying to say. And a couple of times I had to look in the ceiling because I was like, oh my God, it's just been so powerful. And you guys are making it so hard. Every single time we do this, it gets more incredible each and every time. The people that come on are
That's
so
our
phenomenal.
biggest stress. How the hell do we top the last one?
I don't know how you guys can, you just sit there and you smile. And I'm going, I would be freaking out because it's just so much wealth of knowledge, so much information is being given to you. You're like a sponge trying to absorb it all. And I feel like the sponge is getting, like not getting all of the water. So you're trying to get it all. And it's like so much. And you're just like, oh my God, my brain can my brain retain all of this today? I don't know. I don't know.
But it can.
I'm getting older, so like I'm not saying that I don't have a good memory because I had a great memory at one time.
But it's now, like a sponge, that's saturated, that's like dripping, and you're like, this is not holding the water. Yeah, exactly. I totally understand.
That's exactly what I mean.
And that's why, like for us, we, I always say I feel like a doctor sometimes, but I can't prescribe to you how I can help you unless I know what you're ailing from. And I feel like, especially having Jeffrey Gurian on, and we get people that want to do voiceover work and people that want an agent. So every single time we do these calls, we're listening to you. So what we're offering is what you're telling us that you need. It's almost like a deficiency.
really appreciate that. And I love that it's like you guys know what we need and you're doing exactly what we are wishing to have fulfilled. And it's like I almost feel like this is kind of like make a wish, like things are just coming to fruition and you're just like, what?
Well, it's very serendipitous, and I think
like,
that.
Are you guys serious right now? And I'm sitting here going, now we're going to New York. We're going to go to Miami in January. And then we're going to New York in March. I'm like, what?
I know. And I hope you have your passport ready because I know honey, 2023, we're going to Paris.
I've always kept the passport.
Yeah. And I always tell people, your friends, when you first tell them about anything you're doing in this business, they're going to look at you like, are you okay?
Oh, I'm already seeing who my real friends are and who's not. Even in my family, like I have a cousin that like, I really feel like right now she's a little envious and a little pissed off. She tried to ruin my Atlanta trip. So when I got on that plane, I totally like let it go.
Gosh,
and when I came back, she didn't talk to me for 4 or 5 days. And I don't care if she doesn't talk to me again. And now I haven't heard from her in over a week. And I'm like, whatever,
What the best part is? I guarantee you she's watched America's Next Top Model. And now you can tell her you're coming out to New York to meet Phil Sullivan and to get.
Oh, it's all good. I'm like, tremendous.
Whatever. So you're welcome.
If what I'm going to do is have her tune in. I'm going to have her tune in. I'm going to have her tune in. I'm not going to tell her I'm going to be there. And she's going to see me on. And she's
just say, follow me on Insta. I'll do a shout out.
Just follow me there.
Just follow me. That's what follow me. Yeah. I'll think about you the next time I win a Tony, But okay. So the man of the hour is here. We are so excited. How many of you guys have met Bill Walsh in the past? If you met Bill, I want everybody to say, welcome, Bill.
Welcome, Bill.
Yes, I'm gonna bring. Listen, I would introduce him alone. He's so good that we both have to introduce him.
Okay.
It's double introduction.
All right. So we are so excited. Let me introduce you to the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Bill Walsh. So Bill Walsh is a venture capitalist and is the CEO founder of the success business coaching firm Power Team International. Bill hosts and speaks at events all over the world. His passion is to empower entrepreneurs and business owners to create massive success. Remember, yesterday, all of you found out that you are entrepreneurs, so remember that. He is the best-selling author of the book, The Obvious, is an amazing speaker, radio personality, and movie celebrity. He has a very successful background in finance and marketing. He has spent over 2 decades working with startups to major global brands to help them increase sales, productivity, and overall success. He is an innovator with a remarkable ability to determine and build success plans to help business owners seize immediate market opportunities. Everyone, give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Bill Walsh.
I love the intro, and always great to see your smiling faces sharing such incredible wisdom. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you perfectly, sir.
I love that. And thanks everyone for all the warm welcomes, and certainly for all the shout outs in the group. That has just been such a fun thing to see. And obviously, you know, in life, it's always great to be appreciated. And I want you to write this down, because this is so important that you start your days with this, that if you're not appreciated, it's time to go. If you're not appreciated, it's time to check out. If you're not appreciated, it's time to find the zone and find the crew and find the family that you're appreciated in. And I want to really give a huge shout out to the whole VIP Ignite team, Alicia, and of course, Deneen and Mike, and so many other support individuals way behind the scenes. If you guys give them some love, that'd be so awesome, because without a great team, you won't get very far. There's a study out there that says a bird will fly so far on its own, but a bird with a team or a flock will fly 27 times further. So if you'd like to fly 27 times further, put a 1 in the chat box. Let me see, put a 1 in the chat box if you'd like to fly 27 times further. So I love the interaction. So now you know that these are facts that are out there, that most people join a health club, they never show up. But if you go with a team, 80% show up. If you hire a coach, 97% show up. So when you start to really think about this, what you have is a dynamic team here that they are 100% committed to your success. They will answer phone calls in the morning. They will take texts at night. They put on tireless workshops. They bring in the sharpest minds to help you win and have you have the best chance to win. And what I find is the missing factor for most entrepreneurs is that you've got to go the extra mile. So I'd like you to write down the extra mile, and I want you to realize that it's a very quiet place, because most people, to really understand, to become extraordinary, it's just the extra mile. That's the only difference between ordinary and extraordinary. It's the extra mile. And the challenge today is that, are you willing to go the extra mile? Are you willing to put the extra hours in, the extra days in, the extra weeks in, to maybe have a chance to strike it and find all the dreams and the goals you've had beginning to come true? And for those that don't know, my background, I was born in the south side of Chicago. We didn't have a whole lot of money. My parents both worked day jobs. My father was an electrician. My mom worked for Allstate for most of her career. And I was around entrepreneurs. I raced BMX bikes, and I got to be around parents that they had every weekend off. And I will tell you, one of the greatest things in life, please write this one down and put it in your notes somewhere, is that as you go through life, you're going to have to start to realize that you only have time, you only have quality time for quality people. In your life, you only make time for quality people. Because if you let shitty, negative, energy-sucking vampires into your life, they're going to suck the life out of you. And they'll make you begin to believe you're not worth it, you're not great enough, you're not supposed to be on TV, you're not supposed to win that award, you're not supposed to get that print media $1 million contract. And they do it because it makes them feel better about themselves. I can tell you that I was around some of those people as a kid, but I knew that my vision, my path, my purpose was bigger than that. I knew the parties were great, but when people tell you how come they don't see you at the party, you turn around and say, how come I don't see you at the bank? And you're going to find out that all of a sudden, right, that when you begin to change, so does your economy. When you begin to see things differently, when you begin to look at things differently, the things you look at will change. And so for me, out of high school and college, I became a trader. I traded currency in New York and Chicago, and I did 10 years of turnarounds. I would come fix your company. We would take it public, or we'd close it and sell the assets. And I got to a point where I was burnt out. And I'm sure you can relate to being burnt out. I'm sure that if you're listening today, that you've hit walls in your life, or you've hit blocks in your life where you just said, you know, there's got to be more. And that's what I wrote down. In 2000, I wrote this down. There's got to be more. I was wealthy enough. I never had to work again. I wasn't super wealthy, but I knew there had to be a trade-off, and said, if I'm going to do something, it's got to be something that really is about my passion, about what I'm great at, about what serves a lot of people, where there's money in the space. And I would ask you that today. I would ask you to just kind of go through this little simple checklist, right? And I want you to think about this, because this is the exercise I went through, is that I want you to post on the board, what are you great at? Bill, I'm great at this. I like to see it. I am great at this. Just type it out. I am great at this. I was great at helping entrepreneurs that had an idea. I could help you with the money. I could bring in the marketing. I could bring in the teams. I could execute. And I was really good at it. And I knew that I could see things in people they couldn't see in themselves. And you've got to ask yourself, what is your superpower? What are you really great at that once you knew you were, and I love all these answers, right? I love it. I'm great at telling a story. I'm great at working hard. I love it. Solving problems, communications, insurance, beautiful, drawing, creativity. Do not let anybody steal your mojo. Those two words, I am, are two of the most powerful words you'll ever bring to the marketplace. It's a statement of identity. I am says it's a statement of identity. It's not I want or I try or maybe I'm going to think about it. I am going to the course in New York. I am going to the VIP Ignite event in LA. I am going to man every call that they have. I am going to be part of their family. I'm going to show up 100% of the time. I learned when I began to show up for other people's success, when I began to show up for other people's networks, money started to flow like crazy. But when you think about this, right, I am great at this. And then, of course, what I'm going to ask you is that, and this is so important, right? Is there money in the space that you're great at? Let me back this up a little bit or put it in. I don't know, something like that. Let's see. It's a disappearing. There we go. Is there money in the industry you're great at? If there's no money in what you're great at, I want you to write this down too. That's called a hobby. And there's nothing wrong with hobbies. But if you're going to put your energy into something, if you're going to put your time into something, right? I love all these answers and thank you. And I'm reading through some of this stuff and I'll read through some of these texts later as well. But you've got to make sure that there's a reward in the space that you're in. And once you figure out if there's money in the space, right? The next thing you've got to figure out, and this is also so important, is that is something called a big market. Is there a big market in the industry that you're in? Is there a big market? So when I thought about it in the year 2000 and 2002, I decided I was great at helping small business turn their ideas, turn their conceptual ideas, or turn their business into wildly successful firms and companies. I could see things in people they couldn't see in themselves. Sometimes it takes one person, that's all. Just one person that sees things in you that someone else doesn't see, and they help you really grow that and build that. And that's what I love about VIP Ignite, the team does, is they see things in people and they challenge you way outside your comfort zone. And that's exactly where I was at. And so we teamed up back then and we launched a little product. It was called Successful. It was a business in a box that helped all entrepreneurs with their businesses. And I teamed up with a young company in Arizona called GoDaddy as a marketing partner, another company called Franklin Covey out of Utah as a channel partner. We gave you a business plan and a merchant processing system. And we didn't really care what your business was. We just figured if we gave you a nice little toolbox, you'd probably have a whole lot more success. And, we were about $1 million short for the marketing. And I leaned on one of the greatest things in life that I teach everyone is that you have to invest in great relationships. You have to pay it forward every day. How do you figure out ways to help people that can do nothing for you that play at a higher level than you? How do you figure out ways to pay it forward for people that play at a higher level than you and expect nothing in return? And by doing this for the decade before, that opened up so many channels and so many doors. And one of those channels became the marketing partner. And in 20 months, we were in 20 countries selling a crazy little business in a box. We launched our incubator course called Rainmaker and Alive, all designed to help entrepreneurs build better plans, better teams, better systems, get organized, help them with grants, write their books, work on their public speaking, build their media kits. And we bundled it for $5,000 for you and 4 people to work with us for a whole year. The reason we did this is because I knew for a fact I did not want to serve one-to-one. I wanted to serve one-to-many. So as I said, was there a big market? Well, the market that we looked at said that 85% of entrepreneurs don't make it 2 years. That told me the market was massive. I want you to ask yourself today, is the market that you're in, is there a lot of opportunity there? If you're going to put your life's work into something, put your life's work into something that, once again, something you're great at, something you're working on. Is there money in the space? Is there a big market for your services? And from there, we launched a venture fund in 07. We launched masterminds in 08. And I'll send you guys some links and some free books and stuff. And if you've ever wanted to be a part of a huge family to work on your business and understand the power of grant money and understand how to write your books and get organized, we'll give you a link and you can figure that stuff out later. But I want to do a deep dive with you guys today to help you really understand is that wherever you're at today is the last 2 years of your life. Whatever you've done for the last 2 years have put you up to exactly where you're at today. And all I want to focus on is where you're going. If you drive your car around Manhattan and all you do is look in the rearview mirror, you're going to crash. I hear this all the time. People talk about where I've been, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this. No, tell me where you're going. Tell me what's next for you. What's in the next 90 days, the next 120 days? What's in the next 180? What's in the next year? If you guys will do me a favor today, if you'll just take this out, it's really kind of a crazy exercise, right? But I'll tell you this, if you want to make more money, this exercise will help you dramatically understand how to map your success. So if you can see this on the bottom of the screen, once I get it to work here, just give me a minute. I'm a little slow at some of this stuff, but we'll get it. There we go. You make a map, right? And all it says is Q1 to Q4. And the Q1 can start today. I don't care. It could be the 15th of the month. You can literally build what's called a success chart. And you're going to map out exactly where you're going to be. And we'll get back to this in a minute. Where are you going to be every quarter? Where are you going to be every month? Where are you going to be every week? That's focused on your biggest goals and dreams. Who are you going to spend time with? Which event you're going to be at, right? Because if you don't schedule your success, you've already planned your failure. You just don't know it yet. No one gave you the roadmap. No one ever gave me a roadmap of how to connect and do deals with billionaires, how to connect and do deals with millionaires. But I knew for a fact to be more successful, I had to really focus on the company that I kept when it came to my business. Even when it comes to your personal life, you have to really be very cognizant of who are you allowing into your inner circle. Because if you hang out with 4 broke people, you'll be the 5th. I promise you, it's only a matter of time. You begin to hang out with wildly successful people, they're going to challenge you to play at a higher level. And some of these comments are coming in so fast. What about if your business is cutting edge? Health is a huge... You know, some of these things, guys, I won't have time to go into all these questions. We'll save some of the questions for the end. I'll do as many as I can with you guys. And I'm not saying to get off track. What I'm saying is that when you start to really think about where the market's going, you have to schedule your plan along with it. And I found so often when I would invest in things I didn't know, I always lost money. So whatever your lane is, stay in your lane, stay in your greatness. Don't wake up one day and say, well, now I'm going to be a restaurateur and I'm going to invest every dollar I have in a restaurant. And you've never run a restaurant, but you like the restaurant business. So do your homework, go work at the restaurant for 2 years, see if you really like the restaurant business. Howard Hughes was the original undercover boss. When he bought TW Airlines, he actually went and worked as a baggage handler because he wanted to learn the process for the customer. There's nothing wrong with going slow when it comes to starting to elevate your dreams. But I will tell you this, that once you start to feel that you're on track and you're on path and you're on purpose, people will think you're nuts. That's why I don't believe in motivation. I believe if you motivate idiots, you got motivated idiots. You know, I watch people jump around all weekend, and by the time the jumping around is done, all the money's flowing out of their pockets. And on Monday, they wake up saying, now what do I got to do? And I would tell you today that you start with a great plan. You start with knowing, Bill, I'm great at this. And is there a market for it? Because after we launched a venture fund in 07, masterminds in 08, public speaker training programs, big internet marketing conferences, we invested in a group called the Small Business Expo. We became the main sponsor for almost 8 years for all their events. We went from 2 cities to almost 20 cities, more than 100,000 attendees a year. They brought on Google, AT&T, T-Mobile, American Express, State Farm, Instagram, Facebook, Shark Tank had their tryout to some of the events, because once again, it was in alignment with where we were going. I would ask you guys, as you begin to fill this little success plan out for the next year, right? And you start to look at those quarters, begin to ask yourself, are you on track or off track? Are you really on track or off track? You know, and what are you doing as a guide map? Because if what you're doing does not feel in alignment, it probably isn't. Stop doing things that don't resonate with where you're going. And I know sometimes it's hard to have that conversation, right? It's kind of like, well, I'm not really sure I get that. And that's why you invest in mentors. Don't invest in people to talk about things that have never done it. Invest in mentors that live what they teach. Invest in mentors that live what they teach. It's the same thing. We have great speaker programs, right? And I see all these programs, they teach you to speak, but they never help you get on a stage. Well, that's not going to work for you. Because once again, if you're going to learn this stuff, you got to learn it, write it down, learn it, you do it, and you delegate a lot of it. But you got to start that process today. You can't wait on some of these things. We then launched masterminds. We launched digital summits when everything went crazy. We also launched power lunches in cities because even though you couldn't go to church in Texas, you could still go to the country clubs because country clubs were a necessary business. So we began to run really high-end summits for entrepreneurs at the country clubs every week. And it was a saving grace. When things were really bad, we were killing it. We went digital and smaller live events at the same time. We probably saved $10 million just off our budget for live event budgets. Because once again, you got to realize 300 live events to none. Digital didn't cost us a whole lot. You guys should all have a good YouTube channel. You guys should all have a good Twitch channel. Get your TV show up on Twitch right now. It's free. It's owned by a company called Amazon. It costs you nothing. And you should learn how to use something like StreamYard, where now you can run your own broadcast network for less than $1 a day. If you don't have an influencer site, I recommend you find a website called Mingle, M-I-N-G-L, and I'll give you the example of one. You guys can just go look at mine if you want. If I could type. Sorry, guys, we had so much fun last night in Las Vegas that, it happens. I think that's right. Bill 360, there you go. It's a free site. You can link to all your social media, put your PDF documents on there, put your speaker sheets on there, put your calendar on there. You can set up global text messaging for free. Be frugal, you guys. There's nothing wrong with saving some money. I know it sounds like everything's going to work perfect, but nothing wrong with being prepared as you grow. There's nothing wrong with, when I look back and I think about it, right? I could have bought any car I wanted. And instead of buying Ferraris and Lamborghinis, I bought a used limousine and I hired a part-time driver. I figured for 30 grand for the limo and 30 grand a year, I could park anywhere I want in the city. I had 3 TVs. I could do all my work. My internet was in there. And I realized that those 2 to 4 hours a day were worth tens of thousands of dollars versus me sitting, driving, trying to find a place to park, needing to get a jacket all the time. Forget it. How about pull right up to the door? So a lot of times, begin to always look at what are your options? What are your options to help you get to where you want to go? And I share this with you because that many times that people do something called ready, fire, aim. I'm okay with ready, aim, fire. But the one thing you're going to find that has helped everyone that I've ever worked with really build more successful businesses is the communities you're a part of. One thing I can tell you about Michael and I can tell you about Deneen and Alicia, they care. They really do give a shit about your success. They're committed to your success. And when you meet some of the people they bring in to train with you, these guys don't just show up for 20 minutes. They're usually there for the day or maybe more than that. And they pour their heart and souls into helping you get to where you want to go. And they've been doing it for 16 years, which is kind of fun because we've been doing it about 17 years, about the same time. We have really focused on helping entrepreneurs grow, helping speakers get on stages and sell their products and services, and then running very high-end masterminds to do deals. At the end of the day, most of our business, once again, we do seminars and workshops and education, but we like to put our money where our mouth is, invest in projects and help grow some of those projects. And many times it's also just getting them out to our own network. If you have a good product or service and help small business, let's get it plugged in. But as you start to go down this path and you start to think about, once again, what are you great at? Is there dollars in the market? Is the market big? One of the biggest things you have to ask yourself, and this is what a lot of people teach you about, is they'll always talk about this, but I'm going to give it to you from a different direction, right? Is that you better be passionate about what you do. And this has to be something that is not the reverse. I know people say, well, just, figure out what you're passionate about and you'll make money from it. That's bullshit. You could say, well, I'm passionate about raking leaves, but nobody hires you. I'm passionate about taking photos, but nobody buys your photos. So it's, what are you great at? There's money in the space. You serve a big market. And write this down. You'd probably do it for free. What are you great at? serves a lot of people, there's money in the space, and you probably would do it for free. I knew for a fact when I looked at serving small business America and small business worldwide, they were underserved. It's hard to name a trusted source out there nationwide that truly helps small business, that gives you resources and tools and networks, right? There's not many out there that do this stuff. And I knew for a fact that if we could create courses and programs where you get to come 4 times a year, 4 days at a time, you get to bring a team of 4 with you, you get coaching each week, you get access to tools and resources, you get access to where's the best place for grants, you get your books out there, you get your message out there, you're starting to create your own digital products out there. Because if you don't go to market with your story, you're cheating customers. I need you to write this down. My story is too big to play small. My story is too big to play small. I need you to print that on a sheet of paper and put it on your mirror, put it on your refrigerator, put it in your car, put it on your phone, make a screensaver. My story is too big to play small. Bill Walsh told me today, my story is too big to play small. And the next time someone gets in your face or gets in your grill, you don't got to tell them who appointed you to lead the national expansion for your ideas. You tell them that you did. You tell them that you're the champion for the cause of bringing your story to market. You're the champion for the cause to make this happen. And that's the passion. And if people don't want to help you with your vision, your mission, your path, your purpose, tell them to get the fuck out of the way. Does that make sense? I mean, I hate to give you guys tough love in some of this stuff, but you've got to have it. Because if not, these same negative people, they'll point you in the wrong direction. And you'll start to believe all of their horrible rhetoric. And the reason they do that is because misery loves company. They just do. They don't want to see you, have massive success. Here's a good test. Go rent 2 Ferraris this week. Put 2 Ferraris in your driveway for a week. You don't even have to drive them. Just put them in the driveway. Oh, well, those neighbors start to talk. Oh, look at Sally. She bought 2 Ferraris. No, she bought 4. There's 2 more in the garage. She's got a different color for each day she goes to work. Bam, right? Because what happens is that you're going to find sometimes your closest friends during the toughest times of your life. You'll also find your real friends when you have successes, when you have small victories. Pay attention to who supports your small victories. Just go online today and say, you know what? I took this course called VIP Ignite for the weekend. I learned these 3 great things about, becoming a superstar in this industry. And I'm excited to put all these things in motion over the next 90 days. Go see who celebrates that. Go see who actually has a quick note. Hey, great job. Hey, excited about all those things, right? Don't put links in there. Don't put hashtags, because this way it goes viral. If you leave hashtags off your post for 30 minutes, if you leave links off your post for 30 minutes on Instagram or Facebook, it'll go viral so much faster. You can add your links after 30 minutes, but get the comments and likes first. But I have found that once again, when you really have that passion and people really start to feel where you're going and what you're doing, listen, you're going to get there a lot faster. Is that okay? How many, by the show of hands, just give me a 1 if you'd like to really condense the time frames to get to your big goals and dreams much faster. If you'd like to condense the time frames, put a 1 in there. Put a 1 if you want to condense that time frame. I love this, man. I love how interactive this group is. Deneen, Alicia, you guys have done such a great job, right? This group is fired up. So what I've found for most business owners is that we get caught up in the mundane. We get caught up doing the busy things that will never get you from A to B. We start to give ourselves things to do, so we're busy. I'm telling you, please write this down. Busy equals broke. Busy equals broke. Don't do busy things. Work on productive things. See, when you go from busy as an entrepreneur, and you're in the business that you're all entrepreneurs, whether you like it or not, right? The most successful models, TV people in the world, they're all entrepreneurs. They all got to go back on Monday and hustle, right? Maybe there's 25 that don't, but the other 10,000 or 100,000 in the industry, they all have got to hustle. Not how busy you are, because busy will put you down what's called broke status or broke track, right? Busy goes to broke track, and broke track goes to the next track. It's called burnout track. Why do you do things that you're good at? Keep up. There's a lot of posts here. Broke is going to lead to a place called, and it's important you guys understand this, busy to broke, broke to Burnoutville. What kills 90% of all entrepreneurs is those three cycles: Busyville, Brokeville, and Burnoutville. And I need you all to pick up a book today. It's called Think and Grow Rich. Think and grow rich. It doesn't say just become rich. It says think and grow rich. And I want you to read this book because it talks about the titans of our country, that what was their daily method of operation? What do they do every day to win? What did Charles Schwab do? What did Rockefeller do, right? What did these guys do different than everyone else, right? If you really begin to study, you start to understand that when you look at John D. Rockefeller, he went from the bottom of the rung. His dad was selling perfumes and lotions and creams on a cart. Within 5 years, the wealthiest person in the world. Many times it's like an Elon Musk story today, right? Being wealthy is great. You know, people tell it, oh, you know, money's the root of all evil. That's bullshit. That's people that don't have any money that say that all the time. Trust me. You know, it's lonely at the top. No, it's not. It's who you surround yourself on the way up. Don't forget how you got there. Never forget how you got to the top of the game. And realize that whatever the top of the game is, there's always some more to do, right? There's always big things to do. People say to me, I make all this money. I say, great, then tell me about your charities you support. I don't care how much money you make these days, guys. Did you make a difference along the way? It's great to make all the money, but did you make a difference along the way? Because 500 years from now, if you're to write out your legacy plan, no one cares about how much money you made. They care, did you actually make a difference while you were here? But that's part of the passion you have for the business. Part of your passion for your business, write this down, has to be in something called social impact. You want some of the best connections in the country? Get on your social impact plan. Tell me how many charitable events you've been to in the last year. How many charitable events have you sponsored? How many of you bought tables at? How many of you got on the podium and spoke about how important it is to give back? You want to be in the right rooms? Those are the right rooms. On September 20th, I'll be with Nancy Lieberman and Ice Cube. They run the most amazing charity in Dallas to give back, and they build sport courts all over the countries, over 100 sport courts now in the inner cities, to teach these kids it's okay to have some fun and play some basketball and get out of the madness that they're in. I think the most recent ones are doing with the Colby Bryant's family, right? Because once again, it's not just did you make some money, did you actually make a difference? But find great charitable events to be a part of. I do the Lee Steinberg event every year, the day before the Super Bowl. Why? Because it's the right people. And I believe in the work that they do. And you want to be a part of charitable boards. Part of your business model, you want to meet all the right people. You want to get on the right TV shows. You want to get to the right people to make the decisions. So many of those individuals are in a mode of their life that's about charitable contribution. So as you look at your Q1 to Q4 plan, right? I'm sorry, this is kind of funky on here, but if you look at that plan, the first thing you want to look at is, are you scheduling things in the next 4 quarters that are in alignment with who you are and where you're going? Do you have some charity on there? And I'm not talking about writing checks, everybody. This is not about writing checks. This is about giving some of your time. But what I do know is that so often we feel like we're in a grind. We're not going anywhere and we're not getting those, right? But do you understand that all the energy to get a train going is in the beginning? All of the energy to get a train going is in the beginning. In your business as an entrepreneur, people never see what's below the water. They just see the little tip top. Oh, you're having all this success. You're doing this, right? But they don't see the glacier below. That's all the time you put into it. I teach most overnight success stories are 10 years in the making, the big ones. They had failure after failure. I mean, study President Lincoln. He failed every election he ran in. Every election he ran for, he lost until he became the president. If you were a betting person, you would have said, there's no way this guy wins anything, right? Because everything he touched kind of went wrong, but he stayed the course. And today you've got to stay the course. You got to stay the course and say, you know what? I'm going to build this out. I'm going to do Q1, Q3 to Q4, but I'm going to build it out for 3 years. I'm going to actually take the time to lay this out for 3 years. I'm going to schedule my charity events. I'm going to schedule the work ethic. I'm going to be so committed to your success that people will think you're crazy. I promise you this, it's crazy ones that make all the money. let's see, it's the love of money that is not, yeah, that's right. It is a love of money. It's not money. Money is just energy, you guys. You know, you create value, money flows at you. You create no value, no money flows at you. Forget about you. I mean, you can have all the religious beliefs you want, and I'm not going to go down that path today. I believe in God, but you believe in whatever you want to believe in. But I will tell you, after 40 years in business as an entrepreneur, as a young entrepreneur, as a seasoned entrepreneur, is that when you create great value with great marketing, you're unstoppable. When you create great value with great marketing, you're unstoppable. Now, we charge entrepreneurs $5,000 a year. We give them membership to a country club. We fly them in. We put them up for the weekend for the course. You get to bring 4 people with you. Your kids can come for free. So don't lower your prices, guys. Just do value stacking. Add value after value after value after value. And by the time the client figures it out, they're going to figure out you got to be nuts to give all this value. That's when you're in the right place. To really find momentum in the business, it gets to the point where your customers just keep sending you new customers because you've done such a good job of creating value out there. See if I can read some more of these here. Never forget when you came from. Yeah, never. I love that. Thanks, Don. So these are a few little sound bites that help you with some of these things, right? But I also want you to pick up this book today too. If you haven't read it, it's a great read. It's called Outwitting the Devil. Outwitting the Devil is written by also Napoleon Hill, and it was co-authored along with Sharon Lechter. She also co-authored a book called Rich Dad, Poor Dad. But this is a brilliant read for today's times. Even though it was written 100 years ago, it's still current to what's happening today. It's the real conversation that Napoleon Hill had with the devil, and the devil couldn't not answer the questions. So it's a really deep undertaking in what happens that the entrepreneur goes through when things aren't perfect. And I'm going to tell you guys too, it's so important that you put together a little bit of what I call a vision team. There's enough great people on this, or enough great people when you come to the event. Find 4 people. How many? Put your hands. Let me see if you guys find 4 that you look up to. When you go to VIP Ignite, find 4 people you look up to, put them in your phones. These may not be your broke friends and family. Does that make sense? These are 4 people you look up to, and have a monthly accountability call. It's free. You jump on a Zoom once a month. Hey, what are you working on? Hey, what's the challenge? What help do you need from the group? What are you working on? What's the challenge for the month? What help do you need from the group? These are 4 people you look up to, not people look up to you. And I would challenge you, if you'll try this for just 90 days, I would love to see your feedback. I'd love to hear your feedback. Bill, this was a game changer. This was so helpful just to have that core group around me that we could all run even faster. And if you guys ever get the chance, we do power lunches in cities all the time. This week I'm in New York. I'm in Boston this week. I'm in Chicago this week. Anyone that's on here can get free tickets. Michael and those guys can get you some tickets for the power lunches I speak at. We're in Dallas, then Houston, I think then LA and Vegas, right? They're almost always at a Fogo de Chao, so you get a great meal on Bill, right? To talk about business and business growth. But I want you to make sure that today you make the commitment to plug in. Stay plugged into this group. This group is doing epic work to help people really get outside that comfort zone and think bigger. I will challenge you to think bigger, because when you start to incorporate all these things, what are you great at? Is there money in the space, right? Is there a big market for opportunity? And would you do it for free? If you can give yourself that test for a business, it's a game changer for entrepreneurs. It is an absolute game changer. I'll put the link down there, guys. If anybody wants to check out the power lunches, you guys can come as my guest. It's in a lot of different cities. When the referral says, just write down VIP Ignite or write down Michael Fomkin. It's a great way to get plugged into that. Yeah, I'm also a fan of Stephen Covey's book, of course, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And I'll give you one more book. I'll give you a couple more books today, but the other one I would recommend you order from Amazon. But the other book I told you guys about, Outwitting the Devil, I would listen to that book in audio. It is a very powerful audio. The voice, the way it's done, is exceptionally well. So get it from Audible. I mean, you can read it. I read it in like an hour. I couldn't put it down, but because it's so tuned into what's happening in today's marketplace. But the other book I would get is called 3 Feet from Gold. 3 Feet from Gold. And it tells you the story of the Darby family. And Darby was an incredible gold rush digger, and he found the greatest strike ever in gold. I'm not going to tell you the rest of the story, but he lacked knowledge. He thought he could do it all by himself. And because of that, he missed out on one of the greatest gold strikes ever in the history of the United States. So I recommend you pick up that book too, called 3 Feet from Gold. I think it was written by Greg Reed and co-authored by a bunch of other people, but the story is the story, right? And these are things that what I would tell you is that one of the tougher things for entrepreneurs, we went back to this early, is that as you build great quarters and you build great months and you build great weeks, you got to build great days. So I would challenge you today to begin to build great days. What is your DMO, right? What is your DMO? What's your daily method of operation? If I could type. I would ask you to chart your days for the next 5 days. I would ask you to start every day by waking up to some really good, insightful wisdom. Wake up every day with gratitude. What are you thankful for? Just 5 things you're thankful for. Start every day before you do anything else. And I'm not asking for anything. Here's the 5 things I'm grateful for. I would highly recommend you go to this website called YouTube. And I'd like you to type in this name. I'll give you the guy's name. And if you could just listen to 10 minutes of this guy each day, be a game changer for your business. His name is Jim Rohn. And Jim Rohn actually was the first guy that hired Tony Robbins. He coached Tony Robbins. But if you can find any Jim Rohn at all, just 10 minutes a day, and if you'll just do this all for 10 days, just try this for 10 days. Gratitude first, 10 minutes of Jim Rohn, then go into your regular exercise, whatever it is you do every day, right? You're going to find that your head's in a whole different place when it comes to really understanding the game of an entrepreneur. You got to marry the game. You got to be so committed to what you do, people think you're nuts. And the minute you start to get to that point, you're going to start to see success like you've never seen before in your life, because whatever you feed grows. Whatever you feed, it grows. I would challenge you to feed your mind today to be the best you can be in your space. If you want to be in print, you want to be on TVs, you want to be in movies, whatever it's going to be, man, you got to give it all. And I don't believe in quit your job and live your dreams. I say keep your job. I believe you keep paying your bills so you have peace of mind. I know you want to just pack up and I'm going to go do this stuff, right? You might have to be in a different city, because I think sometimes in the industry that you're in, the city you're in could make a difference. Atlanta's become one of the hottest markets in the country for opportunities in the movie and certainly the media or TV business. But I also know for a fact that if you'll get yourself in the right networks on a regular basis, it's a game changer. One of the fastest ways to the right network is through charitable contribution. Find events you can be a part of that resonate with you, with the people that are on the boards or people who run the events. It'll open up more doors than all these phone calls, which means that, once again, go back to the basics that says you're going to show up for your own success story. That DMO that I talked about, the daily method of operation, before 10 o'clock, no more phone calls, no more unscheduled calls with you. They don't schedule time with you. They don't get time with you. In addition to that, write down, what are your big rocks? What are the really big rocks that have to happen so you have the big wins? You can take this little test. It's a great little challenge, right? It's called 10 before 10. Now, I created this challenge, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago, right? 10 before 10 says every night before you go to bed, you'll write the 10 most important things you'll get accomplished by 10 a.m. tomorrow to make tomorrow one of your best days ever. And it's not just what you do, everybody, it's what you delegate. Begin to realize the most successful entrepreneurs on the planet, they learn to delegate things. They learn to get a VA. They learn to hire someone for 5-10 hours a week to work on things you're not that great at. I hire VAs for 3 things, guys. Write it down. Research, emails, and social media. They research and they build me lists. They have an email box for general email that has no reason for me to check unless they star the button, and social media updating. You should really focus on one channel for a lot of your communication. If you guys are on Instagram, you can find me at Bill Walsh 360. And I think it's across the board, but definitely IG, Facebook, and LI, right? At Bill Walsh 360. But Instagram is the main one that I will respond to, or Facebook. But teams respond to everything else, right? I'm not updating my YouTube every day. I'm not updating my LinkedIn communications, because a lot of it's bot communications, right? But someone else is. But where do you find is the one social channel that's best for you, and put your time and effort there? Now, you can retool and rebroadcast. There's tools like InShot, INSHOT, InShot. It's a great tool for your 1-minute videos, which you should do 2 1-minute videos a week. Get those little 1-minute, just really content-rich videos, quick. Push a button, it goes to your LinkedIn, goes to your Facebook, goes to your Instagram, right? but those 1-minute videos have to have a call to action. So begin to build days that move towards building great weeks. The weeks become great months, because I promise you this, a year from today, a year from this call right now today, a year is going to go by either way. Nothing you can do about it. The question is, how have you raised your efficiency? Have you built really great days? Have you gotten more exposure? Does your websites and things look even better? Is your IG in alignment with what you're doing? Are you using TikTok? You know, wherever the industry is going, you got to be present to it, because it's not going to slow down. It's only going to move faster. And I thought it'd be really fun today, guys. And if anybody here has an interest in our business course or being a part of our Rainmaker experience, we have one coming up in Disney, one in Vegas. It's 4 times a year. I'm going to give you guys a free copy of my book. If you've ever seen the movie called The Secret, I wrote a book called The Obvious. I was in the movie called Beyond the Secret. I was in about 5 movies now, kind of always like cameo roles, kind of fun stuff. But if you want to get a copy of my book, The Obvious, if you want our newsletter, no charge, if you want updates on some of our events, if you want one person, they'll win a ticket to our big party in Vegas at Mandalay. I know that Michael's going to be speaking there. It's going to be pretty exciting. But if you'll just do that, all you have to do is just, if you take out your cell phones, you can text the word win. Text the word win to 26786. Text the word win to 26786 for the book, newsletter, and one winner, a ticket to our VIP party in Vegas on December 11 to 13. It's our big internet marketing conference. I thought I'd just give you guys some cool stuff, and hopefully you guys got a lot of knowledge bites today that you can put into motion right away. But the biggest takeaways from this is that starting today, I would challenge you guys to schedule your success. Does that make sense? Schedule your success or plan your failure. Begin to map out this year, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. Put all the VIP Ignites in there. Whatever event they got going on, plug it in. I know it costs money. I know it's hard to get all those times off, right? But if what you're working on is that important, you'll figure it out, right? What are you really great at? Is there money in the space? Is it a big market? Would you do it for free? Are you passionate about it? And then don't let negative people steal your dreams. Anytime someone gets in your face, just tell them, listen, my story's too big to play small. Get out of the way. I love you. My story's too big to play small. Bill told me I have big things to do. I have big things to do, and you don't know who you're sitting with. So if you don't respect who you're sitting with, get out of the way. I mean, I had to release people from my life. I had to take out my cell phone and get rid of all the negative people. And I changed my voicemail. It said, thanks for your call. Your call is very important to me, but at this time in my life, I am making some major changes. And if I don't call you back, you're obviously one of them. It's like, ouch, you can't do that. but you got to let them go. Because if you don't get rid of some of the old, you'll never make room for some of the new. Does that make sense? So if you guys are texting that opt-in right away, I should see all those coming in. The first one that gets opted in will get that ticket for the Vegas event. We'll make it lots of fun. If this has been helpful, please put a 1 in the chat box. Let me see if this is helpful. Put a 1 in the chat box. Let me see some 1s in there. I love you guys. You know, anytime Deneen or Lisa, they ask me to help out, I'm like, I'll always be there. That you can count on. Yeah, just text the word win, just so you know, just the word win. One word, W-I-N. Yeah, I love this, guys. Love this. So, Deneen, I know we have about 10 minutes left. I would love to take some questions if you have some questions before we finish this up.
Awesome. If someone has a question, please raise your Zoom hand. I know you all know how to do that. We've practiced it 2 days in a row.
And I want to thank everybody once again for all those shout outs in the group. I loved it all. You guys are so awesome. And it's just such a great heartfelt feeling. We all love to feel appreciated. And hopefully that today we delivered you some nuggets, things you guys can use right now to have some more success. And of course, you'll see most of my posts today on Facebook and Instagram. It's all about, hey, let's go. You know, we don't have time. We don't have time to look backwards. We have time to go forward. We have time to be thankful, have gratitude, and put our efforts into it.
All right.
Love you guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Can't wait to see you guys at the LA event. And if you guys are coming to Rainmaker in the next few weeks, that's going to be great.
It's going to be awesome. All right.
So any questions, you guys? I see some hands up. Go ahead.
Anthony has a question.
Hi, Anthony.
Hello, Bill. Nice to meet you, and thanks for being on this phone call with us.
No problem.
The information that you gave was very helpful. I'm definitely going to have to go back and read a lot of it or listen to it again because I was trying to take a lot of notes while you were talking. But really, the one thing that I took away from this whole conversation and the question that I want to pose to you is, I just started doing this myself, and I started aligning myself with an organization called the B Plus Foundation.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of ironic how I got into it because the whole thing is to win a role on a movie, on a horror movie, but you get donations, you get votes to donate, and that money goes to support this foundation. So that's kind of what I've been doing on my social media. And so all this whole weekend has been like really, really cued into all of that stuff. So like now I'm spinning that all together and trying to, do all that or get all that stuff together just to get the votes and everything. But it's all in line with what you guys are saying. So that was my question. If you want to support it, just ask me. I'd really appreciate it. But it's free daily votes for anybody who wants to. If anybody on the call wants
so
to.
So guys, here's let me give you one really quick fun advice, right? Is that instead of putting a shout out to support your vote, right? The better thing to do is that how many people have something you're working on that you can help with, right? Because before you ask for things, always create value first. Always, instead of saying, hey, go buy my stuff or go support this cause, here's who has causes I can work with. Send me a message. I'd love to support your cause first. Because if you do that, you'll get people to respond to you versus, hey, go support my cause because it's my cause. But if you help people support their cause, you'd be surprised how many doors they'll open for you. When we started in 2006, I didn't have millions of dollars for the marketing, but I knew if I helped guys like Les Brown or Brian Tracy or Mark Victor Hansen or John Gray or John Asroff.
Yeah, that's the good thing too, is I'm a software engineer by trade, and I didn't mean to cut you off, but like I'm a software engineer by trade, that's what I do. That's what I do for a living. So I'd be more than willing to help out with software development or whatever you needed,
Well, that's great. Then send me your number. Send me your number. Maybe I can help with all these things, because what I'm saying to say is that when I didn't know these guys, I never asked them for anything.
Yeah.
But I created value for them. I helped Mark sell a book, helped Les make an extra $250,000. I never had to ask them for anything, but they did videos for me. If you go on YouTube and type in Bill Walsh and Les Brown or Brian Tracy, they all promoted our programs. And our programs skyrocketed. We got to momentum through marketing partnerships. And this is a learning moment for everybody, is that when you can help people by adding value first and expect nothing in return, they will get behind your stuff like you've never seen before in your life. And the same thing with all these contests that are out there like that. I love all these contests, but what you do is you help people drive traffic to their contest first, and then come back and watch how fast, especially people that play with bigger lists than you, how fast they'll get behind stuff you're working on. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. I can
tell you that it drove our business millions and millions of dollars a year, because if I can go to YouTube and I can type in your name on YouTube, how many influencers currently market for you? How many names market for you? And I didn't pay them. I made all the mistakes. I did exactly what you just did. I went and said, hey, Mark, you're a big author. Why don't you market my programs? Why don't you help with this stuff? It didn't work. I failed miserably.
Yeah.
And finally, I failed so many times, like, there's got to be a better way. And I changed up the entire thing. Was that what I used to have the conversation was, here's what I got and here's what I want. That was my conversation, like before 2000. After 2000, my conversation became, here's who I am and here's how I can serve. And when I did that, our sales went through the roof.
Yeah.
So if you'll DM me the information and I can take a look at it, we got a big database.
I want to interject for 1 second, Anthony,
no worries.
Get a role in a horror film. It's not real. You're not actually donating money. They're actually collecting your information and everyone who votes for you. It's not like Bill, I love what you say with the partnerships and all of that, but the situation here, it's not real. It's clickbait is what it's called. And you're not. So Bill, to protect you, please don't put your information in there. But for anyone who's watching, that's not how you get a role.
Yeah.
That's not how you get a role in a movie. They're never going to pick you to be the lead because you got the most votes. Okay. Yeah. So please do not, if anyone on this call, people on YouTube are watching this too, everyone around, it's not real. So partnerships are awesome, but what you're talking about is not a real opportunity. I've had about 50 talent in the last 2 days. I'm like, please. So thank you very much for letting me get the message out to so many people
that was
at one
perfect.
time.
Good timing.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Let's go.
It would still be an awesome foundation to support. So, you know, I think that would be a great,
awesome.
you know, just in what you were saying to go with.
All right. Thanks, Anthony.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Anthony.
Awesome. All right. Christina Cabral has a question.
Hey, Christina.
Hello, fellow funnel hacker. I'm so happy that we started this conversation because I'm really into social intelligence right now. And you just said, you know, who am I, or here's who I am and how can I serve? So can you just expound on that a little bit about when I go to Hollywood and I go, you know, rub shoulders with all these agents and everything, how does that translate into when I'm in front of Tanya Kleckner? And because I'm always thinking, okay, well, I've got so many talents, you know.
Well, so let's just say,
how can I help them? You know,
yeah, so
what
let's role play. Let's role play and say you just walked into Richard Branson and he's with Quentin Tarantino and he's with Oprah Winfrey. And most people would say nothing. They'd be just completely shocked, right? But if you go online today, you type in Bill Walsh and Michael Jordan on YouTube, you'll see a video we did together. Because I learned to figure out in a very short conversation how to add so much value that they want to follow up. So my conversation is always, and I want you to kind of give this a really fun role play, guys, is that number one, learn to pay a genuine compliment. Hey, Quentin, man, love all your movies, man. I'm a man. Now, if you're not a fan of somebody, don't try to connect. If you truly don't like that person, they're going to pick that up from a mile away. But if you really are a fan, right? And hey, listen, I loved all your work. I always ask this question. I asked the question, what projects are you currently focused on that you're most excited about? And I shut up because they'll start what? They will talk and talk and talk because successful people like to talk about things they're working on versus you trying to sell them something. The minute you try to sell them something, they shut you off. You're done. But if they start talking about it, you learn a process called LLP. Write down LLP.
LLP.
You listen, you learn, and you process.
Right.
You listen, you learn, and you process. And what you're processing in your mind while they're speaking is there something that they're working on that somehow, some way, I can add some value to. And if you can add value to that, before you go to an event with the right people, you're going to find out what charities they support. You're going to find out their latest book or whatever they're working on, right? And you're going to figure out during the LLP conversation there that either you can connect them with a media source, maybe you can connect them for their charity that you'll buy a table, or you'll be the first one to volunteer at their event. Because what wildly successful people like to talk about is they like to hear people that want to add value first, not start talking about what you do. You know, I can help you with your movie because I'm great at this. They get that all the time. Quit trying to sell people shit. Be really focused on that conversation, all about them and how you can add value to their life and their business or their charity. Maybe you can't help with their next movie because it's so big, it's so beyond your reach. But you might say, listen, I know this is your charity. I see you've got an event coming up in Houston 2 months from now. Love to be a part of that charity event. Matter of fact, I could probably get it out to some folks in Houston that want to be a part of the charity as well. And of course, when you do that, when you volley that back over, if you say you can help somebody, don't say, well, let me know how I can help you. That's not the question. You've got to really give them a firm answer as to how you can help with something that they're working on, some way, shape, or form. It could be a connection. It could be volunteer work. It could be, if you know people in media or radio or they're trying to raise money for these things. Almost every movie person I've ever talked to, they're trying to raise money for something at some level. So you might have connections in that realm, right? So for you guys that are doing this business, get to know the money side of the business too. Learn the money side of the business and where some of that money comes from so you're knowledgeable in the conversation. Do your homework on the charities these guys support because that's important to them. They know that social impact makes a difference, so they're down that path. And then, of course, once again, as you go down this path of what you can help for them, they say, hey, that would be great. That'd be awesome. I'd love some of that help. Here's your response. Write this one down too. What is the best way to communicate with you directly? Don't say, give me your phone number, give me your IG. Ask them, what is the best way to communicate with you directly? Because if what you're helping them with is going to have high value to them, they'll give you their cell phone in 5 minutes. I can tell you guys, I've done this with, you name the celebrities, you name the entrepreneurs, I've connected with all of them by using a similar exact conversation. Now, you never talk about yourself. Now, they're going to probably come back if they're interested and say, so, Tell me what's your name and what does you do again? What does you do exactly? Now you've got to have that down to one sentence. Don't blab on blah, 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 blah. Somebody asked me, what's your name? What do you do? My name is Bill Walsh. I run a venture firm, Power Team International. We help entrepreneurs and small business owners all over the world create even more success. You keep it so simple. And they're like, bam. Well, how do you do that? I do it consistently. Do you see what I'm saying? Then have a media kit, have some information with you. But the more precise and concise you are with your conversation, I promise you guys today, the quality of your language will dictate the quality of your life and your bank account and all your relationships. So don't be afraid to put yourself in uncomfortable positions, uncomfortable situations. That's where all the magic happens. Remember, it's in the extra mile.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that was helpful for you.
Yeah, that was great because I already I bought your book and I was thinking like that's a great way to, when in doubt, I can always start there. It's like, oh, I read your book and I have a question, and then go from there. What are you working on?
And even more than the question, when they start telling you what they're working on, you figure out ways to help them. You figure out ways, if you guys do your homework and you're doing a whole year in advance, you'll figure out today, guys, take the time to look for the next 4 quarters. What events do you have to be at that are the right events? Go with a team, go with a posse. Never talk about yourself. Someone else talks about you. For example, Alicia came down to our event. We did a big event down in Florida, right? Crypto conference. And we were with some really guys doing media and radio. I didn't have her go talk. I said, let me introduce you to a rock star. And I brought her into the conversation. See, the more you talk about other people's success and how great they are, all of a sudden people take more notice of you. Good?
That was awesome. Thank you so much.
I love you guys.
Bill, this has been amazing. I have someone who wants to get on and say hello to you before you go. I know.
Yeah, let's do it.
Mr. Colby, can you unmute yourself, please? Ryan Colby, he's been like, unmute me, I'm here. And now he is playing shy. I see how you are.
No, sorry, I'm busy. Sorry. Hey, how are you, Bill?
He's like, I'm busy.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Blessed.
Good. I'm having a little, I know yesterday I said everything was fine, but Fashion Week, everything just fell apart. So, yeah, that's what I'm dealing with. Everything just fell apart in the past like 30 minutes.
Oh,
so
no.
I shouldn't have said anything yesterday. I jinxed myself. Everything is falling apart. Today's afternoon shows are a complete disaster.
Well, all you can do is take one thing at a time and focus on things you can change, and the things you can't change, don't give them too much of your energy. They'll kill you.
Yeah. I'm ignoring certain people. They're texting and I'm just like pretending my phone is off.
Awesome. Well, didn't you also want to say happy birthday to Mr. Bill Walsh, Brian?
Ooh, yeah, very cool.
Oh, happy birthday. Yes, happy birthday. How are you?
Yeah, we're celebrating this week with Post Malone. We're celebrating with Post Malone this week. It's gonna be pretty crazy.
Yeah, I heard about that through Michael. I didn't know who he was, but Michael explained who he was. I don't listen to that kind of music, so I'd never heard of him, but
I listen to it all. My playlist would shock you guys. You would love it.
You do have an amazing playlist. Awesome.
Mine is fairly predictable.
Awesome.
Right. The birthday wishes, you guys. It's this Wednesday, but listen, we're going to celebrate all week. We started late last night in Vegas, and it's still rolling.
We kind of started this past Wednesday in Miami.
That's right. We did start in Miami. You're right. We did. We went to Zoom and started celebrating right there.
I'll be doing something similar. I have like 4 birthday parties in October.
I like it. Well, let us know where the celebration is. We'll be a part of it.
Oh, I think you're going to be. I guess if you're coming to the LA event, you'll be.
I will be there.
Yeah,
I will be in LA.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, anything else you guys got, Deneen or Alicia or Michael? Anybody else got anything else for today?
No, Bill. We just want to thank you so much for taking the time to be here. We appreciate you so much.
Always,
guys. If you loved everything that Bill said, give him a 1 in the comments, please.
Thank you, guys. Thank
you. Wish him a happy birthday. Awesome, Bill. Have an amazing.
Thank you, guys. I love it.
Thank you so much.
Wow, that's awesome, everybody. Yeah, the greatest gift you guys can do for me is put it in motion, and then message me on Instagram. Hit me at Bill Walsh 360. Send me a message. Hey, Bill, I love this. Working on that. I put this in application, especially your 10 before 10. That is such a game changer for anyone that's looking to be even more successful. All right, guys, I got to go. I love you. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Bill. Have a great
Thanks,
day.
everybody. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. I love him. Hello, Colby.
Hey.
So I was in the other room. So the shit hit the fan, huh? That's
Yeah.
what happens when you get
In
arrogant,
the past,
sir.
in the past, 30 minutes, it's literally gone from, oh, I can relax and have a drink, to a half dozen people texting me like, where's this boy? Where's that boy? Where's this boy? Where's that boy? So
Well, it's all right, because we got the new guard coming in. We've got some great talent for you to choose from that you'll be able to meet not only in LA, but also New York. All right. So Ryan, tell me, when you live somewhere other than New York, how much will getting photos done in New York City, working with your photographers and having you style talent, how much will it help somebody's career when they go back to where they came from?
Oh, amazingly, because when you're living in the middle of nowhere and you go to New York or LA and have professional photos done and go back home, the agency has a better start to work with, because you could shoot locally. Obviously, people do it every day, but the quality won't be there. The strength won't be there. The advice won't be there. The posing, the proper lighting, et cetera, So you really benefit from having someone who shoots every day, 7 days a week, gets a check every week for shooting, doing your photos, instead of someone who breaks out a camera once a year, and is trying to take a photo of you. So it is an immense benefit. It's just like anything. It's like having a steak dinner at the local Denny's, which no knock to Denny's, it's cute, or having a steak dinner at, one of the top restaurants in LA or Paris or, whatever. It is a big difference. It may be the same animal, but it's for some reason it tastes different.
Sorry, vegans. But I do want to stress that, because a lot of people send me photos and they post them on the page. And sometimes I just want to say, like, what were you smoking? Because I think like doing your hair, doing your makeup, even having a photographer, their goal, and I really want to stress this, your goal is to have photos that are marketable. These aren't photos for like you to put into a calendar to sell on OnlyFans or anything like that. These photos are meant for one thing: marketing purposes. Do you guys understand that? So, I really want to stress this, even adding Ryan Colby's name to your photo shoot, to your resume, working with top photographers. Do you want to go over like Juan Algarin, for an example? One of our photographers we had in South Beach. Now, being that we know him through you, he obviously would come to a photo shoot, but let's say it's somebody who is brand new in the industry. What would it take to book one of our photographers of this type of caliber for anybody?
Well, Juan is probably the biggest photographer we've used as far as named wise.
Yeah.
And he has an agency, Kate Ryan, and she's one of the iconic photographer agents in the city. She's been around.
So photographers have agents, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Working photographers too, yes. Kate Ryan is one of the biggest agents in the city. She's been around since the early 80s. She represents huge commercial photographers that shoot still life, TV commercials, music videos, magazines, et cetera. So she has a roster of photographers, just like I have a roster of models, and she has like 15 photographers, 20 photographers, something like that. And Juan is one of them. He's been with her for a while, like a decade. And she books him for everything from Nordstrom's, Land's End, magazines. He's been doing Garnier. He's been doing, lots of stuff. And he's 5 figures a day,
5 figures a day, guys. Do you guys understand that? So working with a photographer of that level, it's going to cost you at least 10 grand just to shoot with. I want everybody, that's a huge value. So like we're doing a 3-look photo shoot in New York City with working with photographer of that level. I mean, obviously Juan is always the top of our list if he's in town, but also a celebrity makeup artist, a celebrity hairstyle. How much do those range? Just out of curiosity, if you were to book them.
Hair, makeup is, $15 to $18 to $2,000 a day, depending upon.
So we need to increase our prices, because I don't know if you know, but we're offering a 3-look photo shoot plus a New York event plus there's a whole list of things that we're offering. How many of you guys are excited about that? If you see the value, type value, or instead of letting us package this for you. We'll go ahead and give you their agent. The agent may or may not book you, even if you have the money, because
Kate Ryan would never, ever book Juan for a singular photo shoot with Sally, who decides
that girl.
even if Sally has 10 grand, it's not going to happen. You're going to have to do double because you're going to have to get a studio, et cetera, et cetera. So it's going to be.
Oh, that doesn't even include the studio. That's just the photographer.
No. That's just the photographer. The reason why Juan does our shoots, and he did 2 of our shoots, is because of my relationship with him.
Yeah, with Vogue.
I discovered him, and literally without me, he would not have the career he has today. So when I want a little favor of doing something, if he's got the time, he'll do it, because when he's sitting in his house and putting his kids to school, they go to school with Mariah Carey's kids.
They go to school with Jennifer Lopez's kids. He showed me pictures of J-Lo in carpool, and I was like, she drives? He's like, yes.
Yeah, so when he's taking his kids to school,
very expensive, private school,
he's thinking of me.
And that's why when he came to the photo shoot, I was running around. I'm like, you want espresso? I got it. Because I want people to know how appreciative we are, because it's so important for us to also make that great first example.
He actually likes giving back too. He loves working with new talent. Sometimes he gets frustrated because he works with stars every day. He shoots Pink, Rihanna, etc. So sometimes it's fun for him to shoot someone who's never seen a camera. He gets to pretend he's 20 again, and he can, shoot a new person. So he likes doing that every once in a while. I mean, obviously he's got to make a living.
Little sprinkle of new.
He has a certain lifestyle he has now, but he loves doing the shoots because he's like, that was fun. He's like, it was fun to work with people who needed guidance. He's like, when I'm shooting Rihanna, she doesn't need guidance. I'm literally there for no reason. Like, she's got it covered.
Yeah, there is no direction. I wouldn't want to give her direction. She shows up, done.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I know that when he did Cadence,
he liked doing it. He liked doing it. He thought it was fun. It was definitely taxing for him because when he's shooting, say he has 10 looks for Nordstrom's, guess how many days? That's 4 days of shooting. They get to sit around, they have lunch, they chat, they do the lighting test, they shoot. There's no
it's a whole production.
It's a whole production. So what we do is a little more frenzied, and he was like, whoa, how the hell do you do this whole time? I'm like,
Twitch.
I just do
That's
it.
a vodka. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially then I bring my 1-year-old at the time, and he did Caden's first birthday photos, and he is one of the nicest guys in the world, and he's so sweet. When I read about him prior to meeting him, I was even a little bit tongue-tied because he's worked with every major magazine. So for those of you, scale 1 to 10, how much value would that be to add a photographer of that type of level, makeup artist? We've had makeup artists that have worked with Victoria's Secret Fashion Week. We've had some of the biggest names, Derek Warburton, who styled Kim Kardashian, you obviously, which is given. But, and I really want to stress that when you're getting photos done, the people that you're working with is also a reflection of you. Do you guys understand that? So for those of you going to my uncle's the photographer. Oh, are they working with Rihanna? Then shush. Because it's so important to work with photographers whose photos actually, again, book real work. Okay, good. All right. So what I want to do very quickly, Janine, we're going to go through again what we're offering, because as soon as this call is over, the link is going to go away. Now, I've had some people in the past tell me if they're on a cell phone that they're unable to schedule. So this is what I'm going to advise you to do. Take a screenshot if you have to of the bit.ly link here, which is the direct schedule link. If you cannot click on it and schedule. Okay.
Keep talking.
Okay.
Are we doing a Q&A, or I thought I was doing a rapid fire thingy?
We're going to do a rapid fire thingy always, but I do want to have this up very quickly.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. Please hold. All right. So Ryan, let's say we have talent coming to LA or New York.
Okay.
Have you ever advised anybody like, hey, I really need you to move here? Now you're going to be meeting talent both in LA and New York. Can you go over I think that sometimes when people want to get in the industry, they choose maybe to go to a location where they like it best. Like for an example, my hair looks stellar in LA because there's no humidity. But I think my personality is a lot more New York. But as a model or an actor, where do you suggest somebody goes?
It depends on the person. It's an individually based decision between me and the talent. There is no universal answer for people. So yeah, people do choose locations based upon their personal desires, whether I want to be by the beach, I want to do this, I want to do that. But at the end of the day, that unfortunately, that's not what dictates whether you get work or not. So it has to be based upon several things: your personality, your look, your pictures, your training, what level you're at, your delivery. All of those things are put together, and then it's decided, okay, you should come to New York, or you should go to LA, or you should go to Europe. It just depends. So that is an individually based decision based upon the person. So,
okay, so you'll be in LA, you'll also be in New York. So for somebody like a Christina Cabral, who's part of our company, if she's going to both locations, you would be able to like assess how she's doing at the photo shoot, be able to see how she's following directions. Because if she can't make it here, she can't make it anywhere. It's up to you. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to start singing New York.
I do watch people at shoots. I
know you do.
I may not say anything. I may not say something to the person, but I am watching, and I see things that they do that are amazing, and I see things that I do come to you or Michael and I'd be like, this person's a problem. Or I go to you and I say, really, we should pay attention to this person because they've actually got the goods. I've said that many times.
You said that about Brandon Durman, and he's booking work every day, and I didn't even see it. I was like, who? What?
Well, sometimes you're not noticing what I'm noticing because you're too busy doing appointments with Debbie and doing your Instagram lives. I'm not doing that. So
yeah, you're working.
Well, you're working too, but you're doing something different.
A different.
It's like when you're working at a factory and Fred's doing doing the car door, but then Sam's doing the engine. Sam's going to see something with the engine that Fred's not going to notice.
Yeah.
So,
You're building the plane. I'm working on the charcuterie board that I'm surveying. I got it. Okay. So Don wants to know, would you be able to tell us if we want to know? Yes, but say a prayer for you. We'll all light a candle for you if you want. And I think that's so important, Rye, because I know that there's so many people that want to get into this industry and they're like, oh, well, I'm closer to New York. It'd be more convenient. And I'm like, what? There is no convenience. Is your career convenient? Because you're meant to be here. Yeah. And we'll go over with you. Yeah.
That happens every day where they're like, well, I'm closer to LA. Well, you're not going to work in LA. So that's an unfortunate situation for you, but you're
closer to a waitering job in LA. So if that's what you want, that's fine too. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, how many of you guys would want to know the truth? Like, because I know sometimes there's people that want to do promotional or they want to do commercial or catalog. And Ryan, you're also booking overseas, which, again, before you get booked overseas with us, we're going to have to see you at a photo shoot. So I don't want anybody here to think that like, oh, well, my look is so stellar, I'm just going to start booking work. You're actually going to physically have to come to New York or LA to go to one of our photo shoots. We need to see, because if you can't work with our photographer, our makeup artist, our hairstylist and follow directions, you sure as hell won't follow directions if he sends you to Milan. Okay.
So going overseas is very, the one thing I've learned a little bit this week, I mean, I keep learning it because I have two guys that are in from Europe. Yeah. One is from Vienna and Paris, and one is from Milan. So they're seasoned guys. They've done the shows in Milan. They've done Armani. They've done the shows. They've done Jill Sander. They've done the whole European gamut. So now that they're in New York, this is the hardest market. This is the hardest market. So they're learning a lot, even though they're experienced models. And what I'm learning from them, because they're really the only two guys I have that I'm pushing for shows, is that even if you do the European market well, which they've done for many seasons, they're not kids. They're both in their mid-20s. So they've been doing this a while. is that New York is the hardest city to navigate. It's the hardest city to make it in. It's the hardest city to get going in. You know, I'm not saying Europe is easier, but it kind of is because there's less competition. Not as many people are so hungry for fame and hungry to be in front of a camera as they are in America. So there's less models to deal with. So when you go on castings and stuff like that, the only time that changes is during shows when they bring in every model on the planet. Then yeah, there's a lot of competition. But from day to day life, there isn't. When you're running around Paris, you may see, I don't know, 50 male models, 100 female models. That's it. You know, but in New York, there's several thousand male models, and even more. Yeah. There's even more girls. You know, so it's different. So yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
That's what's
now,
happening.
If somebody gets signed to an agency per se, how quickly would you think that they would be able to start making money? And as a talent that wants to get signed to an agency, what are they coming out of pocket for?
I'm sorry, what?
If a talent got signed to an agency, are you wining and dining them, or are they able to survive their own bills? What are they paying for?
They have to. If the talent is getting requested by Stephen Meisel, Anna Wintour, yes, you are going to dinner. Yes, I will pay for your photo shoot. Yes, I will do those things. But that's like once in a career. Other than that, you are paying for everything. So you
have to be financially stable. So for those of you that really want to do this, start buckling down, because if you're looking to get a big agent, you obviously need to come out and we need to, do the first day of the agency and the test shoot, and you need to start getting the training and development. It is so, so, so important. And one thing go ahead.
The training is crucial, because here's the thing with training. It's the photo shoots are crucial because it is like mini training, because some photo shoots are going to be stellar and be like, wow, look at how amazing you look. And some photo shoots are going to be like, look, this isn't that amazing. This is what you need to improve on because you were not paying attention, or you were doing something weird with your mouth or hands, or I don't know, so not every shoot's going to be amazing, because that's why they're called test shoots for a reason, because it's a test. Sometimes, I mean, they're amazing. We do our best, but ultimately at the end of the day, it is up to you. We provide the foundation, the photography, the hair and makeup. You have to provide the performance. And if you don't give us the performance, no, not even Juan can get it out of you. I guess I'm sure he could eke out a frame, but the rest will be meh. And that's not my fault. That's not his fault. That's nobody's fault.
It's not my fault. Yeah, exactly. Now, Ryan, if somebody came with the blinders on, I only want to model or I only want to act, is that something that you take into consideration? Like, oh, I'm not interested in doing TV and film, or I'm a serious actor, I'm not interested in modeling, or do they go hand in hand these days?
They go hand in hand. If you're a working actor and you come to me with credits and you've done stuff and you have legitimate credits from the past 2 to 3 years, and they are top tier shows, like Alexis Floyd, who's doing Grey's Anatomy, she came with credits. She is not a model. She's a pretty Black girl who has a really nice commercial face, but she is not a model. She's 5'2". So when she only wants to do television, well, guess what? She gets her wish because she already has the credits to back it up. Now, if you're a model and you come with stellar credits and you have cover after cover after cover after cover, and you've been working and you really don't feel the need to act, okay, fine. Are there isolated cases where I will put up with that? Absolutely. 95% of the time, I will not put up with that, because if you don't come with the goods to back up your desires, then you're just fantasizing. You better, if you don't want to act, well, then unfortunately, you need to find somebody else, because I need to be able to do stuff with you. And as a brand new talent, clients are going to ask you to read copy. They're going to ask you to say something on camera. And just like, and same thing with acting, they're going to ask you, if you do a commercial for Tide, they may be like, you know what, let's shoot this today. Let's do the print campaign. You better be able to take a picture. You can't just act. You have to be able to take a picture as well. So you have to be able to do both.
Now, I know that I brought this up with Tanya, and I know we dabbled in this a little bit. A lot of people are under the impression that they can get castings on their own without an agent as a freelance. What are your thoughts on that?
You can't. Any sort of local schmokel stuff in your town, I guess so. Yeah, they're not going to call a New York City agent for Bob's Pizza commercial down the street. But if you want to do major jobs, you want to do Fashion Week, you want to do advertising, you want to do Kohl's, you want to do JCPenney, you want to do Amazon, you want to do,
brands.
different brands and television shows, and you want to do Adidas, you have to have an agent. They've never, ever, ever booked someone off the street or because I'm friends with somebody. Like, it's not that kind of industry. I always find it fascinating that people think they're doing fashion shows and I'm shooting for Adidas. Oh, I'm shooting for this magazine because some photographer made up a name and you bought it.
The best is when they try to get people to buy votes, which we keep hearing about, like the fake Maxim magazine, buy a vote, be in a horror movie, buy a vote. That's fake.
I just heard that when I signed on, and I don't know what that's bizarre.
It's not real. It's not real. Unfortunately, it's lead generation. And then everybody who clicks it, for all you know, and it's not going to a charity. Unfortunately, even the Maxim magazine, they got into, they started selling votes and it wasn't real. So I think that a lot of times people are looking, for that. Well, I decide I want to be a model. So what can I go for to get me Olympic gold today? And that's why those companies find you, because you're putting yourself out there for that. Okay.
Yeah.
So, when you do get approved to work with VIP Ignite, will you be preparing people before they arrive in LA or New York?
Yes, we do calls. Yeah, we did a call the other day, and we're going to do a few more, I'm assuming, before. Yes. Sorry, I just turned the light on. It's really dark. It was getting dark in here. Yes, we will prep them with clothes. This is the first day at the agency shoot, so everything is going to be very simple. Like I said, for anyone who wasn't on the call the other day, no sequins, no glitter, no spandex dresses, no bandeau dresses, no weird suits for the guys, no weird, just nothing weird. Everything has to be basic and simple. Think H&M, think Amazon website.
Zara, yeah.
Think Zara, think Club Monaco, think Banana, think Land's End. All of those are what we're doing for LA.
And I also think with these photos, sometimes people are so eager for the top designers, but a lot of times they fade out. And I think we did one photo shoot years ago. It was like a timeless photo shoot, like a classic photo shoot. And I almost feel like this has a lot of that aura. Yeah. So it will transcend time for those of you guys serious.
Denim will be fine for this. Lots of denim, lots of, you can do jean jackets, you can do blazers, but simple blazers. No designs on the blazers. I don't want to see any florals. I don't want to see any shine. I don't want to see any suede. I don't want to see any velour. I don't want to see any satin. None of that.
And Gina just asked, what if her top area is really big? You mean like big? So what we would do is, obviously when we're assessing you, because we will be talking to you live on Zoom, if approved to go to whether it's New York or LA, which LA is sold out. We will get to know you. You'll be able to take pictures and things like that. And Ryan Colby is also a celebrity stylist. He works with some of the biggest names like Liam Neeson. And some of the people that he's worked with over the years may not have the most stellar bodies, but he definitely can tell you what will fit best for your body type, because it's all about marketability. So you're not alone. So I promise you, we're going to give you the most stellar results because you have an expert in the field. So I want you to really think about that. I mean, you have people like Amy Schumer and, like people that really go on red carpets. They're not all wearing the same thing like a Selena Gomez is wearing. So I want you guys to understand that a stylist's job is to see imperfections, and their job is to highlight what they're working with. So don't ever feel that you're not good enough.
There's always good qualities to everyone's body. Some people may have 3 or 4. Some people may have 1 or 2, and there's nothing wrong with that. So that are photographable. I mean, I'm not saying in like real life, but sometimes people equate photographs with real life, and That's just not true. Photographs are smoke and mirrors. It's a fantasy. It's not real. It's a photograph to sell a product, whether it be a car or a sneaker. It is not real. So sometimes as a stylist or an art director, I have to create the fantasy for 5 minutes that the 2 or 3 things that may not be so photogenic about you, I've got to hide it. I've got to minimize it and accentuate the 1 or 2 things that are photographic, that are photogenic about you, and highlight those 2 things. And you go on your merry way with your day and your life, but don't equate the 3 or 4 things I'm hiding that you are not a good model or that you're,
that you can't
unattractive, that you can't do it just because this person may have one more quality than you. Who cares? I still have to hide. I've worked with Heidi Klum. I've worked with all the big girls. Her hips are very square. They're very manly. I did a shoot with her once. I had to use pliers. I had to send an assistant to go to a local hardware store and get a pair of pliers to zip up a pair of white leather pants. You can still find that magazine online to this day. And every time I see it, I remember that moment where I had to use pliers to zip up her pants because she has man's hips. So you would never know that. But this is something that she has to deal with every day when she's shooting. Now, when she's living her life, walking on the street, living her life, do you think she's thinking about these things? No.
No, she's doing all right. She can definitely add cheese and truffles to her burgers. And somebody said, one individual said he can't work with me because I'm thick. I don't even understand what that means, because if you're attempting to get into modeling or acting, understand when you're working with legitimate people, there's so many different variations that you can do. And
there's Paloma, there's Ashley Graham,
I think you probably weren't working with like top people. So there, and I really want to stress this. It's kind of like walking into the Apple store with a brand new Apple iPhone, like if you said, hey, can you find me a case? Yes, I can right now. You may not fit high fashion, but you definitely fit into something. And that's the reason why we do photo shoots and we do Zoom calls to figure out what you qualify for and kind of custom that photo shoot for your body type and what you're most marketable for. So don't worry, we got you, girl. Okay. So, let's go over, it's starting to get dark here. Ryan, I just noticed your headphones are matching your picture behind you. Did you plan that?
No.
No fashion. Okay. So, I'm going to go through this really quickly one more time. So you're just going to stay on. Please hold. If you have not had a chance to schedule, this is your chance. Again, I'm very excited to be back in New York City. It feels like forever. I was just there, last week, 2 weeks ago. Okay, so New York City, this is what you're getting. It's the 3-day live event in New York City. It's been a while since we've had a big event in New York City. As you guys know, we have the big event coming up in October in Los Angeles. Is anybody here interested in going to LA? If I opened up one ticket to go to LA, if you are, if you scheduled your interview, ask us how you can go to LA. Maybe it's in a couple of weeks, but perhaps we may be able to offer you a ticket if this is something that you really want to do, and we again can go over it. So you're going to get the 3-day event in New York City. That is face-to-face with top industry experts. You're also going to get the big photo shoot that is hair, makeup, and styling with a professional photographer of that type of caliber, which in my eyes, I know it says $24.97. You couldn't even book the studio for that much. Nevertheless, a photographer of that level. You're also going to get the Improv Comedy Weekend virtual with Jeffrey Gurian. Again, Jeffrey has worked with Rodney Dangerfield, the late Robin Williams, Chris Rock, Gino Bisconti from the Howard Stern Show, and Mark Christopher Lawrence, who played Big Mike in the hit TV series Chuck. You're also going to get Hollywood Branding Masterclass with Karen Hoyos. And I am not, even though I'm from Miami, no habla Virgilia V. That's a $30,000 value. And honestly, guys, when you look at that, you may be like $30,000. The answer is yes. We invest almost $100,000 a year just to work with Tony Robbins. And that's one of our associations. That's not even including ClickFunnels and Bill Walsh. So I really want you guys to understand that when we're networking on this type of level, VIP Ignite, we're part of a 9-figure club with Bill Walsh. So the people that Bill Walsh has in his realm, This is why this is valued at $30,000. Okay. You're also going to get live stand-up performance and show in New York City. That is priceless. I know last time we were in New York City and we had an improv night, Debbie, Danita, myself, we had such a great time because so many people, especially when they come on a Zoom, they start off as a stranger, like, oh, should I even do this? I'm not sure. And then when you see them on a coaching call, you're like, yes, you got this. And then when they get to perform on stage, literally there was not a dry eye in the house. It was so rewarding for us. So we're so excited to see you guys performing live. 12 months of virtual coaching for models and actors, just so you understand. We do charge for that service. It's $300 a month, $297. We have some of the top names in the industry that do trainings for us. Maybe it's a cast member from The Sopranos. We did have Margot Bingham, who Ryan was so gracious to introduce us to. She came out to our live New York event. Then she started coaching for us. She's from a hit TV series called The Walking Dead. She played Stephanie for like 4 seasons. She was also on Boardwalk Empire. You're also going to get truth management representation. So for those of you guys, and I really want to stress this to you, this is a mother agency. So for those of you, our job is to develop you and get you to the point where we could say, hey, Tanya, this person is ready for you. So I really want to express that to you. If you're really serious about doing this, anybody that reaches out to you on social media or you're not sure, everything can be sent to us. I like to joke around. It's like flushing it down the toilet, see what comes out on the other side. If it's legit, they're actually going to reach out to us. We want to make sure that you're protected. We want to make sure that you're safe. We want to make sure that this opportunity is the best one for you. And that's why it's very important that you deal with the shield of having a mother agency. Also, if anything ever comes across our plate, like with Ryan or with Tanya or anything, this is the reason why we're taking people from a Zoom call, kind of molding them, developing them, just like Play-Doh, so that we can say, hey, they're ready to go. Watch them soar. You're also going to get truth management 12-week training. Again, I think it's so important. Again, Ryan made a comment today about trying to find his models. So we're going to go over do's and don'ts. We're going to go over what to bring to a casting, even doing self-tapes, things like that. Because if Ryan Colby needs you for, let's say we're working on a show like, name a show, like let's say Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, and Ryan says, hey, I need a self-tape. What's that? Okay, that's like saying I want to be the next Bobby Flay and he's asking for a skillet. Like, what do you mean? What's that? Like, this is basic. So again, we're going to go through the basics, what to do, what not to do. We're going to go through a lot of information. I know Michael in the past has even gone over contracts to show people like what to look out for. So you guys are going to get such tremendous value in a 12-week training on management. You're also going to get bonus number 1, runway and modeling masterclass in New York City with a celebrity supermodel. I'm so excited about this because Ryan, I could tell you that there's so many people that love the show Top Model. Phil Sullivan was on earlier. And, you know, I think the dream always is to walk the runway, or I should say rock the runway. But even how you walk into a room, even it doesn't matter what you're doing. It's also a lot about confidence. And we see that every single time we do anything on this level. And it's been tremendous. I know the last event that we had, you invited the chief editor from Cool America, who's a good friend of ours, Vaughn. And you also had Jerome Lamar, who's the head of Beyonce's styling team, which is beyond. Every time I see Adidas in Ivy Park, I think of Jerome. So we're really excited to bring it back to New York City. You will get that celebrity model experience. That's $9,997 in value. You're also going to get the live runway experience and fashion show in New York City, plus access to the vault. The vault is so amazing. So for those of you that are on this call and you're like, well, I want to go to LA on October 21st. Well, the tickets are unavailable. They're sold out. But if you should get approved and this is something that you want to do, we'll go over it with you. I would strongly advise if you are going to LA to also go to New York, not because it costs more money to do both, but because you're going to get 2 completely different levels of photos. Remember, East Coast versus West Coast. You're also going to meet every single time you go to anything with VIP Ignite. It's always a scratch off lottery ticket. You never know what's going to happen, who's going to be there. It's just more and more layers of connections, having proximity to real people. And I'll tell you what, if you're going out to LA, there's going to be so many tremendous people there, but then you'll be able to take what you just learned and then apply it to New York and rock it. Okay. So you're also going to get 300 hours of on-demand. So for those of you guys that love having, Netflix, it's on-demand training. We have people from High School Musical to top casting directors. I don't know about you, but if I were an aspiring model, I wouldn't want to just learn about modeling from a model. I would want to learn what an agent does, because that will help me become a better model. I want to learn what a casting director does, because that's going to help everybody. So we literally go through screenwriting. We have Academy Award winning screenwriters, the head writer for Saturday Night Live, people that are starring on Broadway, Tony winners, voiceover actors. It's tremendous. And you're going to get 300 hours of on-demand training. So for anybody here, it's like, oh, what's a slate? Oh, what's a self-tape? We've even paid additional for something called Searchy, where it's like a glossary. You can type in a keyword. Every single one of our trainings, not only were live at the time, we recorded them and transcribed them. So a keyword like plus size, mature modeling, Italy, any search with that word will come up and show you what trainings happened with that word in there. So that's really cool. With this, again, this is a $64,000 value. I can tell you guys very quickly, I did go to school for TV and film and communications. I grew up in South Florida. I went to college in Orlando. I graduated with a double major. My college was close to that for 1 year. 1 year. And I got training. Not once did anybody ever introduce me to anybody of this caliber. Once I graduated with a double major, I put myself up on every website I could find. No one found me. I literally sat there. It was like crickets. And it gets embarrassing, especially when this is your goal and this is your dream. And especially when you feel as though no one's on your side, to have a community, which is why we're the Fearless Rebels. We love each other. But the reason why we love each other so hard is because we're all we got. And I really want to stress that to you. Your friends and family will think you're crazy, but that's okay. If this is something you want to do, you're not doing it for anybody but yourself. Do you guys understand that? So your Fearless Rebel community, this isn't just your tribe. No one else is going to understand what it's like on, going into castings, going on set, meeting people of this type of caliber. It's like going to Mars and coming back. Everybody else is clueless. So that's why we want you to not just see each other at the live events, but also to become very friendly, even on the internet, which sounds dirty when I say it like that, but it's true. Because even on the Zooms, you're going to see different personalities and you'll be able to talk to each other. And we want you to feel comfortable, because I can tell you, when I go into a room and I know other people, are you kidding me? I've got this, right? But if you walk in and you're scared of your own shadow, you're going to walk in a little bit, and that's why it's so, so, so important. So VIP Ignite, again, I'm so excited for this. $64,000 in value. Again, we're offering it for $2,997. So for anybody here that's ever on my open calls, that's what the price is. But because everybody made it through boot camp, right? 16 hours of labor here. I feel like as though we're all giving birth over here today. But this is the reward you get for completing. You set out to go through boot camp, $1,000 discount. Okay. Now, if there's any questions that you have, again, we can go over it on the live interview. For those of you guys that are scheduled to go to LA and you want to go to New York, I would schedule. For those of you guys that are part of our inner circle, also schedule so we can go over everything with you as well. But I'm so excited. I could tell you right now, if you've never been to New York, it's one of the most magical places in the world. And Ryan is 100% right. New York is a very tough market. And I can promise you, with friends like this and the trainings you're going to get and the photos you're going to get, to go to New York and get to work on this type of level, it doesn't matter where else you go in this world, you have New York on your resume. And that is huge. Even performing, the improv, even getting the runway training, even getting access to these tremendous people. This is unlike anything in the world. Okay. So I know that we posted the links. So I want to make sure that if you're really serious about this, that you do schedule. If you're not serious, I wish you a good night and a good life, because the people that are scheduling, this is something that they want to do. And I'm not here to sell this to you, because actually on my interviews, if anybody here has ever interviewed, I'm like, why would I even take you? Like, I don't think you understand. Like, if you went to New York and you met people this type of level, you got to bring value, and I get a lot of people, I want to be a celebrity. That's not what this is about. This is about being a real working model, being a real working actor, having sustainability. I don't want you to move to New York and try to figure this out. We've already figured it out for you. You just have to show up. Okay. So any questions? Ryan is muted. All right. Well, I don't even know how to get him off of mute. Deneen, tech, she's coming over right now. But I want to make sure if there's anything else that Deneen or I can do to answer any questions.
You go like this. Unmute.
Unmute. Hello, Ryan. Oh. And for those of you guys not going to LA, Ryan is turning the big 5-0. We will be having a very special birthday party in Los Angeles.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
I've got this headset now, and that's it.
No, I can hear.
Okay. But I'm so excited to see everybody. Let me ask you a question. Anybody on here want to go to Hollywood? If you're not on track to go to Hollywood, it's October 21st through 23rd. Let me see if anybody here wants to go to Hollywood, type Hollywood just so I could see. Again, the tickets are sold out. But it doesn't mean that I wouldn't offer a ticket for anybody who really wants to go, but you're really going to have to watch the vault and literally do a lot of homework before you go. I probably wouldn't feel comfortable with anybody. Oh no, there's a couple of people that want to go to Hollywood. So if I give you a ticket to Hollywood, are you going to be able to really handle meeting people on this level in like 5 weeks? That's like saying, hey, I'm going to join the Olympics. Oh my God, you have 5 weeks to learn how to do gymnastics. Okay. So
it's not that serious.
It is pretty serious.
It's
for
serious.
sure.
I'm not saying it's not serious, but it's not Olympic gymnastics.
Okay, so we're gonna have a roller skating party, Ryan, and you have 5 weeks to get ready.
We can get them together. You know what? I offer this. Anyone who does, what's today? September 11th. So Hollywood is in 5 weeks.
Yep.
So therefore, anyone who does sign up to go to Hollywood tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, the next 72 hours, I will do personal training with them to get them up to speed.
Oh.
So they aren't what's the word?
Liability. When they show up, like we want to make sure if you're there and let's say you're talking to a producer, can you sign me? That's not what they do. So, we just want to make sure that you're
is brand new, who literally just heard of Hollywood today or yesterday and is like, what is that? I want to go. And you do sign up, then we got to catch you up and I'll personally do it.
Look at you taking one for the team, sir. I'm loving it. Yeah, he's volunteering. I guess it's because he's turning 50. So now it's about giving back and working together because it's always been the Colby Model Show, but that's fine. Okay, so Ryan is amazing. Dawn, please don't let that go to his head. We know. Please.
So yeah,
all right,
if anyone signs up who's brand spanking new, I'm not talking about someone who's been through the system already, who just decided today to go to Hollywood. I'm talking about someone who just joined.
Okay, so if you're brand new and you want to go to Hollywood and you're talking to either Debbie or Deneen, because I'll be traveling, and you say, I want to go to Hollywood, they'll go over with you that program because I'm not going to confuse everybody, the price, but you will have to pay for that at that time because the event is sold out, especially if you're getting access to Colby. Okay, now for everybody else that wants to go to New York, we've got some time, so breathe. So that event is in March, but I promise you, if you are joining this, it starts immediately, which means training starts immediately, prep work, because I'll tell you what, New York is a horse of a different color. It's a beast. And we really want to make sure that we're doing everything to keep the trajectory path towards success. All right, any other questions? I'm going to stop sharing. I know that the girls, thank you for posting the link. Anybody else have any other questions? So Ryan is actually part of VIP Ignite, Truth, Colby Models, obviously. So for those of you guys, how many of you guys would love to have Ryan as your mentor? Type Ryan. And of course, be careful of what you wish for. So meeting him live, people always ask, well, how do I get signed? You got to come to a photo shoot. We got to see how you work with the photographer, the makeup artist. I feel like sometimes it's like for report cards, like I feel like, I want to know, oh, are they going to be good on set? Like we don't know. And that's why it's a pure test. As an agent or anybody of this level, it's very difficult to take your word. Oh, I swear I'll be respectful and, on time. We see what happens sometimes. So Ryan is the best. He knows, Andrea, but thank you. So I really want to stress this to you. For anybody here that is really looking to do this, this is October. Okay. If you don't have haters, you will by the time we're done with you, because people are going to say, how are you doing so amazing in this? And you're going to see like your self-confidence is going to soar. Getting to come out to New York or LA, meeting these types of people, you really can turn these dreams into reality. So I'm going to bring Deneen White back on. Hello, Deneen.
All right, guys. So this is the question I have for you. You've been on the call for 16 hours now. How many of you are scheduled? If you scheduled, type scheduled in the comments. Type scheduled in the comments, because we want to make sure that there's no one left behind. No talent left behind. Awesome. All right. So what we'll do is this. All right. So let's see here. Awesome. All right. And here's the question I have for you. If you did not schedule, like, raise your Zoom. If you did not schedule, raise your Zoom hand and we want to talk to you about that. Well, I want to help you. Okay. We want to help you. So if you did not schedule, raise your Zoom hand and let's chat and find out why. All right. Jenna, I need you to, and this is what I need you to do also. I need you to put your cameras on. Or Jenna, I know you were working earlier, but we just want to know. All right, Jenna.
All right, before you get Jenna on.
Oh,
Hi,
hold
Jenna.
on.
I just wanted to say, I love you guys. I hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. Ryan, I'll see you in LA in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'll see you.
Yep. I'm very excited. Deneen, I will see you soon. All right, guys. Good luck. I don't even need to break a leg. You got this. All right.
And bye, everyone. Have a good time, and I will see you in LA or on the next prep call or whatever. And anyone who signs up, like I said, I will do the catch-up training so you're on par with everyone when you land in LA, and you're not like a deer in headlights.
Awesome. All right, Jenna.
But you have to do it. You have to do it this week. So okay.
Yeah, like,
see everyone.
Thanks, Ryan. You're the best. Go put Fashion Week back together, sir.
I will. Okay. Okay. Bye.
Bye. Thank you. All right, Jenna.
Because I'm trying to still get to LA, so that's really the only reason. I'm working every Sunday to get to LA. That's the real reason right now. Okay. And then I'm gonna focus on New York. Okay.
Are you on track to? You're on track to go to LA? You're working on that now?
Oh no! Oh, absolutely. I'm there. I'm just gotta have all the
All
so
your ducks in a row.
Yes, and then I'll worry about New York.
Okay.
So
awesome.
It's not a total out. How's that?
P.S. I love your glasses. They look awesome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. All right, Jenna. Okay, Rashida.
Hello.
Hi, Rashida.
So my reason is because I cannot guarantee that amount by that date. So I'm working on building that finance up. And if this is something that happens annually, I could definitely make it for the next one.
Okay, I have a question for you. Just a hypothetical question.
Mm-hmm.
What if you could make it happen instead of saying, I don't think I can? Like, what if you asked a better question? What if you asked yourself, you know what? How can I make this happen? How about that?
I do know how I can, which is by just continuing to build up the finances. I just don't know if I'm able to make it for that date.
By March?
That's
you don't know if you don't know. You have until March. New York is in March.
March of 2023.
Yeah. So you have like 5-6 months. Do you think you can make it happen in 6 months? 5 months?
I'm not 100% sure. I don't like to guarantee things because a lot of things happen.
I totally hear you, but what if you could make it happen?
No, I believe that I can if it's meant to, but I can't guarantee it, which is why I wouldn't want to put the. But I know for sure the year after, if it is annually, that I can.
Okay, what I would recommend is if this is something that you want to do, we have other things that we can even talk to you about to get you on track. This way you have that training before you're able to. That way you start the training process now. This is what I would encourage you and anyone else who's in the same situation as Rashida. This is what I want you guys to understand. In order for you to start working with people like Tanya, with people like Ryan, you have to be in momentum. and being a momentum. And I think Bill mentioned this too. Like the hardest thing is to actually take that first step and get started. So Rashida, what I would recommend is schedule a call. Okay. Schedule for your success. And then what we can do is we can talk to you about different opportunities. Maybe you don't go to LA in 5 weeks. Totally understandable. But maybe what you do is you start making steps so you get yourself a momentum. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So what I would recommend is even if you can't, okay, LA's off the table, still schedule an appointment with us, schedule an interview so we can see how can we help you get in momentum so that the next opportunity, it's not a how am I going to do this, but how am I not going to do this? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So if I were you, so what I would do is I'm going to have them drop the link again, just schedule and let's see what we can do. Okay. Okay. Is that cool? Are you cool with that?
Cool. That's cool.
Okay. Awesome. Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Oh, hold on, Mike. Participants. All right. Let's see who else we have here. Rakeem Brown. Unmute yourself, please.
Hey, so I am confident I can be out there in LA, but New York, I'm not sure. Like I will be working long hours to see if I can make it out there, but I can't guarantee it either.
Okay, so
on my living situation.
So where do you live right now?
I live in Kansas City, Missouri right now.
Okay. So you think you can make it to LA in 5 weeks, but not New York in 5 months?
No, not possible. Like what was the total amount for New York again? Sorry about that.
New York, the investment is $1,997. It'll be $2,997. It's $2,997 after today. Okay, so anyone gets on Alicia's open calls, anything like that, it's going to be $2,997. But for today, it's $1,997.
Yeah, see, if I had the money, I would do that immediately, but I currently don't.
But what if you schedule an appointment for, say, Wednesday, and then you find someone to help you at least get a deposit for that?
I doubt I will. Like,
you don't have any friends or family that would believe in you enough to help you?
It's just nobody cannot loan me that kind of money. Like everybody that I know, they're having problems with their own issues, their living situations, all that.
It sounds like you need to up-level your friends, my friend.
A lot of people have been telling me that.
Well, then this is a great way to do that. So again, for you, what I would tell you is even if you don't think you can get to LA in 5 or 6 weeks or to New York in March, what I recommend is schedule an appointment so we can get you a momentum, because there are opportunities that we could present to you that'll get you in momentum to get you moving forward.
Right.
And maybe get you some new friends.
I know I believe I can have the money to go to LA. It's just I gotta learn how to
I think you're confused. I think that you can prepare for New York because New York is in March, LA is in October of this year in 5 weeks. So I think there's a little bit of confusion about Hollywood. Hollywood is actually closed. I know Alicia mentioned Hollywood. If we run into people that really want to go to Hollywood, absolutely can make it happen. We'll certainly talk about that. But what we're talking about right now is New York in March.
Oh, Hollywood's closed. I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Yeah. So if you're interested in going to New York and being a part of the Fashion Week experience, having the opportunity to do stand-up comedy and work with amazing people, that's in March. So what I would recommend is that if that's something you think you can do you think that you could possibly figure it out by March?
You said the total was 29 something.
If you schedule tomorrow, it's 2,997. Okay. But if you schedule today, it's 1,997. We're doing that for people who were here for the last 2 days. We're celebrating you. Tomorrow, though, as soon as this call ends, it actually goes up to 2,997. So,
and it won't go up after that.
I'm not making any guarantees, but what I'm telling you is that right now, the one thing I can guarantee you is that today it's 1,997. And tomorrow it'll be 2,997. In 3 weeks, it might be more.
And 2 or 3 weeks?
Yeah, it may be more. So what I would recommend is if you think you're able to at least make a deposit by Wednesday, schedule your appointment for Wednesday and work your little tail off so that you can start making your dreams come true and start making better friends. Because again, I think you need some better friends.
Yeah.
You're the sum total of the 5 people that you hang around with, and everyone around you is a broke. That means that most likely you are as well.
Like, if that price is still available by around next week or the week after,
it will not be.
Okay.
So what I'm recommending is schedule an interview and see how we can work with you.
Okay. Oh, I actually scheduled the interview.
Okay. Oh, awesome. Perfect. All right. Good job. Well, we look forward to talking to you this week. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Rakeem. All right. Let's see who else we got here. Triana Mathis. Ooh. Unmute yourself.
Hi.
Hi, Triana. How are you?
I'm all right. I could be better. How are you?
All right. You just had, hold on.
You're only all right.
Come on, Triana. You have to be more than all right.
No, actually, I'm not. I have to make sure that my home is secure first, and it's not.
Okay. Well, I think that we're gonna see you. We're gonna see you in Miami, correct? Okay. Yes. Okay. Well, get yourself secure. We'll see you in Miami, and then we'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. All right. Who do we have now? Camille.
Hi. I just had well, I'll just say where I'm at as far as 2 events. Los Angeles just wasn't possible, and especially when she raised the price. But now she's saying, when she said that she could possibly have a ticket or 2 for someone who really wants to go, at what price? Because she had 2 prices for the LA tickets as well.
At this point, it'll be $2,997. You've done multiple interviews, Camille. So what I would recommend for you is try to figure out New York.
That was my question. That was going to be my next question. So that it is March when?
The end of March. We don't announce dates this early, but we're projecting the end of March.
Okay, and do I have to schedule for that?
Absolutely. But you have to be prepared to get started too when you schedule your appointment this time.
What do you mean?
That you've already been through the interview process. You have to be prepared to take action when you get on the call, because we've done multiple calls. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. All right. Who else here has any questions? Who else has not scheduled? Anyone else? Let's see here. I know Ashley did. Here, I'm going to go around the room. Ready? We're going to go old school here. All right. And if you have scheduled, give me a thumbs up. If not, then we're going to do this. All right. Linda Joyce Minor, have you scheduled to go to New York? No? Okay. I'm going to unmute you real quick. All right,
already
Linda.
Got something booked.
Oh, you already have for the whole month of March?
For the end of March.
Oh, okay.
At this point, I'm booked for something else.
Well, I mean, of course you are. Of course you are. You're always so busy.
I can't help it.
You can't help being successful. I know. I know. Awesome. All right. Well, that's totally understandable. All right. Anthony, I saw you scheduled. Sky, I saw you scheduled. Marianne, Tina, Kimberly, I can't wait to talk to you. Sid, Patricia Rodriguez, did you schedule? Give me a thumbs up. Okay, awesome. I was going to say, Diana, did you schedule? But I know the answer. Beatrice, did you schedule? Did you schedule? Hold on, I'm unmuting you.
Oh, I'm confused because I know I put for LA for something. I did like the 997, but something I haven't seen I don't know if Debbie's finished with the signature thing for that one. So
we haven't sent out the signatures. You should have. Were you on the prep call the other night, Beatrice?
I was here yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah. But if it's for New York, I know I could do the 2,997 because I'm better off saving in advance than paying off later on. Because right now I just put this one for this one on the side. I know how it is.
I know you do. Did you schedule to go to New York at the end of March?
Uh, I didn't, but it's 2,987 for later on. Yes.
If you schedule right now, it's 1,997.
Oh, okay.
Why don't you schedule an appointment?
Yeah, I need to schedule an appointment with Deb because yesterday I spoke to her and
Okay.
I'm a bit
so many things. I know. Yes, schedule an appointment with us so we could talk to you about New York. I think that would be great for you.
Yeah, okay. I'm a bit confused because when you guys say 2 weeks, and then I know there's October 21st and the 23rd. I was like, okay, my mind's being a bit confused. So you're coming to LA twice?
No.
Or
we're only having one LA event.
Okay.
Right now what we're talking about is New York in March.
Okay.
So if you want to go to New York in March, definitely schedule an appointment. It's completely different from LA. It's completely different from Hollywood. 2 separate events.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So definitely schedule a time. Hopefully I get to talk to you because I miss you.
I'm right here.
I know
I'm
you
free
are.
now. I don't know nobody, nothing.
Awesome. Well, that's great. That's awesome. All right. Perfect. So we'll talk to you this week. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks. Jenna, aka Run, I know that you scheduled Tiana. I saw you. Hi, Classy Mike Trash. I'm gonna pull you on in a couple minutes. Mercedes, did you schedule? Dana Harris, did you schedule? Yes, awesome. Mercedes, did you schedule? Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. I can't hear you. Just give me a thumbs up. Hold on. Oh, you did? Okay, awesome. Well, I can't wait to talk to you this week.
So yeah, I just wanted to make sure. So this is going for the New York trip, right? In March?
New York in March. That's what everyone is scheduling.
That's all I just wanted to make sure.
Yep. New York in March is going to be amazing. Hopefully it'll be nice and warm by then.
Yes, ma'am. Exactly. I hope so too.
Spring in New York. So awesome. Awesome. Perfect. Well, I can't wait to talk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Jarrell Stinson, I saw that. I think you and I are talking tomorrow. I'm so excited to see you. Chris. Oh, Mike said, what's up? Hold on. Jarrell Stinson, unmute yourself.
Hey, Deneen.
I just need to hear your voice. It's been so long. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you doing?
I'm amazing now that I see you. Like, you have I'm literally about to start crying because I'm so happy to see your face. I miss you and the Wizard of Oz so much.
I miss y'all. I miss everybody. You, Elise, Ryan, everybody. Mike. Oh my God. This weekend, I just want to thank y'all too for this weekend. Like, I've learned so much beyond everything else that you guys have, all the other boot camps and things. Like, I'm just completely grateful, and I appreciate you guys. Like, y'all are amazing.
Well, we appreciate you too. And thank you for unmuting yourself. And I can't wait to talk to you. I'm not letting anyone else steal you from me. Okay. So don't even try it, anyone.
I actually have to reschedule the call because while we were just talking, like I talked to Miss Debbie and she told me to cancel the call, but I can't reschedule so we can chat it up.
Fine, you can talk to Debbie, but then we're gonna talk. Okay.
Okay. I look forward to
Debbie
it.
snatches all the good ones. Awesome. All right. Well, I can't wait to catch up with you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I can't wait to see you. All right, let's see here. Christina Cabral, did you schedule?
I didn't, just because Debbie texted me and just told me to call her after.
Oh, okay, awesome. Well, there you go. That's awesome. Very cool.
Okay, cool. Good.
All right, thanks. All right. Shayla Bird, did you schedule? Marcia Clark, I'm skipping over you because you don't have to. Shayla did, yes. Cynthia Jackson, did you schedule? I can't see, it's so dark where you are. Yes or no? Give me a thumbs up. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Rashina and I already talked. Damita, I saw you were like the first person to schedule. Congratulations on literally, I was like, whoa, I didn't even know we dropped the link yet. She's already scheduled. That's crazy town. Awesome. Let's see here. Shaheem Schuler, did you schedule? No. Oh, Shaheem, I thought we were cool. Why did you not schedule, sir?
I can give a direct. I can give a direct answer, and it's mainly because of priorities and because financial situations. Because I don't have it. And I know, yes, I love like the optimism and like the opportunities for Sally. I don't have that over here. So like, cause everything is like mainly on me, you know, from like from day one, from when I started from VIP Ignite and like just pushing myself forward and to make sure like I have my own bag, which is why I work as twice as hard I do as work so that I can like be at events. But to like mainly say like, I mean, as much as I would really, really love that opportunity, especially going back to New York, especially how I first met you there. But I, you know, can't because, you know, financial situations. But like to be very grateful that I'll get to see you in LA because like just the LA trip, I was literally stressing, literally talking over days with Debbie about it, and you know, her like, you know, keeping my head up to say, you got this, don't worry. And I'm just stressing like, oh my God, how am I going to get all these payments, you know, with like situation at work. It's like stressing, and plus me trying to like financially make sure I'm good so that I can have like a car so that I don't have to, you know, use the bus for transportation. So I'm sorry to be the sad advantage, but like I was like, you know, it's perfectly fine because, you know, I'm grateful for whatever I'm given and whatever I can push myself to get.
Okay, well, I can't wait to see you in LA. And can we all give a round of applause to Debbie Davis for being like the best cheerleader the VIP Ignite has? Like, God bless you, Debbie. Like, Debbie, like, sometimes, but Deneen, like, I think I know people's stories, but she's like, no, okay, Deneen, like, let me tell you something. So this and this and this and this and this is going on. I'm like, I thought I knew their stories, but like, she knows, like, down to like the day your hair was braided. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, she makes me look like I know nothing about you guys. So, but awesome. Well, I can't wait to see you in LA. Make sure we take a selfie. Do not forget. Okay, good.
Of course, you'll be the first person I like to hug.
Okay, awesome. We'll hug it out. We'll selfie it out. It'll be amazing. I can't wait. Awesome. All right. And Antari, I always mess up your name. Antonita. Is that how you say it? Did you schedule? What? Hold on. You're not getting by. You're sitting there on camera. Why not?
I'm a schedule.
Oh, you did?
I haven't. I am. I didn't make the Zoom call yesterday.
What?
I didn't make the Zoom call yesterday. This is my first day on.
It's okay. You know us. Schedule your call. Talk to us. We know who you are. I think I texted you this morning, didn't I?
I talked to you this morning.
Okay, well, make sure you get scheduled, okay?
I am.
Awesome. All right. Oh, hold on. Debbie wants to be unmuted. Okay, Debbie Davis, it's your moment to shine. No?
Archana, we already spoke today. So unless you're interested in doing the New York, you don't need to schedule. If you're interested in doing New York, you need to schedule. Does that make sense?
Okay, awesome.
Okay, cool.
All right. Leslie Pena doesn't need to schedule. Tony has a question. He's raising his hand.
No, I was just waving at Debbie.
Hi, Debbie. Everyone wave. Hi, Debbie. Awesome.
So,
all right. Okay, I didn't know. When I see this, I see distress, or I think I have to call on the person. So considering like if you're in distress, you shouldn't be going like this. You should call 911.
No, that would be like the
you wanted to talk to us.
Universal choking hold.
Can you breathe? Yeah. Are you able to breathe? Okay. It's been a long day, guys. I'm gonna stop with the jokes. All right. Does anyone else have Sasha? I believe I saw you scheduled, right? Yeah, you loved New York. We're gonna have a much better New York experience this time. All right. I see a lot of people that aren't on camera. I'm not going to be able to call on you guys, but does anyone have any questions that they would like to ask before we have to start closing this up? But here we go. Before we do that, I'm going to give you guys a challenge. Are you ready for a challenge? I know. You guys shouldn't be surprised I give you a challenge, especially the people who've been here. So this is, I know we gave you so much information this weekend. Like literally, Mike said it earlier, I believe. This has been like the biggest number of people that we've ever had speak at an event. And my mind is going, I don't know how your minds are. But what I want you guys to do is in the Facebook community, Unleash the Celebrity Within You, please do this. What I want you to do is I want you to do a video, your biggest takeaway from the weekend. And I want you to call out the speakers. Okay, I want you to call out the speakers that really made an impact on you. And when you tell us what your biggest takeaway is, Bill said this, Mike said this, I've said this, I feel like every speaker has said this. What you schedule will come to pass. Schedule your success. So when you're telling me, oh my gosh, Deneen, my biggest takeaway was when Joseph James said to do I am statements, what I want you to do is I want you to like schedule, let us know. How are you planning on implementing the information you've been given? Okay, because I'm a person of faith. Faith without action means nothing. Words without action mean nothing. You can't wish this to be, you have to plan it. So when you give us your biggest takeaway, tell us what impacted your life and how you plan on starting to implement it tonight, not tomorrow, tonight, okay? So how are you going to do that? All right. And all right. Awesome. All right, guys. So this has been absolutely, are you okay? I'm okay. Thank you for asking. My universal. No, I'm good. Guys, this has been an amazing, amazing, amazing weekend. I am so excited about what's to come. Tanya actually just texted me and she is so excited to start working with you guys. Like she is so excited. She loves working with new talent. So what I want you guys to do is make sure that you are in the Facebook group, do your takeaways, call out our speakers. All right. And be on the lookout because we have a lot of big announcements coming. We have a lot of really cool things going on. We're excited for Hollywood. We're excited for so many amazing things, but definitely make sure that you keep in contact, okay? Make sure you follow VIP Ignite on Instagram. Lots of really cool things coming down the line. And this is the hardest time because we've been together for 2 days, but all good things must come to a pause. This isn't goodbye. This is I'll see you later. All right. So have an amazing night. Make sure you break my phone tonight. I want you guys to burn out the battery. I want you to tag myself, Michael, Alicia in all of your takeaway videos. And we cannot wait to see you guys. And just one final piece of housekeeping is yours truly is going to be calling you to confirm your appointments, your interviews this week. So this is what I want you to commit to yourself. Please answer your phone or respond because I want to talk to you or I want you to respond. All right. And it's going to be an 856 number. So 856 is not stranger danger. Well, maybe it is, but if it's my number, it's not. All right, guys. Have an amazing night. You guys killed it. Give yourselves a round of applause. Everyone's like, can we just go eat, please? Trust me. 1 hour my football team takes the field. Let's go. All right, guys, have a great night. It was great being here. Thank you so much for playing Full Out. I can't wait to talk to all of you guys this week. Have an amazing, amazing night.